The Old Testament forms the first major section of the Bible, a collection of religious texts sacred to Jews and Christians alike. These ancient writings span over 1,000 years of human history, capturing the relationship between God and humanity through narratives, poetry, prophecy, and wisdom literature. The Hebrew Bible, known to Christians as the Old Testament, consists of three main divisions. The Torah, or Law, comprises the first 5 books traditionally attributed to Moses, containing foundational stories of creation. The Patriarchs and the Exodus from Egypt, along with extensive legal codes that shaped Jewish life. The Nevi'im, or Prophets, record Israel's history from its conquest of Canaan through the rise and fall of its kingdoms, featuring the words and actions of prophetic figures who called the people back to faithfulness. The Ketuvim, or writings, gather diverse texts including psalms, proverbs, philosophical reflections, and apocalyptic visions. These texts were composed in various historical contexts, from nomadic tribal settings to royal courts to exile in foreign lands. They were preserved through oral tradition, written on scrolls, carefully copied by scribes, and eventually compiled into the canonical collection we know today. Despite being authored by dozens of different writers across centuries, the Old Testament presents remarkable thematic unity, developing ideas about monotheism, covenant relationship, divine justice, human failings, and redemptive hope. The Old Testament serves not merely as historical record, but as spiritual narrative, believed by adherents to reveal divine truths through human words. Its influence extends far beyond religious communities, shaping literature, art, law, ethics, and cultural values throughout Western civilization and beyond. The text chronicles humanity's earliest attempts to understand their place in the cosmos, their relationship to divine power, and the meaning of suffering and joy in the human experience. Tonight, the ancient words of these texts will guide us through the sweeping epic of creation's dawn, humanity's earliest days, the formation of a covenant people, their triumphs and failures, exile and restoration, and the wisdom gleaned from generations of spiritual seeking. The narrative opens with the profound declaration, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." These words establish the fundamental premise of the text, that all existence stems from divine intent rather than chance or competing deities. The creation account unfolds in orderly progression over 6 days. Light separates from darkness. Waters divide to form sky and sea. Dry land emerges, sprouting vegetation. Celestial bodies mark times and seasons. Waters and skies teem with living creatures. Land animals appear in diverse forms. Each phase concludes with divine approval. And God saw that it was good. The creation reaches its culmination with humanity, described as made in God's image, a phrase suggesting unique capacity for relationship with the divine. Unlike other creatures, humans receive the explicit blessing to exercise dominion over the earth, establishing a pattern of responsibility and stewardship that permeates subsequent texts. The 7th day brings divine rest, sanctifying the weekly cycle that would become central to Hebrew religious practice. A second, more intimate creation account follows, focusing on humanity's formation. God shapes the first human, Adam, from dust and breathes life into him, an embodiment of both earthly substance and divine spirit. Placed in a garden called Eden, Adam receives both freedom and limitation, permission to eat from almost every tree, but prohibition against the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Recognizing the human need for companionship, God creates animals, which Adam names, exercising his first act of dominion. Yet true partnership requires more. From Adam's side, God forms woman as his counterpart, eliciting the first poetry in Scripture as Adam exclaims, "This at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh." The text notes their shameless nakedness, indicating a state of innocence and transparency in their relationship with each other and with God, who walks in the garden with them. This harmony shatters when a serpent, described as more crafty than other creatures, questions God's prohibition. Engaging the woman in dialogue, it distorts divine instruction and promises God-like knowledge through disobedience. The woman, seeing the fruit's appeal, eats and shares with her husband. Their eyes open to their nakedness, now a source of shame rather than innocence. When God seeks them, they hide. Confronted, Adam blames the woman, who blames the serpent. God pronounces consequences: struggle between humanity and nature, pain in childbirth, discord in relationships, and ultimately, death. Expelled from Eden, humanity begins a new existence east of paradise. An angel with a flaming sword guards the way back, symbolizing the irreversibility of their transition from innocence to experience. Yet even in judgment, grace appears. God provides garments to clothe their nakedness before sending them forth. Outside Eden, Adam and Eve bear children, beginning with Cain and Abel. The brothers develop different vocations. Cain cultivates crops, while Abel tends flocks. Both offer sacrifices from their labor, but God favors Abel's offering. Consumed by jealousy, Cain lures his brother to a field and kills him, committing the first murder. When God questions Cain about Abel's whereabouts, he famously deflects, "Am I my brother's keeper?" God, knowing the truth, pronounces Cain's punishment. The ground will resist his farming efforts, forcing him to wander. Marking Cain to prevent vengeance killings, God sends him eastward to the land of Nod, further from Eden than his parents. Human civilization develops as Cain establishes the first city, naming it after his son Enoch. His descendants pioneer cultural innovations. Jabal originates nomadic herding, Jubal develops musical instruments, and Tubal-Cain forges bronze and iron tools. Meanwhile, Adam and Eve have another son, Seth, beginning a separate lineage that calls on the name of the Lord. The text thus establishes two human trajectories, one marked by cultural achievement but moral ambiguity, the other defined by spiritual devotion. Generations unfold through detailed genealogies, tracing Seth's lineage with individuals of remarkable longevity. Adam lives 930 years. His descendant Methuselah achieves the biblical record of 969 years. These extended lifespans allow for significant population growth and cultural development in the pre-flood world. The genealogies serve not merely as historical records, but as bridges connecting pivotal narratives and establishing the continuity of divine purpose across generations. As humans multiply across the earth, their moral character deteriorates. The text describes an enigmatic incident where sons of God take daughters of men as wives, producing offspring of renown. More significantly, human wickedness reaches such proportions that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil all the time. Divine grief over this corruption leads to a momentous decision. Humanity, along with animal life, will be wiped away through a great flood. One man finds favor in divine eyes. Noah, described as righteous and blameless among his contemporaries, walks with God much as Enoch did before him. God instructs Noah to build an ark, a massive wooden vessel designed to preserve a remnant of life through the coming catastrophe. The specifications are precise: 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, 30 cubits high, constructed of cypress wood, coated with pitch, and featuring 3 decks with rooms and a roof. Noah obeys, despite the unprecedented nature of both the task and the predicted disaster. When construction finishes, God directs Noah to gather animals, 7 pairs of clean animals and birds, 1 pair of unclean animals, along with his family, his wife, 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives. Once all are aboard, the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. Rain falls for 40 days and nights. Waters rise until even mountain peaks disappear beneath them. Every land-dwelling, air-breathing creature not in the ark perishes. For 150 days, waters prevail. Then God sends a wind, the waters recede, and the ark comes to rest on mountains of Ararat. Noah releases a raven that flies back and forth until the waters dry. He then sends a dove that returns, finding no perch. A week later, the dove returns with an olive leaf, signaling vegetation's recovery. After another week, the dove does not return, having found suitable habitat. When the earth dries completely, God commands Noah's household to exit the ark and release the animals to repopulate the earth. Noah builds an altar and offers sacrifices from the clean animals. Pleased with this worship, God promises never again to destroy all life with a flood, establishing a covenant with Noah, his descendants, and all living creatures. The rainbow becomes the perpetual sign of this covenant, a visible reminder of divine mercy overarching human history. God renews the blessing to be fruitful and multiply, but modifies human relationship with animals, now permitted as food, but with prohibition against consuming blood, which represents life. Noah plants a vineyard, produces wine, drinks to excess, and lies uncovered in his tent. His son Ham sees his nakedness and tells his brothers, who respectfully cover their father without looking. Upon waking, Noah curses Ham's son Canaan and blesses Shem and Japheth, establishing patterns of relationship among their descendants that will resurface in later narratives of tribal conflicts. Noah's descendants spread across the earth. The Table of Nations in Genesis 10 maps their dispersion, categorizing known peoples according to their supposed descent from Noah's 3 sons. This ethnographic framework attempts to explain the world's diversity within a unified human family tree. Despite this dispersion, humanity remains linguistically unified. In the plain of Shinar, they undertake an ambitious construction project, a city with a tower reaching to heaven, motivated by the desire for fame and geographic stability. God perceives this centralization as enabling limitless human ambition, potentially including evil endeavors. Divine intervention confuses their language, forcing abandonment of the project and accelerating human dispersion across the earth. The unfinished city is named Babel, connecting the story etymologically to the Hebrew word for confusion. The early chapters of human history establish foundational patterns: divine creative power and purpose, human moral agency and failure, divine judgment tempered with mercy, and covenantal relationship as the framework for divine human interaction. These themes will expand and develop through subsequent narratives as the text narrows its focus from universal human experience to the particular story of one family called to bless all nations. The biblical narrative narrows its focus to a single family line through Shem to Terah, who lives in Ur of the Chaldeans with his sons Abram, Nahor, and Haran. After Haran's death, Terah relocates the family to Haran, a city sharing his deceased son's name. Here, divine intervention reshapes human history through an extraordinary calling. God commands Abram, "Go from your country, your kindred, and your father's house to the land I will show you." This command comes with promises of land, numerous descendants, and far-reaching blessing. Abram will become a conduit of divine blessing to all families of the earth. Without recorded hesitation, 75-year-old Abram departs with his wife Sarai, nephew Lot, and accumulated possessions and personnel. Arriving in Canaan, Abram receives divine confirmation. To your offspring I will give this land. He builds altars at Shechem and Bethel, establishing worship sites that later generations will revisit. Famine drives the household temporarily to Egypt, where Abram, fearing for his safety, presents Sarai as his sister rather than wife. Her beauty attracts Pharaoh, who takes her into his household and rewards Abram with livestock and servants. When plagues afflict the Egyptian court, Pharaoh discovers the deception, returns Sarai, and expels the family from Egypt with their acquired wealth. Back in Canaan, resource competition creates conflict between Abram's and Lot's herders. Abram offers Lot first choice of territory. Lot selects the fertile Jordan plain near Sodom, despite the city's notorious wickedness. Abram settles in Hebron, where God renews promises of innumerable descendants and land possession. When a regional conflict leads to Lot's capture, Abram mobilizes 318 trained servants, rescues his nephew, and recovers stolen property. Returning victorious, he encounters Melchizedek, king of Salem and priest of God Most High, who blesses Abram and receives 1/10 of the spoils. Abram refuses the king of Sodom's offer of material reward, maintaining his exclusive dependence on divine provision. Despite these successes, Abram remains childless. God reaffirms the promise of descendants as numerous as the stars, and Abram's belief in this seemingly impossible prospect is counted to him as righteousness. In a solemn covenant ceremony, God predicts Abram's descendants will endure 400 years of oppression in a foreign land before returning to possess Canaan. Darkness falls, and a smoking fire pot and flaming torch pass between animal halves Abram has arranged, symbolizing divine commitment to fulfill these promises regardless of human faithfulness. 10 years in Canaan pass without the promised heir. Sarai, assuming her barrenness prevents fulfillment of divine promises, offers her Egyptian servant Hagar as a surrogate. When Hagar conceives, tension erupts between the women. Hagar flees, but encounters divine instruction to return and submit to Sarai. She bears Ishmael, and Abram assumes this son fulfills God's promise. 13 years later, God appears again, establishing circumcision as the covenant sign, and changing Abram's name to Abraham, meaning father of many nations, and Sarai's to Sarah, meaning princess. God specifies that the covenant will continue not through Ishmael, but through a son Sarah will bear within a year, to be named Isaac, meaning he laughs, a reference to both parents' incredulous laughter at the prospect of having a child in their advanced age. 3 mysterious visitors arrive at Abraham's tent. He offers lavish hospitality, and they repeat the promise of Sarah's imminent motherhood. Sarah's skeptical laughter prompts the divine question, is anything too hard for the Lord? The visitors depart towards Sodom, and God reveals plans to investigate and potentially destroy the city for its wickedness. Abraham negotiates, securing divine agreement to spare the city if even 10 righteous people are found there. 2 angels enter Sodom, where Lot extends hospitality. Local men surround the house, demanding access to the visitors for sexual violence. Lot offers his virgin daughters instead, a shocking proposal revealing moral compromise despite his relative righteousness in the Sodomite context. The angels strike the mob with blindness, urge Lot's family to flee before destruction, and emphasize the urgency when Lot hesitates. Do not look back. As they reach Zoar, fire and sulfur rain upon Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot's wife glances back and becomes a pillar of salt. Lot and his daughters eventually settle in the hills, where the daughters, fearing extinction of their family line, intoxicate their father and conceive children by him. These sons become ancestors of the Moabites and Ammonites, peoples who will interact significantly with Israel in later narratives. Abraham journeys to Gerar, where he again passes Sarah off as his sister. King Abimelech takes her but is warned in a dream before consummating the relationship. He confronts Abraham, returns Sarah, and offers compensation and settlement rights. Abraham prays for Abimelech's household, resolving a divinely imposed infertility that mirrored Sarah's condition. At last, Sarah bears Isaac. When conflict emerges between Isaac and Ishmael during Isaac's weaning celebration, Sarah demands Hagar and Ishmael's expulsion. Despite Abraham's distress, God endorses Sarah's request, promising to make Ishmael a nation while confirming Isaac as the covenant heir. God preserves Hagar and Ishmael in the wilderness, and Ishmael grows up, marries an Egyptian, and fathers 12 princes. Years later comes Abraham's supreme test. God commands him to sacrifice Isaac as a burnt offering on a mountain in Moriah. For 3 days they journey together, Isaac innocently questioning where the sacrificial animal is, Abraham cryptically answering that God will provide. At the appointed place, Abraham binds Isaac on the altar and raises his knife. A divine voice intervenes. "Do not lay your hand on the boy." A ram caught in a thicket becomes the substitute sacrifice. The divine voice reaffirms the covenant promises, now guaranteed by divine oath, because of Abraham's demonstrated faithfulness. Sarah dies at 127. Abraham purchases the cave of Machpelah as a family burial site, his first property ownership in the Promised Land. Concerned that Isaac marry within the extended family rather than among Canaanites, Abraham sends his servant to Mesopotamia to find a suitable wife. Through divinely guided circumstances, the servant identifies Rebekah, granddaughter of Abraham's brother Nahor. She returns to Canaan and marries Isaac, bringing comfort after his mother's death. Abraham marries Keturah, who bears 6 sons whom Abraham sends eastward with gifts, preserving Isaac's unique status as principal heir. Abraham dies at 175 and is buried beside Sarah by Isaac and Ishmael, temporarily reunited for their father's funeral. Isaac and Rebekah experience 20 years of infertility before divine intervention. Rebekah's difficult pregnancy involves twins struggling in her womb, prompting a divine oracle. 2 nations are in your womb. The older shall serve the younger. Esau emerges first, red and hairy, followed by Jacob grasping his brother's heel. The brothers develop contrasting characters and parental preferences. Esau, a skilled hunter, earns Isaac's favor, while Jacob, a quiet man dwelling in tents, becomes Rebekah's favorite. One day, Esau returns famished from hunting and impulsively trades his birthright for Jacob's lentil stew, displaying indifference toward his inheritance. Later, as Isaac approaches death, he sends Esau to hunt game for a meal before delivering the patriarchal blessing. Rebekah overhears and orchestrates deception. She prepares a meal, disguises Jacob with goatskins to mimic Esau's hairiness, and sends him to impersonate his brother. Despite Jacob's voice arousing suspicion, Isaac blesses him with agricultural abundance, political dominance, and the Abrahamic promise. When Esau returns and the deception is revealed, Isaac acknowledges the blessing's irrevocability. Esau receives a secondary blessing, but harbors murderous resentment toward Jacob. To protect Jacob and secure a suitable wife for him, Rebekah arranges his journey to her brother Laban's household in Haran. En route, Jacob dreams of a ladder or stairway reaching to heaven with angels ascending and descending. God speaks from above, confirming the Abrahamic promises to Jacob and assuring divine presence throughout his journey. Jacob names the site Bethel, meaning house of God, and vows future worship and tithing if God fulfills these promises. Jacob arrives at a well near Haran and meets Rachel, Laban's daughter, while she waters sheep. Attracted to her, he agrees to serve Laban 7 years for her hand in marriage. On the wedding night, Laban substitutes his older daughter, Leah. Discovering the switch the next morning, Jacob confronts Laban, who explains local custom prohibiting a younger daughter's marriage before the elders. Jacob works 7 additional years for Rachel, now living with both sisters as wives. Rivalry develops as Leah bears sons, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, while Rachel remains barren. Rachel gives her servant Bilhah to Jacob as a surrogate, producing Dan and Naphtali. Leah, temporarily infertile, offers her servant Zilpah, who bears Gad and Asher. Leah later bears Issachar, Zebulun, and a daughter, Dinah. Finally, Rachel conceives and bears Joseph, Jacob's 11th son. Jacob, eager to return to Canaan with his large family, negotiates with Laban for wages, cleverly breeding livestock to increase his personal flocks while technically fulfilling their agreement. When Laban's attitude sours, Jacob secretly departs with his household. Rachel steals Laban's household idols, creating additional tension when Laban pursues and accuses Jacob of theft. Unable to find the idols, which Rachel conceals beneath her saddle, claiming menstrual impurity prevents her standing during the search. Laban and Jacob establish a non-aggression pact marked by a stone pillar at Mizpah. As Jacob approaches Canaan, he prepares to encounter Esau, sending messengers and gifts ahead to appease his potentially hostile brother. The night before their meeting, Jacob wrestles until daybreak with a mysterious figure, described variously as a man, angel, or God himself. Though injured in his hip socket, Jacob refuses to release his opponent without receiving a blessing. He receives a new name, Israel, meaning he struggles with God, signifying his perseverance in divine and human conflicts. The brothers' reunion proves surprisingly warm, with Esau refusing Jacob's gifts until Jacob insists. They part on peaceful terms, with Jacob settling near Shechem. A terrible famine strikes Canaan, forcing Jacob and his family to seek relief in Egypt, where Joseph has risen to prominence after being sold into slavery by his jealous brothers. Joseph, now reconciled with his brothers, welcomes the entire clan, 70 persons in all, to settle in the fertile region of Goshen. Pharaoh grants them land and employment, managing royal livestock. Here the family expands dramatically over several generations. A new pharaoh rises to power who did not know Joseph, and grows alarmed at the Hebrew population growth. Fearing potential alliance with Egypt's enemies, he institutes increasingly oppressive measures, forced labor on massive construction projects, then infanticide targeting Hebrew boys. Despite this persecution, the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied. During this dark period, a Levite couple gives birth to a son. After hiding him for 3 months, the mother places him in a waterproofed basket among the reeds of the Nile. Pharaoh's daughter discovers the child while bathing and adopts him, naming him Moses, meaning drawn out of the water. Through the clever intervention of the baby's sister, Miriam, the boy's biological mother becomes his nurse, allowing him to absorb Hebrew identity alongside his Egyptian education and privilege. As an adult, Moses witnesses an Egyptian beating a Hebrew slave. Looking around to ensure no witnesses, he kills the Egyptian and hides the body. The next day, discovering his deed is known among the Hebrews, Moses flees to Midian to escape Pharaoh's punishment. There he defends 7 sisters from harassment at a well, earning the gratitude of their father Jethro, a Midianite priest. Moses marries Jethro's daughter Zipporah and settles into pastoral life, fathering a son named Gershom. After many years, the Egyptian king dies, but Hebrew suffering continues. Their cries reach God, who remembers the covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. While tending sheep near Mount Horeb, Moses notices a bush burning without being consumed. Approaching this marvel, he hears God call his name. Commanded to remove his sandals on holy ground, Moses hides his face in fear. God announces plans to deliver the Hebrews from Egyptian oppression and settle them in Canaan, declaring Moses the chosen liberator. Moses protests his inadequacy. "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh?" God promises divine presence and offers a sign: successful return to worship at this mountain. When Moses asks what name to invoke when the Hebrews question him, God reveals the sacred name, "I am who I am," instructing Moses to tell them, "I am has sent me to you." God outlines the liberation plan. Moses will approach elders of Israel, then confront Pharaoh, whose initial refusal will trigger divine wonders, forcing Egypt to release the Hebrews with material compensation. Still reluctant, Moses questions whether the Hebrews will believe his commission. God empowers him with 3 signs. His staff transforms into a snake and back again. His hand becomes leprous and is restored, and water from the Nile will turn to blood when poured on land. Moses offers a final objection: his lack of eloquence. Despite divine assurance, Moses pleads, "Please send someone else." God angrily compromises, appointing Moses' brother Aaron as spokesman, while Moses remains the authorized representative who will be as God to Aaron. Moses returns to Egypt with his family, though an enigmatic night encounter with God nearly costs his life until Zipporah performs a circumcision rite on their son. Aaron joins Moses, and together they present the divine demand to Pharaoh: "Let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness." Pharaoh rejects their request and intensifies Hebrew labor, requiring them to gather their own straw while maintaining brick production quotas. The people blame Moses for worsening their situation. Moses complains to God, who reaffirms the covenant promises and announces imminent action. Though Moses insists his poor speaking skills will make Pharaoh dismissive, God declares Moses will be as God to Pharaoh, with Aaron as his prophet. God will harden Pharaoh's heart, allowing demonstration of divine power and dramatic liberation. A series of escalating plagues follows, each highlighting God's supremacy over Egyptian deities and natural forces. In the first plague, the Nile turns to blood, killing fish and making water undrinkable. Pharaoh's magicians replicate the wonder on a smaller scale, hardening his resolve. 7 days later, the second plague brings frogs everywhere, in homes, bedrooms, food storage, and ovens. The magicians duplicate this feat, but Pharaoh begs Moses to remove the frogs, promising release. When relief comes, Pharaoh reneges. The third plague infests Egypt with gnats or lice. The magicians fail to replicate this plague, acknowledging, "This is the finger of God." But Pharaoh remains obstinate. The fourth plague brings swarms of flies, explicitly sparing the Hebrew region of Goshen, a division highlighting divine control and preference. Pharaoh offers compromise. The Hebrews may sacrifice, but within Egypt. Moses rejects this, noting Egyptian abhorrence of Hebrew sacrificial practices. Pharaoh agrees to brief wilderness worship, but breaks his word once the flies depart. The fifth plague strikes Egyptian livestock with deadly disease, again sparing Hebrew animals. Pharaoh remains unmoved. The sixth plague afflicts Egyptians with painful boils, disabling even the magicians. In the seventh plague, unprecedented hail mixed with fire destroys crops and people caught outdoors. Pharaoh admits his sin and agrees to release the Hebrews, but recants when the storm ceases. For the eighth plague, Moses warns that locusts will devour remaining vegetation. Pharaoh's officials urge concession. Do you not yet realize that Egypt is ruined? Pharaoh offers to let Hebrew men go while keeping women and children hostage. Moses refuses, and locusts consume everything the hail left. Pharaoh briefly repents, but hardens again after the locusts depart. The ninth plague brings 3 days of oppressive darkness throughout Egypt, except in Hebrew dwellings. Pharaoh offers final compromise. All people may go, but livestock must remain. Moses rejects this, precipitating Pharaoh's threat. Leave my presence. Make sure you do not appear before me again. For the day you see my face, you will die. Moses agrees it will be their final encounter. God announces the 10th and most severe plague, death of all Egyptian firstborn, from Pharaoh's heir to servants' children to livestock. The Hebrews receive instructions for protection. Each household must sacrifice a flawless yearling lamb or goat, apply its blood to doorposts and lintels, and eat the roasted meat with bitter herbs and unleavened bread, dressed for immediate journey. This Passover ritual, commemorating divine passing over Hebrew homes while striking Egyptians, will become an annual observance. That night, wailing erupts throughout Egypt as firstborns die. Pharaoh summons Moses and Aaron, commanding immediate departure. Egyptians urge the Hebrews to leave quickly, giving them gold, silver, and clothing. 600,000 men, plus women, children, and a mixed multitude of non-Hebrews depart after 430 years in Egypt. God leads them not by the direct coastal route to Canaan, which would encounter Philistine resistance, but southward toward the Red Sea, with a pillar of cloud by day and fire by night marking the divine presence. Moses carries Joseph's bones, fulfilling the Patriarchs' request for eventual burial in Canaan. They camp at Pi-hahiroth near the sea. Pharaoh regrets releasing his workforce and pursues with chariots. Seeing the Egyptian army approaching, the Hebrews panic, accusing Moses of bringing them to die in the wilderness. Moses assures divine deliverance. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. God commands Moses to stretch his staff over the sea. A strong east wind blows all night, dividing the waters and drying the seabed. The Hebrews cross between water walls, while the pillar of cloud and fire separates them from Egyptian pursuers, giving darkness to Egyptians and light to Hebrews. At dawn, the Egyptians follow onto the seabed, but their chariot wheels stick in softening ground. Moses stretches his hand over the sea, and waters return, drowning the entire Egyptian force. Witnessing this deliverance, the people feared the Lord and believed in him and in Moses, his servant. Miriam leads women in celebratory dance with tambourines, singing, "Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. Horse and rider he has thrown into the sea." The journey continues into the desert of Shur. After 3 waterless days, they find bitter water at Marah. The people complain, and Moses cries out to God, who shows him a piece of wood that sweetens the water when thrown into it. God declares, "If you listen carefully to the Lord your God, I will not bring on you any of the diseases I brought on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you." At Elim, they enjoy 12 springs and 70 palm trees before moving to the desert of Sin. Their hunger prompts universal grumbling. If only we had died by the Lord's hand in Egypt, where we sat around pots of meat and ate all the food we wanted. God promises meat in the evening and bread in the morning. That night, quail cover the camp. At dawn, fine flakes like frost appear on the desert floor. Moses explains this is manna, the promised bread, and gives instructions for gathering. An omer per person daily, with double collection before Sabbath when no manna will appear. Some disobey, hoarding manna that breeds worms and stinks, or seeking it on Sabbath and finding none. The manna continues throughout their 40 desert years. At Rephidim, water scarcity triggers another crisis. Moses strikes a rock at Horeb with his staff as God commands, and water flows out. He names the place Massa and Meribah, meaning testing and quarreling, memorializing the people's challenge. Is the Lord among us or not? The Amalekites attack Israel at Rephidim. Joshua leads the military response while Moses, Aaron, and Hur ascend a hill overlooking the battlefield. When Moses raises his hands, Israel prevails. When he lowers them from fatigue, Amalek gains advantage. Aaron and Hur provide a stone seat and support Moses' arms until sunset, securing victory. God instructs Moses to record this conflict and pronounces perpetual enmity with Amalek. Jethro visits Moses, bringing Zipporah and their 2 sons. Observing Moses judging the people's disputes from morning to evening, Jethro advises delegation. Appoint trustworthy men as officials over thousands, hundreds, 50s, and 10s to handle routine matters, reserving only difficult cases for Moses. Moses implements this judicial reform. 3 months after leaving Egypt, the Hebrews reach Mount Sinai. Moses ascends to God, who proposes a covenant. If Israel obeys fully and keeps the covenant, they will be God's treasured possession, a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. The people unanimously accept. We will do everything the Lord has said. After 3 days of consecration, the mountain trembles with smoke, fire, and trumpet blast as God descends. The people stand at the mountain's base while Moses ascends to receive divine instruction. God delivers the 10 commandments, establishing fundamental principles: exclusive worship of the one God, prohibition of idolatry, reverence for God's name, Sabbath observance, honoring parents, and prohibitions against murder, adultery, theft, false testimony, and covetousness. Terrified by thunder, lightning, smoke, and trumpet sound, the people beg Moses to mediate. Speak to us yourself, and we will listen. But do not have God speak to us, or we will die. Moses receives detailed regulations covering altars, slavery, restitution, social justice, Sabbath and festivals, agricultural practices, and judicial procedures, a comprehensive legal framework for the new nation. After Moses relays these laws, the people affirm, "Everything the Lord has said we will do." Moses builds an altar with 12 pillars representing Israel's tribes. Young men offer sacrifices, and Moses sprinkles blood on both the altar and the people, saying, "This is the blood of the covenant." Moses, Aaron, Aaron's sons Nadab and Abihu, and 70 elders ascend partway up Sinai, where they see God and eat a covenant meal. Moses and Joshua climb higher, leaving Aaron and Hur in charge. A cloud covers the mountain for 6 days. On the 7th, Moses enters the cloud and remains on the mountain 40 days and nights. God provides detailed instructions for a portable sanctuary or tabernacle, where divine presence will dwell among the people. Specifications cover materials, dimensions, furnishings, priestly garments, and consecration rituals. At conversation's end, God gives Moses 2 stone tablets inscribed by the finger of God. Meanwhile, the people grow impatient with Moses' prolonged absence. They demand Aaron make gods who shall go before us. Aaron fashions a golden calf from donated jewelry. The people declare, "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." Aaron builds an altar and announces a festival. God informs Moses of this apostasy and threatens to destroy Israel and start fresh with Moses. Moses intercedes, appealing to divine reputation among the nations and covenant promises to the patriarchs. God relents from the threatened destruction. Moses descends with the tablets, accompanied by Joshua. Hearing festival noise, Joshua suggests battle sounds, but Moses distinguishes between victory and defeat cries, stating, "It is the sound of singing I hear." Seeing the calf and dancing, Moses' anger burns. He throws down and breaks the tablets, burns and grinds the calf to powder, mixes it with water, and makes the Israelites drink it. He confronts Aaron, who blames the people and implausibly claims the calf formed itself when he threw gold into the fire. Moses calls for loyalists to rally to him. The Levites respond and, at Moses' command, kill about 3,000 people. The next day, Moses tells the people their sin is great, but he will intercede with God. He asks either for forgiveness or his own removal from God's book. God responds that only the guilty will be blotted out and sends a plague on the people. God commands departure toward Canaan, but withdraws personal presence from the stiff-necked people, lest divine anger consume them en route. The people mourn, removing ornaments. Moses sets up a tent of meeting outside the camp, where he speaks with God face to face as one speaks to a friend. He pleads for divine presence to continue, arguing Israel's distinctiveness depends on God's accompanying presence. God agrees, promising, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." Moses requests to see God's glory. God agrees to proclaim the divine name and allow Moses to see his back, but not his face. "For no one may see me and live." Moses cuts new stone tablets and returns to Sinai. God passes before him, proclaiming, the Lord, the compassionate and gracious God, slow to anger, abounding in love and faithfulness, maintaining love to thousands and forgiving wickedness, rebellion, and sin. Yet he does not leave the guilty unpunished. Moses bows and requests God's continued presence despite Israel's stubbornness, asking that God claim them as inheritance. God re-establishes the covenant, warning against assimilation with Canaan's inhabitants and their religious practices. After 40 days without food or water, Moses returns with the tablets. Unaware his face radiates from divine encounter, he covers his face with a veil except when speaking God's words to the people or returning to the tent of meeting. The people generously donate materials for the tabernacle, so much that Moses restricts further giving. Skilled artisans construct the tabernacle, its furnishings, and priestly garments according to divine specifications. Moses inspects and approves their work, then erects the tabernacle and consecrates Aaron and his sons as priests. When completed, the cloud of divine presence fills the tabernacle, preventing even Moses from entering. Thereafter, the cloud's movement signals when to travel and when to remain encamped. God delivers additional regulations through Moses concerning sacrifices, ritual purity, holy days, moral conduct, and priestly service. When Aaron's sons Nadab and Abihu offer unauthorized fire, divine fire consumes them, emphasizing the danger of irreverent worship. The people complain again about their diet. Moses, overwhelmed by leadership, cries out, "I cannot carry all these people by myself. The burden is too heavy for me." God instructs him to gather 70 elders to share the burden and promises meat until it becomes loathsome. The spirit that rests on Moses extends to the elders who prophesy. When 2 men not present at the gathering also prophesy in the camp, Joshua urges Moses to stop them. Moses responds, "Would that all the Lord's people were prophets, that the Lord would put his spirit on them." Quail arrive in abundance, but while the meat is between their teeth, a severe plague strikes those who had craved it. From Paran, Moses sends 12 spies to explore Canaan. After 40 days, they return with samples of the land's produce and conflicting reports. All agree on the land's abundance, but disagree about conquest prospects. 10 spies emphasize fortified cities and intimidating inhabitants, including giants who make the spies feel like grasshoppers. Only Joshua and Caleb advocate immediate possession. "The Lord is with us. Do not fear them." The people wail, wishing they had died in Egypt or the wilderness. They propose selecting a new leader and returning to Egypt. Joshua and Caleb tear their clothes in distress and reiterate the land's excellence and divine support. The assembly threatens to stone them. God intervenes, threatening to disinherit Israel and start anew with Moses, who again intercedes. God pardons according to Moses' plea but pronounces judgment. The current adult generation, except Joshua and Caleb, will die in the wilderness. For 40 years, 1 year for each day of exploration, they will wander until the last complainer dies. Their children, whom they claimed would become victims, will inherit the land. The 10 pessimistic spies die by plague. When Moses announces the judgment, some Israelites attempt conquest without divine approval and suffer defeat. During the wilderness years, various incidents reveal continuing struggles with divine authority. When Korah, Dathan, and Abiram challenge Moses and Aaron's leadership, claiming all Israelites are equally holy, the earth swallows the rebels and fire consumes their 250 followers. The next day, the community accuses Moses and Aaron of killing the Lord's people. A plague begins, stopped only when Aaron runs among the people with incense, making atonement for them. To confirm Aaron's unique priestly authority, God commands 12 staffs, 1 from each tribe, be placed in the tabernacle. Aaron's staff miraculously produces buds, blossoms, and almonds overnight. In the 40th year, the community again confronts water shortage at Kadesh. God instructs Moses to speak to a rock to produce water. Instead, Moses strikes the rock twice with his staff, exclaiming, "Listen, you rebels. Must we bring you water out of this rock?" Water flows, but God condemns Moses and Aaron's failure to uphold divine holiness, barring them from the promised land. When the king of Edom refuses passage through his territory, Israel detours around. Aaron dies at Mount Hor, with his son Eleazar succeeding him as high priest. Journey hardships prompt renewed complaints. God sends venomous snakes that kill many Israelites. When the people confess their sin, God instructs Moses to make a bronze snake and mount it on a pole. Those bitten who look at it recover. The Israelites defeat Sihon and Og, Amorite kings east of the Jordan, claiming their territories. Balak, king of Moab, hires the prophet Balaam to curse Israel. Despite divine warning, Balaam journeys to Balak. En route, his donkey sees an angel with drawn sword and refuses to proceed. When Balaam beats the donkey, God enables it to speak, protesting the treatment. The angel becomes visible to Balaam, who acknowledges his error, but continues with divine permission, restricted to speaking only God's words. 4 times Balaam attempts to curse Israel. 4 times blessings emerge instead. Balak dismisses Balaam in disgust. At Peor, Israelite men engage in sexual immorality with Moabite women and worship their god Baal. Divine anger sends a plague killing 24,000 until Phinehas, Aaron's grandson, impales an Israelite man and Midianite woman with a spear, ending the plague and earning perpetual priesthood for his lineage. A new census prepares for Canaan's conquest. Moses appoints Joshua as his successor. After defeating the Midianites, tribes of Reuben, Gad, and half of Manasseh request settlement in the conquered Transjordan territories, promising to help secure the main portion of Canaan before returning to their families. Moses warns against repeating the earlier rebellion, but agrees to their proposal if they fulfill these military obligations. On the plains of Moab, Moses delivers farewell addresses, recapitulating Israel's experiences, reviewing the law and emphasizing covenant faithfulness as the key to blessing in the land. The people renew the covenant with blessings promised for obedience and curses for disobedience. Moses prophesies eventual exile for unfaithfulness, followed by restoration when the people return to God. He commissions Joshua, writes down the law, and composes a song as witness against future generations. From Mount Nebo, God shows Moses the promised land, but reaffirms he cannot enter it. Moses dies there at 120, buried by God in an unknown location. No prophet has risen in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Joshua assumes leadership with divine reassurance. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will never leave you nor forsake you. God promises victory over all opponents, provided Joshua remains strong, courageous, and meticulously obedient to the law. He must meditate on it day and night, turning neither right nor left from its commands. Joshua immediately prepares the people for crossing the Jordan within 3 days. He dispatches 2 spies to Jericho, a fortified city just west of the Jordan. They lodge with Rahab, a prostitute whose house is built into the city wall. When the king of Jericho learns of their presence, Rahab hides them on her roof under stalks of flax and misdirects the search party. She explains to the spies that news of Israelite victories and the Red Sea crossing has terrified Jericho's inhabitants. Our hearts melted, and everyone's courage failed because of you. For the Lord your God is God in heaven above and on the earth below. She requests protection for her family when Israel takes the city. The spies agree, instructing her to gather her family in her house and hang a scarlet cord from her window as identification. After 3 days hiding in nearby hills, they return to Joshua with encouraging news. The Lord has surely given the whole land into our hands. All the people are melting in fear because of us. Israel approaches the Jordan at flood stage. Joshua instructs the priests carrying the Ark of the Covenant to proceed to the riverbank. When their feet touch the water, the flow ceases, piling up far upstream at Adam, while the riverbed below dries up. The priests stand in the middle of the dry riverbed as the entire nation crosses over. Joshua selects 12 men, 1 from each tribe, to take stones from the river and erect a memorial at Gilgal, their first campsite in Canaan, so future generations will remember this miracle. Joshua also sets up 12 stones in the riverbed where the priests stood. Once everyone crosses, including the Transjordan tribes who honored their commitment to aid the conquest, the priests carrying the ark follow. As soon as they reach dry land, the waters return to their normal flow. This crossing occurs on the 10th day of the first month, just before Passover. With no crops yet harvested in Canaan, they celebrate with stored grain. The day after Passover, they eat produce from the land, and the manna that sustained them for 40 years ceases. Near Jericho, Joshua encounters a man with drawn sword who identifies himself as commander of the army of the Lord. Joshua falls in reverence, removes his sandals on holy ground, and receives divine battle strategy for Jericho. For 6 days, armed men march around Jericho once daily, followed by 7 priests with ram's horn trumpets preceding the ark, all in silence. On the 7th day, they circle the city 7 times. On the final circuit, the priests blow trumpets, the people shout, and Jericho's walls collapse. Following divine instruction, the Israelites destroy everything except Rahab and her family. They burn the city, but preserve its gold, silver, bronze, and iron for the Lord's treasury. Joshua pronounces a curse on anyone who rebuilds Jericho. The Israelites next target Ai, a smaller city. Based on spies' assessment, Joshua sends only 3,000 men, who suffer defeat with 36 casualties. This unexpected reversal demoralizes Joshua and the elders, who fall before the ark until evening. God reveals the cause. Someone has taken forbidden items from Jericho, violating the command to destroy everything except designated metals. Through a tribal by tribal, clan by clan, family by family process, Ashan of Judah's tribe is identified. He confesses taking a Babylonian robe, silver, and gold. These items are found in his tent, and Achan, with his children, livestock, and possessions, is stoned and burned in the valley of Achor, meaning trouble. With the sacrilege addressed, God assures Joshua of victory over Ai and permits keeping plunder this time. Joshua devises a strategy using 30,000 fighters with an ambush behind the city, while the main force feigns retreat as before. When Ai's defenders pursue them, the ambush enters the undefended city and sets it ablaze. Caught between Israelite forces, Ai's army is completely destroyed. Its king is hanged on a tree until evening, then buried under a stone heap. Joshua leads the people to Mounts Gerizim and Ebal, near Shechem, fulfilling Moses' instruction to renew the covenant in Canaan. He builds an altar on Mount Ebal, offers sacrifices, and writes the law on stones. With the ark between the mountains, half the people stand before Gerizim and half before Ebal, as Joshua reads all the law's blessings and curses. Hearing of Israel's victories, the Hivites from Gibeon employ deception. Their delegation approaches Joshua with worn-out clothes, cracked wineskins, and moldy bread, claiming to come from a distant land, impressed by reports of God's deeds in Egypt and victories over the Amorite kings. Without consulting God, Joshua makes a peace treaty with them. 3 days later, the Israelites discover the Gibeonites are actually neighbors. Though the people grumble against their leaders, Joshua honors the treaty, but reduces the Gibeonites to permanent water carriers and woodcutters for the Israelite community. Alarmed by Gibeon's alliance with Israel, 5 Amorite kings unite against Gibeon. The Gibeonites appeal to Joshua for help based on their treaty. Joshua marches all night from Gilgal and launches a surprise attack. As the Amorites flee, God sends large hailstones that kill more enemies than Israelite swords. Joshua asks for the day to be extended to complete the victory. Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and you, moon, over the valley of Aijalon. The sun delays its setting for nearly a full day. The 5 kings hide in a cave at Makkedah. Joshua orders the cave sealed while the pursuit continues, then returns to execute the kings, hanging their bodies until sunset, before throwing them back into the cave sealed with large stones. Joshua continues the southern campaign, conquering Makkedah, Libnah, Lachish, Gazer, Eglon, Hebron, and Debir, leaving no survivors and destroying all that breathed, as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded. He subdues the entire region from Kadesh Barnea to Gaza and from Goshen to Gibeon. In the north, King Jabin of Hazor organizes a coalition with numerous kings, gathering a massive force with many horses and chariots at the waters of Merom. God assures Joshua of victory, instructing him to hamstring the horses and burn the chariots. The Israelites achieve complete victory, killing all inhabitants of these cities except Gibeon, burning only Hazor among the captured cities. They take the livestock and plunder, but execute all human inhabitants. So Joshua took the entire land, just as the Lord had directed Moses. After defeating 31 kings west of the Jordan, Joshua distributes the conquered territories and Transjordan regions according to tribal allotments. Judah receives the first and largest portion in the south. Within this allocation, Caleb, now 85, requests and receives Hebron, displaying continued vigor by driving out the Anakites, whose imposing stature had terrified the spies 40 years earlier. Othniel, Caleb's nephew, captures Debir and receives Caleb's daughter, Aksah, in marriage. She secures additional land with springs from her father. The tribes of Ephraim and half of Manasseh receive central territories. The remaining tribes receive their portions after the tabernacle is established at Shiloh. Benjamin's land lies between Judah and Ephraim. Simeon receives cities within Judah's territory. Zebulun, Issachar, Asher, and Naphtali settle in the north. Dan initially receives land near the Mediterranean, but later conquers Leshem in the far north when Philistine pressure proves too great. Joshua receives the city of Timnath-Serah in Ephraim's hill country. The Levites receive no territorial inheritance, but are granted 48 cities scattered throughout the tribes, including 6 cities of refuge where those who accidentally kill someone can find protection from blood vengeance pending trial. The Transjordan tribes of Reuben, Gad, and half of Manasseh, having fulfilled their military obligation, return to their families with Joshua's blessing. At the Jordan, they build a large altar. Misinterpreting this as rebellious rival worship, the Western tribes prepare for war. They send a delegation, including Phinehas, and 10 tribal leaders to confront the Transjordan tribes, who explain the altar is not for sacrifice, but a witness to their legitimate membership in Israel despite the river boundary. This explanation satisfies the Western tribes, and civil war is averted. As Joshua approaches death, he gathers Israel's leaders and reviews God's faithfulness. He warns against assimilation with remaining Canaanites, urging exclusive loyalty to God, whose promises have all been fulfilled. Later, he assembles all tribes at Shechem for covenant renewal at this historically significant site, where Abraham built his first altar in Canaan, and Jacob buried foreign gods under an oak tree. Joshua recounts Israel's history from Abraham to the present, challenging the people, "Choose this day whom you will serve." When they pledge to serve God alone, Joshua warns of the difficulty. You are not able to serve the Lord. He is a holy God. He is a jealous God. They reaffirm their commitment, and Joshua records their words in the book of the law, setting up a stone as witness. He dies at 110 and is buried in his inheritance at Timnath-Serah. Israel also buries Joseph's bones, brought from Egypt, at Shechem, on land Jacob had purchased. Eleazar, Aaron's son and high priest, dies and is buried in the hill country of Ephraim. The book of Joshua concludes on an optimistic note. Israel served the Lord throughout the lifetime of Joshua and of the elders who outlived him and who had experienced everything the Lord had done for Israel. This faithful generation stands in stark contrast to the turbulent period that follows. After Joshua's death, Israel enters a chaotic period spanning approximately 300 years. Without central leadership, tribal federalism prevails, with judges emerging as regional deliverers during crises. The Book of Judges portrays this era as a downward spiral characterized by a recurring cycle. Israel abandons God for Canaanite deities, suffers oppression from surrounding nations, cries out in distress, receives divine deliverance through a judge, experiences peace during that judge's lifetime, then repeats the cycle with increasing moral deterioration. Initially, the tribes continue military campaigns against remaining Canaanites. Judah, with Simeon's assistance, defeats Adoni-Bezek, capturing and mutilating him by cutting off his thumbs and big toes, treatment he admits inflicting on 70 kings before him. They burn Jerusalem, but fail to dislodge the Jebusites from its fortress. Caleb's family conquers Debir. Various tribal successes and failures follow, with notable inability to drive out inhabitants of the plains who possess iron chariots. An angel appears at Bochim, rebuking Israel for making covenants with Canaanites and failing to tear down their altars. The people weep but continue accommodating pagan worship. The next generation, who neither experienced the Exodus nor witnessed Joshua's victories, abandons God for Baal and Ashtoreth. Lacking first-hand knowledge of divine deliverance, they easily adopt the fertility religion of their agricultural neighbors. Foreign oppression begins with Mesopotamian king Cushan-Rishathaim, who subjugates Israel for 8 years. When they cry out, God raises Othniel, Caleb's nephew, who defeats the oppressor and establishes 40 years of peace. After Othniel's death, the cycle repeats with Moabite king Eglon, who controls Israel for 18 years. Left-handed Ehud brings tribute to Eglon, gains private audience by claiming a secret message, then stabs the obese king with a double-edged sword hidden on his right thigh, where the right-handed guards don't check. Ehud escapes, rallies Israelite forces, secures the Jordan fords, and kills 10,000 Moabites, initiating 80 years of peace. After him, Shamgar kills 600 Philistines with an ox goad. Northern Israelites face oppression from Jabin, king of Hazor, whose military commander Sisera possesses 900 iron chariots. Deborah, a prophetess who judges Israel from her palm tree between Ramah and Bethel, summons Barak to lead 10,000 men from Naphtali and Zebulun against Sisera. Barak agrees only if Deborah accompanies him. She consents, but prophesies the glory of victory will go to a woman. At Mount Tabor, divine intervention sends a storm that mires Sisera's chariots in the suddenly muddy Kishon Valley. As his army falls by the sword, Sisera flees on foot to the tent of Jael, wife of Heber the Kenite, who maintains neutrality between Israel and Hazor. Jael offers Sisera hospitality, covers him with a blanket, provides milk when he requests water, then drives a tent peg through his temple while he sleeps exhausted. When Barak arrives in pursuit, Jael shows him his enemy, already dead. Deborah and Barak commemorate the victory in a song celebrating tribal participants, cursing non-participants like Meroz, and graphically imagining Sisera's mother waiting in vain for her son's return. The land experiences 40 years of peace. Israel next suffers 7 years of raids from Midianites, Amalekites, and eastern peoples who destroy crops and livestock like swarming locusts. Gideon, threshing wheat in a winepress to hide from raiders, receives a divine commissioning through an angel. Despite considering his clan the weakest in Manasseh and himself the least in his family, he accepts the call after receiving confirmation through a miraculous fire consumption of his offering. That night, God instructs him to tear down his father's Baal altar and Asherah pole, replacing them with an altar to God, and to sacrifice his father's second bull on it. Gideon obeys under cover of darkness. When townspeople discover the destruction and demand Gideon's execution, his father Joash defends him with unexpected logic. If Baal is a god, let him contend for himself. As Midianites and allies gather in the Jezreel Valley, God's Spirit comes upon Gideon, who summons troops from several tribes. Still uncertain, he seeks confirmation through a fleece, first asking it be wet with dew while the ground remains dry, then reversing the request the following night. God then addresses a different concern, telling Gideon his 32,000 troops are too many for divine glory to be evident in victory. Through two reduction processes, first allowing fearful men to depart, then selecting only those who lap water from their hands rather than kneeling to drink, the force diminishes to 300 men. That night, Gideon and his servants sneak into the enemy camp and overhear a Midianite describing a dream about a barley loaf tumbling into camp and overturning a tent. His companion interprets this as divine delivery of the Midianites to Gideon. Reassured, Gideon divides his men into 3 companies, equipping each man with a trumpet, an empty jar, and a torch inside the jar. They surround the camp at night. On Gideon's signal, they blow trumpets, smash jars, hold torches, and shout, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The startled Midianites flee in confusion, turning against each other before attempting escape. Gideon summons Naphtalites, Asherites, and Manassites to pursue them. He requests Ephraimites to control the Jordan fords, where they capture and execute 2 Midianite princes, Oreb and Zeb. When Ephraimites complain about late inclusion in the campaign, Gideon diplomatically diffuses tension by praising their capture of the princes as greater than his own achievements. Pursuing 2 Midianite kings, Zebah and Zalmunna, Gideon requests provisions for his exhausted men from Succoth and Penuel. Both cities refuse, fearing Midianite retaliation. Gideon vows punishment after his victory. He ultimately captures the kings, who admit killing his brothers at Tabor. Gideon has his eldest son execute them, but the youth hesitates, so Gideon does it himself. He then fulfills his promise, thrashing Succoth's leaders with desert thorns and destroying Penuel's tower. Israel offers Gideon dynastic rule, which he refuses. The Lord will rule over you. However, he requests gold from the plunder, creating an ephod that became a snare to Gideon and his family as Israel worships it. The land enjoys 40 years of peace. Gideon fathers 70 sons through many wives, plus Abimelech through a Shechemite concubine. After his death, Israel again turns to Baals, forgetting both God and Gideon's family. Abimelech approaches his maternal relatives in Shechem, arguing that having 1 ruler is better than 70. With silver from Shechem's Baal-Berith temple, he hires thugs who help him execute 69 of his 70 half-brothers on a single stone. Only Jotham, the youngest, escapes. From Mount Gerizim, Jotham delivers a fable about trees seeking a king. The olive, fig, and vine decline, citing their productive contributions, but the worthless thorn bush accepts, threatening fire that will consume even Lebanon's cedars. Jotham interprets this as condemnation of Shechem's treachery against Gideon's family and Abimelech's fratricide, then flees. After 3 years, God sends an evil spirit between Abimelech and Shechem. Under Gaal's leadership, Shechemites rebel during vintage celebration. Zebul, the city's governor and Abimelech's supporter, secretly warns Abimelech, who launches a surprise attack. Gaal is expelled, and Abimelech destroys Shechem, killing its inhabitants and sowing the site with salt. Some citizens take refuge in the tower of Shechem's temple. Abimelech burns it, killing about 1,000 people. At Thebez, while attacking another tower, a woman drops a millstone on Abimelech's head, crushing his skull. To avoid history, recording his death by a woman's hand, he commands his armor-bearer to kill him. Jotham's curse thus finds fulfillment as both Abimelech and Shechem experience divine retribution. Tola of Issachar next leads Israel for 23 years, followed by Jair the Gileadite for 22 years. Israel then returns to extensive idolatry, worshipping deities of surrounding nations. God delivers them into Philistine and Ammonite hands for 18 years. When they cry out, God reminds them of previous deliverances despite repeated apostasy, refusing further help. Go and cry out to the gods you have chosen. Their genuine repentance, removing foreign gods and serving the Lord, moves divine compassion. As Ammonites threaten Gilead, the people seek a leader. They turn to Jephthah, a mighty warrior previously expelled because of his mother's status as a prostitute. They offer him leadership if he will fight Ammonites. Jephthah first attempts diplomacy, contesting Ammonite territorial claims with detailed historical arguments about Israel's conquest. When negotiation fails, the Spirit of the Lord came on Jephthah. Before battle, he vows to sacrifice whatever first emerges from his house upon victorious return. He thoroughly defeats the Ammonites, but his celebration turns to anguish when his only child, a daughter, greets him with timbrels and dancing. Though devastated, he fulfills his vow after allowing her 2 months to roam the hills and weep with her friends over her virginity, never to know marriage and children. Whether he actually sacrifices her life or merely consecrates her to perpetual tabernacle service remains debated. Ephraimites again complain about exclusion from battle. Unlike Gideon's diplomacy, Jephthah responds with force. When fleeing Ephraimites try crossing the Jordan, Gileadites identify them through their pronunciation of Shibboleth as Sibboleth, then execute them. This tribal civil war costs 42,000 Ephraimite lives. Jephthah judges Israel 6 years before his death. 3 minor judges follow: Ibzan of Bethlehem for 7 years, Elon the Zebulunite for 10 years, and Abdon the Pirathonite for 8 years. The cycle continues as Israel again abandons God and suffers 40 years of Philistine oppression. An angel announces to Manoah's barren wife that she will bear a son who must observe Nazirite restrictions from birth. No wine or fermented drink, no unclean food, no haircuts. This child will begin the deliverance of Israel from the Philistines. When she tells Manoah, he prays for the messenger's return to provide child-rearing instructions. The angel reappears, reiterates the restrictions, and ascends in the flame of Manoah's sacrifice. They name their son Samson, and the Lord blessed him, and the Spirit of the Lord began to stir him. As a young man, Samson desires a Philistine woman from Timnah as his wife, despite parental objections. En route to Timnah, a lion attacks him, and the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon him, enabling its bare-handed defeat. Later, finding honey in the lion's carcass, he creates a riddle for his wedding feast. Out of the eater, something to eat. Out of the strong, something sweet. When the Philistines cannot solve it, they pressure his wife, who tearfully extracts the answer and reveals it. Samson pays the wager by killing 30 Philistines in Ashkelon for their garments, then leaves in anger. Later returning to claim his wife, Samson discovers her father has given her to the best man. Offered her younger sister instead, Samson refuses and captures 300 foxes, ties them in pairs with torches between their tails, and releases them in Philistine grain fields, destroying the harvest. The Philistines burn his wife and father-in-law in retaliation. Samson attacks them with a great slaughter, then retreats to a cave in the rock of Etam. When Philistines invade Judah seeking Samson, 3,000 Judahites approach his cave, complaining he has provoked their overlords. They bind him with new ropes and deliver him to the Philistines. As his enemies approach shouting, The Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon him, snapping his bonds. Finding a fresh donkey jawbone, he kills 1,000 men, afterward nearly dying of thirst until God provides water from a hollow place. After judging Israel 20 years, Samson visits a prostitute in Gaza. When Philistines plan to kill him at dawn, he rises at midnight, tears out the city gates with their posts and bar, and carries them to a hill facing Hebron. He later falls in love with Delilah from the valley of Sorek. Philistine lords offer her a fortune to discover the secret of his strength. 3 times she asks. 3 times he provides false answers. Bind him with fresh bowstrings, new ropes, or weave his hair into a loom. And 3 times he breaks free when she tests each method during his sleep. Finally, worn down by her nagging, he reveals his Nazirite status. No razor has touched my head. If my head were shaved, my strength would leave me. While Samson sleeps on her lap, Delilah summons a man who shaves his 7 locks. His strength departs. The Philistines capture, blind, and imprison him, forcing him to grind grain. Gradually his hair regrows. During a temple celebration to Dagon for delivering Samson, the Philistines bring him out to entertain them. Positioned between the temple's central pillars, Samson prays for renewed strength for final vengeance. He pushes the pillars apart, collapsing the temple on the lords and 3,000 spectators, killing more in his death than during his life. His family retrieves his body for burial between Zorah and Eshtaol in the tomb of Manoah, his father. The Book of Judges concludes with 2 disturbing episodes illustrating moral disintegration. First, a Levite establishes private worship in Micah's home in Ephraim, complete with idols and ephod. Danites migrating northward steal these religious items, and the priest, establishing idolatrous worship at conquered Laish, renamed Dan, that continues until the day of the land's captivity. The second incident involves a Levite traveling with his concubine who had previously been unfaithful. Seeking lodging in Gibeah of Benjamin, they find hospitality with an elderly Ephraimite. Echoing Sodom's story, local men surround the house demanding the male guest for sexual violation. The host offers his virgin daughter and the Levite's concubine instead. The Levite forces his concubine outside, where she suffers abuse all night, collapsing at the doorway by morning. Finding her unresponsive, the Levite places her on his donkey, returns home, and cuts her body into 12 pieces, sending one to each Israelite tribe as evidence of the outrage. The tribes gather at Mizpah, where the Levite recounts a selectively edited version of events. United Israel demands Benjamin surrender the rapists for execution. When Benjamin refuses, civil war erupts. Despite numerical superiority, Israel suffers defeats in the first 2 battles, losing 40,000 men. After fasting, weeping, and offering sacrifices, they employ a stratagem similar to Joshua's at Ai. Feigning retreat, they draw Benjamites from Gibeah, then ambush the city while hidden troops attack from behind. Nearly the entire Benjamite tribe is annihilated, 25,100 warriors killed and their cities burned, with only 600 men surviving by fleeing to the rock of Rimmon. Israel has sworn not to give daughters in marriage to Benjamin, threatening tribal extinction. To provide wives without technically violating their oath, they attack Jabesh Gilead for non-participation in the war, killing everyone except 400 virgins given to the Benjamite survivors. For the remaining 200 men, they suggest kidnapping dancers during Shiloh's festival, promising to pacify any fathers or brothers who complain. These desperate measures preserve Benjamin's tribal existence. The book concludes with the refrain, "In those days, Israel had no king. Everyone did as they saw fit. This statement both explains the period's moral chaos and anticipates the monarchy as potential solution. Amidst this darkness comes the Book of Ruth, a narrative of faith and loyalty during the time of the judges. When famine strikes Bethlehem, Elimelech relocates his family to Moab. After his death, his sons marry Moabite women, Orpah and Ruth. But within 10 years, both sons die, leaving 3 widows. Hearing the famine in Judah has ended, Naomi decides to return home. She encourages her daughters-in-law to remain in Moab and remarry. Orpah reluctantly complies, but Ruth clings to Naomi with immortal words. "Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God, my God." They arrive in Bethlehem at barley harvest. To support them, Ruth gleans in fields belonging to Boaz, a wealthy relative of Elimelech. Noticing her, Boaz inquires about the young woman and learns of her devotion to Naomi. He instructs his workers to intentionally drop extra grain for her and ensures her protection. When Ruth asks why he shows such kindness to a foreigner, Boaz cites her loyalty to Naomi and blessing-worthy choice to seek refuge under the wings of Israel's God. Naomi recognizes Boaz as a potential guardian redeemer who could marry Ruth under Levirate law, providing security and preserving Elimelech's family line. Following Naomi's instructions, Ruth approaches Boaz at night on the threshing floor after his harvest celebration, uncovering his feet while he sleeps. When he awakes startled, she requests he spread the corner of your garment over me, a culturally understood marriage proposal. Boaz expresses willingness, but notes a closer relative has prior claim to this obligation. The next morning, Boaz meets this relative at the town gate where legal matters are settled. In elders' presence, he offers the man Elimelech's land, mentioning afterward the accompanying obligation to marry Ruth. The relative declines, transferring his redemption right to Boaz through the symbolic removal of his sandal. Boaz publicly declares his intent to acquire Elimelech's property and marry Ruth to maintain the dead man's name with his property. Their marriage produces a son named Obed, whom Naomi nurses as her own. The townswomen celebrate this child as Naomi's guardian redeemer, who will renew your life and sustain you in your old age, crediting Ruth as better to you than 7 sons. The book concludes by revealing Obed becomes grandfather to David, connecting this story of faithfulness during the Judges period with Israel's greatest king and ultimately the Messiah's lineage. The transition from tribal confederacy to centralized monarchy begins with Samuel, last of the judges and first in a new prophetic line. His birth follows divine intervention for his previously barren mother Hannah, who dedicates him to lifelong Nazirite service at the Shiloh sanctuary under high priest Eli. Meanwhile, Eli's sons Hophni and Phinehas corrupt the priesthood, stealing sacrificial meat and sexually exploiting women serving at the tabernacle entrance. An unnamed prophet pronounces judgment on Eli's household, while young Samuel receives his first prophetic message confirming this doom. The prophecy finds fulfillment when Israel battles the Philistines at Aphek. After initial defeat, the elders bring the Ark of the Covenant from Shiloh, hoping its presence will secure victory. Instead, Israel suffers worse defeat, 30,000 casualties, including Eli's sons. When news reaches 98-year-old Eli that the Ark is captured, he falls backward from his seat, breaks his neck, and dies. His daughter-in-law goes into labor, naming her son Ichabod before dying, saying, "The glory has departed from Israel, for the Ark of God has been captured." The triumphant Philistines place the Ark in Dagon's temple at Ashdod. The next morning, they find their idol fallen face down before the ark. They restore Dagon, but the following day find him fallen again, with head and hands broken off. God strikes Ashdod's inhabitants with tumors. As the Philistines move the ark between cities, each experiences similar afflictions. After 7 months, they return the ark on a new cart, with gold tumors and rats as guilt offerings. The cart, drawn by untrained milk cows separated from their calves, heads straight to Beth Shemesh in Israelite territory. When local inhabitants look inside the ark, 70 die, prompting them to forward it to Kiriath Jearim, where it remains 20 years in Abinadab's house under his son Eleazar's care. Samuel calls for national repentance. If you are returning to the Lord with all your heart, remove the foreign gods, and direct your heart to the Lord, and serve him only. At a Mizpah gathering, the Philistines attack, but divine intervention through thunder creates confusion, enabling Israelite victory. Samuel erects a commemorative stone called Ebenezer, meaning stone of help. During his judgeship, Israel recovers previously lost territory, and Samuel establishes a circuit court among several cities. In Samuel's old age, his sons Joel and Abijah judge in Beersheba but prove corrupt, taking bribes and perverting justice. The elders approach Samuel, citing these failings and surrounding nations' practices as justification for requesting a king. Though personally affronted, Samuel consults God, who reveals the request ultimately rejects divine kingship, but instructs Samuel to warn about monarchy's costs before granting their desire. Samuel details how kings will conscript sons for military service, daughters for domestic service, appropriate fields and vineyards, impose taxation, and ultimately make the people virtual slaves. Despite these warnings, the people insist on having a king, like all the nations, to lead them in battle. God tells Samuel to grant their request. Meanwhile, Saul, a tall, handsome Benjamite, searches for his father's lost donkeys. After an unsuccessful 3-day journey, his servant suggests consulting a man of God in a nearby town who might provide direction. This seer is Samuel, whom God had informed the previous day. Tomorrow I will send you a man from Benjamin, and you shall anoint him commander over my people. Meeting at the town gate, Samuel immediately identifies Saul, invites him to a sacrificial meal, where he receives the place of honor, and privately anoints him with oil the next morning, declaring him prince over the Lord's inheritance. To confirm this calling, Samuel predicts 3 signs Saul will encounter on his journey home: men reporting the donkeys found, others offering bread, and a prophetic band whose spirit will overcome Saul, transforming him. When all occurs as foretold, the proverb arises: is Saul also among the prophets? Samuel then publicly presents the monarchy concept at Mizpah. Through a lot-casting process, Saul is selected but found hiding among the baggage. Brought forward, he physically towers over the assembly. While most accept him with shouts of "Long live the king," some worthless men despise him. Saul returns to his farm in Gibeah, temporarily ignoring their contempt. Opportunity for leadership arises when Nahash the Ammonite besieges Jabesh Gilead, offering surrender terms, including right eye removal from all inhabitants. The city's elders request 7 days to seek help. When messengers reach Gibeah, the population weeps, but Saul, returning from the fields, is filled with divine spirit. He butchers a yoke of oxen, sends pieces throughout Israel, with the threat that anyone refusing to follow him and Samuel will have their oxen similarly treated. The resulting army of 330,000 thoroughly defeats the Ammonites. Supporters suggest executing those who initially rejected Saul, but he magnanimously refuses. Not a man shall be put to death this day, for today the Lord has worked salvation in Israel. At Gilgal, Samuel oversees Saul's coronation with sacrifices and celebration. He delivers a farewell address reviewing his own integrity, Israel's historical cycle of forgetting God and experiencing oppression, and the sinfulness of demanding a king. To underscore divine displeasure, he calls for thunder and rain during wheat harvest. The terrified people confess their sin, but receive reassurance. Do not be afraid, for the Lord will not forsake his people for his great name's sake. Samuel promises continued intercession and instruction for both king and people. Saul establishes a standing army of 3,000 men, with 1,000 under his son Jonathan's command. Jonathan attacks a Philistine outpost at Geba, prompting massive Philistine mobilization. Israelites hide in caves, thickets, rocks, tombs, and cisterns, or flee across the Jordan. Those remaining with Saul at Gilgal tremble with fear. Samuel had instructed Saul to wait 7 days for his arrival before offering pre-battle sacrifices. On the 7th day, with Samuel not yet arrived and troops deserting, Saul impatiently offers the sacrifice himself. Samuel arrives immediately afterward, condemning this disobedience. You have done foolishly. Now your kingdom shall not continue. Yet the predicted dynastic consequences remain future, as Saul continues ruling. The military situation worsens. Only Saul and Jonathan possess iron weapons due to Philistine control of metallurgy. Jonathan secretly attacks a Philistine outpost with just his armor-bearer, creating panic in the enemy ranks. Saul's watchmen observe the confusion and mobilize pursuit. The king hastily commands a battle fast, but fails to inform everyone. Jonathan unknowingly violates the prohibition by eating honey, learning of it only when attempting to eat again and being restrained by troops. The successful battle concludes with famished soldiers slaughtering animals and eating meat with blood, violating Mosaic law. Saul builds an altar and establishes proper slaughter procedures. Seeking divine guidance for nighttime pursuit, Saul receives no answer. Attributing this silence to sin in the camp, he vows execution for the guilty party, even if his son. The lot identifies Jonathan, who confesses eating honey. Saul pronounces the death sentence, but the people intervene. Shall Jonathan die, who has worked this great salvation in Israel? He has worked with God this day. Their redemption of Jonathan prevents his execution. God, through Samuel, commands Saul to completely destroy the Amalekites as divine judgment for opposing Israel during the Exodus. Saul defeats them, but spares King Agag and the best livestock, violating the command for complete destruction. Samuel confronts Saul, who claims to have preserved animals for sacrifice. Samuel responds, "To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed than the fat of rams." He announces God's rejection of Saul as king, then personally executes Agag. Samuel departs, never seeing Saul again, though mourning for him. God instructs Samuel to cease grieving and anoint a new king from Jesse's sons in Bethlehem. Samuel fears Saul's reaction to such apparent treason. God advises presenting the visit as a sacrificial mission. After inviting Jesse's family to the sacrifice, Samuel evaluates 7 sons, expecting divine confirmation for one. When none is indicated, he asks if all sons are present. Jesse mentions his youngest, David, tending sheep. Upon David's arrival, described as ruddy, handsome, and bright-eyed, God confirms him as the chosen one. Samuel anoints him, and the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon David from that day forward. Simultaneously, The Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and a harmful spirit from the Lord tormented him. Saul's servants recommend musical therapy for his torment. David, already known as a skillful harpist, brave warrior, articulate speaker, and handsome man, with whom the Lord is present, joins the court. His music temporarily relieves Saul's distress, and Saul loved him greatly, making him his armor-bearer. The Philistine champion, Goliath, standing over 9 feet tall with impressive armor, challenges Israel to single combat representing the armies. For 40 days, no Israelite accepts. David, visiting his brothers at the battlefront, hears Goliath's challenge and expresses outrage at this defiance of the armies of the living God. When his remarks reach Saul, David volunteers to fight, citing his experience protecting sheep from lions and bears. The Lord who delivered me from the paw of the lion and from the paw of the bear will deliver me from the hand of this Philistine. Saul reluctantly agrees. His armor proves unwieldy for David, who removes it, preferring his shepherd's staff, sling, and 5 smooth stones. Goliath, insulted by this youthful opponent, curses David by his gods. David responds, "You come to me with a sword and with a spear and with a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied." Declaring God will deliver Goliath into his hand, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel. David slings a stone into Goliath's forehead. Using Goliath's own sword, he beheads the fallen giant. The Philistines flee, pursued by Israelite forces. David later brings Goliath's head to Jerusalem, keeping his armor. Saul, apparently not recognizing David despite his court service, asks his commander Abner about the youth's identity. After the victory, Jonathan's soul was knit to the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. They make a covenant, with Jonathan giving David his robe, armor, sword, bow, and belt, symbolizing transfer of royal succession rights. David succeeds in all his military assignments, earning popular praise. Saul has struck down his thousands, and David his 10,000s. This disparity angers Saul, who eyed David from that day on. The next day, during David's music performance, Saul hurls his spear at him twice. Recognizing divine presence with David and perceiving him as a threat, Saul removes him from court, appointing him commander over 1,000 troops, hoping he might die in battle. Instead, David succeeds brilliantly, increasing his popularity. Saul offers his daughter Merab as wife, then reneges and gives her to another. Learning his younger daughter, Michal, loves David, Saul offers her hand contingent on David, providing 100 Philistine foreskins as bride price, secretly hoping this mission will prove fatal. David delivers 200, doubling the requirement, and marries Michal. Saul recognizes the Lord's presence with David and his daughter's love for him, increasing his fear and enmity. Saul explicitly orders his son Jonathan and all servants to kill David. Jonathan, however, warns his friend and intercedes with his father. Let not the king sin against his servant David, because he has not sinned against you, and because his deeds have brought good to you. Saul swears not to kill David and restores him to court. After another military success, the harmful spirit returns to Saul, who again attempts to pin David to the wall with his spear. David escapes home, where Michal helps him flee through a window, then delays pursuers by placing a household idol in his bed, covered with goat's hair and claiming he is ill. David seeks refuge with Samuel at Ramah. 3 times Saul sends messengers to capture him. Each group encounters prophets and joins their prophetic ecstasy. Finally, Saul goes personally, but likewise falls into prophetic ecstasy, lying naked all day and night, prompting renewed questioning. Is Saul also among the prophets? David returns secretly to meet Jonathan, who cannot believe his father still intends harm without consulting him. They develop a plan. David will miss the new moon festival, and Jonathan will gauge Saul's reaction. When Jonathan excuses David's absence by claiming he went to a family sacrifice in Bethlehem, Saul erupts in rage, insulting Jonathan's mother and warning that neither Jonathan's kingdom nor life is secure while David lives. When Jonathan defends David, Saul hurls his spear at his own son. Jonathan sends the agreed-upon arrow signal warning David to flee, and they part with weeping, having sworn lifelong covenant between their households. David flees to Nob, where priest Ahimelech reluctantly provides consecrated bread and Goliath's sword. Observed by Doeg the Edomite, Saul's chief shepherd, this assistance later brings destruction on the priests. David next seeks asylum with Achish, king of Gath, but when recognized as Israel's hero, feigns madness by scratching on doors and drooling in his beard. Achish dismisses him. Do I lack madmen, that you have brought this fellow to behave as a madman in my presence? David escapes to the cave of Adullam, where his family joins him along with everyone who was in distress, and everyone who was in debt, and everyone who was bitter in soul, about 400 men. He secures his parents' protection with the king of Moab, then moves to the forest of Hereth on the prophet Gad's advice. Saul, holding court in Gibeah, complains that none inform him of Jonathan's covenant with David. Doeg reports seeing David receive help from Ahimelech. Saul summons the priest and his entire family, condemning them despite Ahimelech's protests that he knew nothing of any conflict between Saul and David. When the guards refuse to execute the priests, Doeg kills 85 of them, then destroys Nob, slaughtering men and women, children and infants, oxen, donkeys, and sheep. Only Ahimelech's son, Abiathar, escapes, bringing an ephod to David, who acknowledges responsibility for the massacre and promises protection. Learning Philistines attack Keilah, David consults God through the ephod and receives divine approval to save the city. His men express fear of facing Philistines while already fleeing Saul, but a second consultation confirms God will grant victory. After David delivers Keilah, Saul mobilizes to trap him there. David again consults the ephod, learning that despite his service, Keilah's citizens will surrender him to Saul. He escapes with his now 600 men to the wilderness of Ziph. Jonathan secretly visits, strengthens David's faith, and reaffirms their covenant, acknowledging, "You shall be king over Israel, and I shall be next to you." The Ziphites betray David's location to Saul, who pursues him to the wilderness of Maon, nearly capturing him until urgent news of Philistine invasion diverts Saul's forces. After repelling the Philistines, Saul resumes pursuit with 3,000 chosen men. While Saul rests in a cave, David and his men hide in its recesses. David cuts off a corner of Saul's robe, but restrains his men from harming the Lord's anointed. After Saul departs, David calls after him, displays the cloth piece as evidence he could have killed him, and protests his innocence of any plot against the king. Saul weeps, acknowledges David's righteousness exceeding his own, and confesses awareness that David shall surely be king, and that the kingdom of Israel shall be established in your hand. He requests David's oath not to cut off his descendants, which David provides before they part ways. Samuel dies, mourned by all Israel. David relocates to the wilderness of Paran, where his men protect the flocks of wealthy Nabal during shearing time. When David requests provisions in return for this service, Nabal insults him and refuses. David mobilizes 400 men for revenge. Nabal's wise and beautiful wife, Abigail, learning of the situation from servants, quickly gathers substantial provisions and intercepts David. Her eloquent appeal prevents bloodshed. The Lord has restrained you from blood guilt and from saving with your own hand. She prophetically affirms David's divine appointment as prince over Israel and future freedom from guilt over needless bloodshed. When Nabal, after a drunken feast, learns how close he came to destruction, his heart died within him and he became as a stone. 10 days later, he dies. David marries Abigail and also Ahinoam of Jezreel, having lost Michal, whom Saul gave to another man. The Ziphites again betray David's location. Saul returns with 3,000 men. David and his nephew Abishai infiltrate Saul's camp at night, finding everyone divinely induced into deep sleep. Abishai offers to kill Saul with a single spear thrust, but David again refuses to harm the Lord's anointed, instead taking Saul's spear and water jug as evidence of his access. From a safe distance, David calls to Abner, mockingly questioning his protection of the king. Saul again recognizes David's voice, acknowledges his sin and foolishness, blesses David, and returns home. Despairing of permanent safety in Israel, David seeks refuge with Achish of Gath, bringing his 600 men and their families. Achish grants him Ziklag as a residence. For 16 months, David raids Israel's traditional enemies, Geshurites, Girzites, and Amalekites, killing everyone to prevent reports reaching Achish, who believes David attacks Israelite territories, cementing his dependence on Philistine protection. As the Philistines marshal forces against Israel, Achish informs David he must join the campaign. Meanwhile, Saul, finding no divine guidance through dreams, Urim or prophets following Samuel's death, disguises himself to consult a medium at Endor, despite having previously expelled spiritists from Israel. The woman summons Samuel, who appears to her horror. Samuel rebukes Saul for disturbing him and reiterates his rejection as king, adding that tomorrow Saul and his sons will join him in death, while Israel's army falls to the Philistines. This news, combined with physical weakness from fasting, causes Saul to collapse. The medium and his servants persuade him to eat before departing. When Philistine commanders object to David's presence in their army, fearing battlefield betrayal, Achish reluctantly dismisses him. Returning to Ziklag, David finds the city burned and all women and children, including his 2 wives, taken captive by Amalekites. The company weeps until exhausted, then speaks of stoning David. Strengthened by God, David consults the ephod through Abiathar and receives divine approval to pursue. 200 men, too exhausted to continue, remain at the brook Besor, while 400 continue. They find an abandoned Egyptian slave of an Amalekite raider who, in exchange for protection, guides them to the raiders' location. Finding them celebrating their plunder, David attacks from twilight until evening the next day. Only 400 young men escape on camels. David recovers everything and everyone taken, plus substantial spoils from other Amalekite raids. Upon return, some worthless men among the 400 argue against sharing plunder with those who remain behind. David establishes an enduring ordinance. As his share is who goes down into the battle, so shall his share be who stays by the baggage. He also sends portions of spoil to elders of various Judahite cities, where he had found support during his fugitive years. The predicted Philistine victory occurs on Mount Gilboa. Israel flees. Saul's 3 sons, Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua, die. Saul, severely wounded by archers, asks his armor-bearer to kill him rather than face abuse from the uncircumcised. When the armor-bearer refuses, Saul falls on his own sword. The armor-bearer likewise commits suicide. The Philistines find their bodies the next day, behead Saul, send his armor to their temples, display his body on Bethshan's wall, and proclaim victory in their idol temples. Brave men from Jabesh Gilead, remembering Saul's earlier rescue of their city, recover the bodies of Saul and his sons, burn them, bury their bones under a tamarisk tree, and fast 7 days in mourning. An Amalekite messenger brings news of Israel's defeat to David at Ziklag, claiming to have killed Saul at the king's request and presenting Saul's crown and armband as evidence. Rather than rewarding him, David orders his execution for destroying the Lord's anointed. David composes a funeral lament for Saul and Jonathan, titled The Bow, which he orders taught to the people of Judah. The poem praises both men's battlefield prowess, without mentioning Saul's persecution of David, focusing particularly on David's love for Jonathan. Very pleasant to me. Your love to me was extraordinary, surpassing the love of women. After consulting God, David relocates to Hebron, where the men of Judah anoint him king over their tribe. He commends the men of Jabesh Gilead for burying Saul. Meanwhile, Saul's cousin and military commander Abner installs Saul's surviving son, Ishbosheth, as king over the remaining tribes, initiating a 7.5-year divided monarchy. War continues between the houses of Saul and David, with David steadily gaining strength while Saul's house weakens. When Ishbosheth accuses Abner of sleeping with Saul's concubine Rizpah, implying royal ambition, the powerful general angrily negotiates defection to David, offering to deliver all Israel to him. David agrees, contingent on the return of his wife Michal. Abner fulfills this condition, taking her from her weeping husband. After gathering elders and Benjamites, Abner visits David with 20 men to finalize arrangements for national unification. David feasts them and sends them away in peace. Upon returning from a raid, David's commander Joab learns of Abner's visit and accuses David of naivete, suggesting Abner came only to spy. Without David's knowledge, Joab recalls Abner to Hebron and murders him, ostensibly avenging his brother Asahel, whom Abner killed in self-defense during earlier combat. David publicly curses Joab's household and composes a lament for Abner, fasting until sunset. His genuine grief convinces the people he had no part in the assassination. Learning of Abner's death, Ishbosheth loses courage. 2 of his captains, Baana and Rechab, assassinate him while he naps, behead him, and bring his head to David, expecting reward. Instead, David executes them for killing a righteous man in his own house on his bed, setting a pattern of punishing even those who claim to act in his interest by eliminating rivals. He displays the executed assassins publicly, while giving Ishbosheth honorable burial in Abner's tomb. With no remaining Saulite contender except Jonathan's crippled son Mephibosheth, all tribes come to David at Hebron. Acknowledging his military leadership under Saul and God's designation of him as shepherd and prince over Israel, they anoint him king over the entire nation. David, 30 years old, has reigned 7.5 years in Hebron and will reign 33 more in Jerusalem. David immediately targets Jerusalem, still held by the native Jebusite population, who taunt that even the blind and lame could defend the city against him. Nevertheless, he captures the stronghold of Zion, subsequently called the City of David. He rebuilds the city and constructs his palace with assistance from Hiram, king of Tyre, who provides cedar, carpenters, and masons. David takes more concubines and wives in Jerusalem, fathering 11 additional sons there. When the Philistines twice attack, seeking to eliminate this growing threat. David defeats them, capturing and burning their idols. David gathers 30,000 chosen men to bring the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem from Kiriath Jearim, where it remained since its return from Philistine captivity. They place it on a new cart, copying the Philistine method rather than following Mosaic transportation instructions. When the oxen stumble, Uzzah steadies the ark with his hand and immediately dies from divine judgment for this irreverent touch. David, both angry and fearful, abandons the procession, naming the place Perez Uzzah, meaning breaking out against Uzzah. The ark remains 3 months in the house of Obed-Edom, the Gittite, whose household experiences divine blessing. Learning of this blessing, David researches proper ark handling procedures and resumes the procession. Levites now carry the ark with poles as prescribed in the law. After the bearers take 6 steps without incident, David sacrifices an ox and fatling. He then dances before the Lord with all his might, wearing only a linen ephod. With shouting and trumpet blasts, they bring the ark to Jerusalem, where David erects a tent for it and offers additional sacrifices, blessing the people and distributing food to everyone. Michal, watching from a window, despises David for his exuberant, undignified dancing. When she criticizes him for uncovering himself before the slave girls, David responds that he will be even more undignified than this in humble celebration, before the Lord who chose me above your father and above all his house. Their relationship apparently terminates, as Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child to the day of her death. Once settled in his cedar palace, David proposes building a permanent temple for the ark. The prophet Nathan initially endorses this plan, but receives a divine message countermanding it. God has never requested a house, having dwelt in a tent since the Exodus. Instead, God will build David a house, a dynastic line. While David's son will build the physical temple, God promises David an enduring kingdom. Your house and your kingdom shall be made sure forever before me. Your throne shall be established forever. David responds with humble gratitude, marveling at this unprecedented favor and praying for its fulfillment. David conducts successful military campaigns against Philistines, Moabites, Zobah, Damascus, and Edomites, extending Israel's borders to their greatest historical extent and collecting substantial tribute. He dedicates captured gold and silver to the Lord. He administers justice to all his people, with Joab commanding the army, Jehoshaphat serving as recorder, Zadok and Ahimelech as priests, Sariah as secretary, and Benaiah commanding his personal guard of Kerethites and Pelethites. Remembering his covenant with Jonathan, David inquires whether any descendants remain to whom he might show kindness. Learning of Mephibosheth, Jonathan's son crippled in both feet from a childhood accident, David restores to him all Saul's property, appoints Saul's servant Ziba and his household as managers, and grants Mephibosheth permanent status at the royal table like one of the king's sons. When Nahash, king of Ammon, dies, David sends condolences to his son Hanun. Suspicious advisors convince Hanun that these messengers are actually spies. He humiliates them by shaving half their beards and cutting their garments at the buttocks. Anticipating retaliation, the Ammonites hire Aramean mercenaries. David dispatches Joab, who divides his forces to face threats from both directions. When the Arameans flee, the Ammonites retreat into their city. After regrouping with substantial reinforcement, the Arameans confront Israel again, but suffer decisive defeat, afterward making peace and becoming subject to Israel. The following spring, while Joab besieges Rabbah, the Ammonite capital, David remains in Jerusalem. From his rooftop, he observes beautiful Bathsheba bathing. Learning she is married to Uriah the Hittite, one of his elite warriors, he nevertheless summons her and commits adultery with her. When she later informs him of her pregnancy, David attempts a cover-up. He recalls Uriah from battle, ostensibly for a report, but actually hoping he will sleep with his wife, obscuring the child's paternity. Despite opportunities and direct suggestion, Uriah refuses conjugal comforts while his comrades remain in the field. After 2 failed attempts, including deliberately intoxicating Uriah, David resorts to murder. He sends Uriah back carrying sealed orders for Joab to place him in the most dangerous battle position and withdraw support. Uriah dies, along with other soldiers, in the resulting action. After Bathsheba completes proper mourning, David marries her and she bears his son. The prophet Nathan confronts David with a parable about a rich man who, despite abundant flocks, steals and slaughters a poor man's only beloved lamb to feed a traveler. David angrily pronounces death sentence on the rich man. Nathan responds, "You are the man, delivering divine judgment. The sword shall never depart from your house. I will raise up evil against you out of your own house. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and before the sun. The child will die, but David's life is spared because he acknowledged his sin." David confesses, "I have sinned against the Lord." Nathan affirms forgiveness, but maintains the child's death as consequence. The child falls ill. David fasts, weeps, and lies on the ground nightly, refusing food and normal behavior. When the child dies on the 7th day, servants fear informing David, lest he harm himself. Observing their whispers, David discerns the truth. Surprisingly, he rises, washes, anoints himself, changes clothes, worships at the sanctuary, then eats. He explains, "While the child lived, he hoped divine mercy might spare him, but now I shall go to him, but he will not return to me." David comforts Bathsheba, and she bears another son, Solomon, whom Nathan names Jedidiah, meaning beloved of the Lord. Meanwhile, Joab completes Rabbah's conquest, but summons David to deliver the final blow and claim victory. David captures the city, takes the king's crown for himself, subjects the population to forced labor, and similarly conquers other Ammonite cities. Nathan's prophecy of household trouble begins fulfillment when David's eldest son, Amnon, becomes obsessed with his half-sister Tamar, daughter of David's wife Maacah. With his cousin Jonadab's help, Amnon feigns illness and requests Tamar prepare food for him. When she complies, he dismisses all servants, then seizes and rapes her despite her protests. "Do not force me. Do not do this outrageous thing. Where could I carry my shame?" After violating her, Amnon's lust transforms to hatred. He expels her, ignoring her objection that this rejection compounds the original crime. Tamar puts ashes on her head, tears her ornate virgin's robe, and cries aloud. Her full brother Absalom brings her to live, desolate, in his house. Though David becomes very angry hearing of this, he takes no action against his firstborn. Absalom neither speaks to Amnon nor openly reveals his hatred, but privately determines revenge. After 2 years, he invites all the king's sons to a sheep-shearing feast at Baal Hazor. When David declines attending, Absalom specifically requests Amnon's presence. He instructs his servants to kill Amnon once he becomes drunk. They comply, prompting the other princes to flee on their mules. Initial reports to David suggest all his sons are dead, but Jonadab clarifies that only Amnon was targeted, fulfilling Absalom's intention since Tamar's violation. Absalom flees to his maternal grandfather, King Talmai of Geshur, remaining there 3 years. David eventually comes to terms with Amnon's death, and longs for reconciliation with Absalom. Perceiving this, Joab employs a wise woman from Tekoa to present David with a fictional parallel case. Pretending to be a widow with 2 sons, one of whom killed the other, and now faces death from vengeful relatives, she secures David's protection for her remaining son. She then applies the principle to Absalom, noting God's provision of means for reconciliation rather than permanent banishment. When David suspects Joab's involvement, she confirms it. David authorizes Absalom's return, but prohibits him from royal presence. After 2 years without seeing his father, the handsome Absalom, renowned for his magnificent hair, burns Joab's barley field to force attention to his situation. Joab arranges a royal audience where David kisses Absalom, signaling reconciliation. However, Absalom immediately begins undermining his father. He acquires chariots, horses, and 50 men to run before him, projecting royal imagery. He intercepts those coming to the king for judgment, showing personal interest, suggesting their cases are valid but neglected by royal administration, and stating, "Oh, that I were judge in the land. Then every man with a dispute or cause might come to me, and I would give him justice." Through these tactics, Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel. After 4 years of preparation, Absalom requests royal permission to fulfill a vow made in Geshur by offering sacrifice in Hebron. David grants permission. Absalom sends messengers throughout Israel, announcing that when they hear trumpet blasts, they should proclaim, "Absalom is king" in Hebron. He invites 200 unwitting guests from Jerusalem to add legitimacy to his gathering, and summons David's advisor, Ahithophel, who joins the conspiracy. A messenger informs David, "The hearts of the men of Israel have gone after Absalom." David immediately evacuates Jerusalem with his household and loyal supporters, leaving 10 concubines to maintain the palace. The priests Zadok and Abiathar attempt to bring the ark, but David sends them back with it, saying if God favors him, he will see the ark again. If not, let him do to me what seems good to him. He requests they serve as intelligence agents in the city, along with their sons, Ahimaaz and Jonathan. Ascending the Mount of Olives barefoot, head covered, and weeping, David learns of Ahithophel's defection and prays, "O Lord, please turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness." At the summit, David's friend, Hushai, meets him in mourning attire. David sends him back to offer services to Absalom and counter Ahithophel's counsel, establishing a communication channel through the priests. Shortly thereafter, Ziba, Mephibosheth's steward, brings provisions and reports that his master remains in Jerusalem, hoping to reclaim his grandfather Saul's throne. David grants Ziba all Mephibosheth's property. At Bahurim, a Benjaminite named Shimei from Saul's clan curses David and throws stones, calling him a man of blood responsible for Saul's house. When Abishai offers to kill Shimei, David refuses. If he is cursing because the Lord has said to him, "Curse David," who then shall say, "Why have you done so?" He accepts this as potential divine chastisement, hoping God might repay good for this suffering. Absalom enters Jerusalem with Ahithophel, whose first advice is to publicly sleep with David's concubines, establishing irreversible breach with his father and demonstrating dominance. Ahithophel next proposes immediate pursuit of David with 12,000 men while he is weary and discouraged. Absalom, however, also consults Hushai, who argues that David and his mighty men are too dangerous when desperate, like a bear robbed of cubs. He recommends gathering a massive force for overwhelming victory, appealing to Absalom's vanity by suggesting he personally lead this grand army. Absalom and the elders prefer Hushai's counsel, fulfilling David's prayer against Ahithophel who recognizes the rebellion's ultimate failure, returns home, puts his affairs in order, and hangs himself. Hushai immediately informs the priests to send word for David to cross the Jordan that night. A servant girl brings the message to their sons, hidden at En-Rogel, but a lad notices and reports them. Jonathan and Ahimaaz flee to a supporter in Bahurim, who hides them in a well covered with grain. Absalom's men fail to find them, allowing their escape to David with the warning. David's company crosses the Jordan and proceeds to Mahanaim, where 3 wealthy supporters, Shobi, Machir, and Barzillai, provide abundant provisions. As Absalom and his forces cross the Jordan in pursuit, David organizes his troops under Joab, Abishai, and Ittai, the Gittite. He intends to personally lead them, but they insist he remain behind, recognizing his greater value. "You are worth 10,000 of us." David stations himself at the gate as they depart in units of hundreds and thousands, publicly instructing his commanders, "Deal gently, for my sake, with the young man, Absalom." Everyone hears this order. The battle occurs in the forest of Ephraim. David's experienced fighters defeat Absalom's larger force, killing 20,000 and causing many casualties through the forest's hazards. Riding a mule, Absalom accidentally entangles his famous hair in an oak's branches. The mule continues onward, leaving him suspended between heaven and earth. A soldier reports this to Joab, who asks why he didn't kill Absalom, offering 10 pieces of silver and a belt as reward. The man responds that no reward would induce him to kill the king's son, given David's public command. Joab takes 3 javelins and thrusts them into Absalom's heart while he still lives, then has 10 armor-bearers surround and strike Absalom, ensuring his death. They throw his body into a pit and pile stones over it. Ironically, Absalom had earlier erected a pillar in the king's valley as a monument since he had no son to preserve his name. It becomes known as Absalom's monument. Joab halts pursuit with a trumpet blast, then selects Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, to report victory to David. Initially refusing, concerned about reporting Absalom's death, Joab turns to a Cushite messenger. After the Cushite departs, Ahimaaz again requests permission to run and receives it. Taking a more direct route, he overtakes the Cushite. David, waiting anxiously at the city gate, receives word from a watchman of approaching runners. Recognizing Ahimaaz's running style, David expects good news since he is a good man. Ahimaaz announces victory, but claims ignorance about Absalom when questioned. The Cushite arrives and euphemistically reports Absalom's fate. "May the enemies of my lord the king, and all who rise up against you for evil, be like that young man." David immediately ascends to the chamber above the gate, weeping and repeatedly crying, "Oh, my son, Absalom, my son, Absalom. Would I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son." Victory transforms to mourning as troops sneak back into the city, ashamed rather than celebrating. Joab confronts David, warning that his excessive grief dishonors those who saved his life and family. "You love those who hate you, and hate those who love you." He threatens mass desertion unless David appears to thank his men. David complies, sitting in the gate while his troops pass before him. Throughout Israel, people debate restoring David, recalling his past deliverances despite their support for Absalom. David sends the priests to ask Judah's elders, "Why should you be the last to bring the king back to his house?" He appoints his nephew, Amasa, Absalom's general, as his new commander, replacing Joab to secure Judahite loyalty. The tribe unanimously invites David's return. At the Jordan crossing, Shimei and 1,000 Benjaminites meet David, prostrating themselves and begging forgiveness for previous cursing. Despite Abishai's renewed suggestion to execute him, David swears to spare Shimei on this day of restoration, though Solomon later addresses this matter. Mephibosheth also greets David, unkempt since the king's departure, explaining that Ziba slandered him and abandoned him when he requested saddling a donkey due to his lameness. Recognizing conflicting claims, David divides the property between them. Mephibosheth, demonstrating his true concern, was David's welfare rather than property, replies, "Let him take it all, since my lord the king has come safely home." 80-year-old Barzillai escorts David across the Jordan. When invited to join the royal court in Jerusalem, he declines, citing his advanced age, which diminishes enjoyment of food, drink, and entertainment. "Why should your servant add another burden to my lord the king?" He requests return to his hometown to die near his parents' graves, but offers his servant Chimham as substitute, whom David promises to provide whatever Barzillai desires. Northern tribes soon quarrel with Judah over perceived favoritism in the restoration process, claiming 10 parts in David versus Judah's share. A Benjaminite troublemaker named Sheba exploits this tension, proclaiming, "We have no portion in David. Every man to his tents, O Israel." All Israel except Judah follows him. David instructs Amasa to mobilize Judahites within 3 days. When Amasa exceeds this time frame, David sends Abishai with the royal guard to prevent Sheba establishing defensible positions. Joab accompanies this force. Near Gibeon, they encounter Amasa. Joab, approaching with concealed sword, grasps Amasa's beard as if to kiss him, but stabs him in the stomach, spilling his entrails. Leaving Amasa dying in the road, Joab resumes command of the pursuit. A supporter eventually removes the body and covers it to stop troops staring at it rather than following Joab. They besiege Sheba at Abel Beth Maacah. As they prepare to breach the wall, a wise woman calls to Joab, questioning his intention to destroy a peaceful, faithful city. Learning they seek only Sheba, she promises his head will be thrown over the wall. She convinces the townspeople to execute Sheba, whose head is indeed tossed to Joab. He withdraws, the rebellion ends, and Joab returns to Jerusalem, restored as army commander, along with other officials in their previous posts. 3 years of famine prompt David to seek divine explanation. The Lord reveals it concerns blood guilt for Saul's attempt to annihilate the Gibeonites, with whom Israel had a perpetual covenant. David asks the Gibeonites what satisfaction they require. They request 7 of Saul's male descendants for execution. David provides them, exempting only Mephibosheth, due to his oath with Jonathan. The 7 are executed simultaneously at harvest time. Rizpah, mother of 2 victims, protects their exposed bodies from birds and beasts day and night, until David retrieves them, along with the remains of Saul and Jonathan from Jabesh Gilead. All receive proper burial in the tomb of Kish, Saul's father, resolving the blood guilt and ending the famine. 4 additional conflicts with Philistine giants nearly cost David's life, until his men insist he no longer personally enter battle, lest you quench the lamp of Israel. David composes a victory song, celebrating divine deliverance from all enemies, including Saul, and records his last words, emphasizing just rulership and the everlasting covenant God established with his house. David orders a census of fighting men throughout Israel and Judah, ignoring Joab's warning that this might bring divine displeasure. The count reveals 800,000 sword-drawing men in Israel and 500,000 in Judah. David's conscience troubles him for this apparent lack of trust in divine protection. God, through the prophet Gad, offers David choice between 3 punishments: 7 years of famine, 3 months fleeing enemies, or 3 days of plague. David chooses plague, preferring to fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercy is great. The pestilence kills 70,000 people before the destroying angel reaches Jerusalem. David, seeing the angel at the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite, pleads for punishment to fall on himself and his house rather than the innocent people. Gad instructs him to build an altar there. David purchases the threshing floor and oxen for 50 shekels of silver, refusing Araunah's offer to donate them. I will not offer burnt offerings to the Lord my God that cost me nothing. His sacrifice ends the plague. As David ages, he cannot maintain body heat despite blankets. His attendants find a beautiful young virgin named Abishag, the Shunammite, to lie beside him and serve him, though he has no sexual relations with her. His son, Adonijah, presuming on his position as eldest surviving prince, begins acting like heir apparent, acquiring chariots, horsemen, and 50 runners like Absalom before him. David never disciplines him. Adonijah secures support from Joab and Abiathar the priest, but fails to include Nathan the prophet, Zadok the priest, Benaiah, and David's special guard in his conspiracy. Adonijah hosts a coronation feast at the stone of Zoheleth near En-Rogel, inviting all his brothers except Solomon and all the royal officials of Judah except those loyal to David. Nathan advises Bathsheba to inform David of these developments and remind him of his promise that Solomon would reign. As she speaks with David, Nathan arrives, confirming her report. David swears by the Lord who has redeemed him from all adversity that Solomon shall reign. He instructs Zadok, Nathan, and Benaiah to place Solomon on the royal mule, anoint him at Gihon's spring, blow trumpets, and proclaim, "Long live King Solomon." They comply amid great celebration. Hearing the commotion, Adonijah's guests inquire about its cause. Jonathan's son of Abiathar arrives and reports Solomon's coronation with David's blessing and enthronement, concluding, "And also Solomon sits on the royal throne." Adonijah's guests flee in terror. Adonijah himself seeks sanctuary at the altar horns until Solomon promises his safety conditional on good behavior. If wickedness is found in him, he shall die. In his final instructions, David encourages Solomon to observe Mosaic law, promising dynastic continuity for faithfulness. He identifies individuals requiring attention. Joab should be executed for murdering Abner and Amasa. Barzillai's sons deserve ongoing royal kindness. Shimei merits death for his cursing, but with wisdom in timing and method. David dies after 40 years' reign, 7 in Hebron, 33 in Jerusalem, and is buried in his city. Adonijah approaches Bathsheba, requesting Abishag as wife. Though he frames this as a modest request since he has surrendered kingship claims, Bathsheba fails to recognize the political implications of controlling the former king's concubine. When she presents the request to Solomon, he immediately perceives it as renewed bid for the throne. "Why do you ask Abishag for Adonijah? Ask for him the kingdom also." He executes Adonijah that day through Benaiah. Solomon dismisses Abiathar from the priesthood, fulfilling prophecy against Eli's house, but sparing his life due to his faithful service to David. Upon hearing this, Joab flees to the tabernacle and grasps the altar horns. When he refuses to leave, Solomon orders Benaiah to execute him there, removing blood guilt from David's house for Abner and Amasa's murders and eliminating a potential threat. Benaiah becomes army commander and Zadok's sole high priest. Solomon confines Shimei to Jerusalem, warning that crossing the Kidron Valley means death. 3 years later, 2 of Shimei's slaves escape to Gath. He pursues them, violating his oath. Upon return, Solomon reminds him of both David's kindness in sparing his life and his own broken oath, then orders his execution through Benaiah. With these actions, the kingdom was established in the hand of Solomon. Solomon secures an alliance with Egypt by marrying Pharaoh's daughter. He demonstrates devotion to God, though still sacrificing at high places since no temple exists. At Gibeon, the most important high place, he offers 1,000 burnt offerings. God appears to him in a dream, offering anything he requests. Solomon humbly acknowledges his youth and inexperience governing this great people, asking for an understanding mind to judge your people, that I may discern between good and evil. This request pleases God, who grants not only exceptional wisdom, but also unmatched riches and honor, with conditional promise of long life dependent on covenant faithfulness like David's. Solomon's wisdom gains international fame, following his judgment in a case involving two prostitutes living together who gave birth 3 days apart. One woman's baby died at night, and she switched the infants while the other slept. In the morning, the second woman discovered the dead child was not hers. Both claimed the living child before Solomon, who orders, "Bring me a sword, divide the living child in two, and give half to the one and half to the other." The true mother immediately relinquishes her claim to spare her son's life, while the impostor accepts the division. Solomon then awards the child to the woman willing to surrender him, recognizing true maternal love. This judgment demonstrates his divine gift of discernment and establishes his reputation. Solomon organizes efficient governmental administration, with 12 district governors supplying royal provisions on monthly rotation. Peace prevails throughout his realm, which extends from the Euphrates to the border of Egypt. His daily provisions include 30 cors of fine flour, 60 of meal, 10 fat oxen, 20 pasture-fed cattle, 100 sheep, plus deer, gazelles, roebucks, and fattened fowl. His proverbial wisdom exceeds that of all Eastern and Egyptian sages. He composes 3,000 proverbs and 1,005 songs, and discourses knowledgeably on plant and animal life. Rulers worldwide send representatives to hear his wisdom. King Hiram of Tyre, David's friend, offers assistance when learning. Solomon plans to build the temple David could not construct due to continual warfare. Solomon requests cedar and cypress from Lebanon, offering payment and providing 30,000 forced laborers working in monthly shifts, 70,000 carriers, 80,000 stonecutters, and 3,300 supervisors. Temple construction begins in Solomon's 4th year, 480 years after the Exodus, using prefabricated stones to avoid noise at the site. The structure measures 60 cubits long, 20 wide, and 30 high, with latticed windows, side chambers, and a porch. Its interior receives elaborate wood paneling, overlaid with gold and intricate carvings of cherubim, palm trees, and flowers, eliminating any visible stone. The most holy place, a perfect 20-cubit cube, houses two 15-foot olive-wood cherubim, overlaid with gold, with wingspan reaching wall to wall. The ark resides beneath these cherubim. The 7-year construction concludes in Solomon's 11th year. Solomon also builds his palace complex over 13 years, including the House of the Forest of Lebanon, with cedar pillars and beams, the Hall of Pillars, the Hall of the Throne for judgments, and residential quarters for himself and his Egyptian wife. The furnishings for both temple and palace are crafted by Hiram, an artisan of mixed Israelite-Tyrian parentage skilled in bronze work. His masterpieces include 2 massive bronze pillars named Jachin and Boaz, flanking the temple entrance. A sea of cast metal 15 feet in diameter, holding 2,000 baths of water, supported by 12 bronze oxen and 10 wheeled stands holding smaller water basins. At the temple dedication, priests place the ark in the most holy place. When they withdraw, cloud fills the temple, preventing further ministry as the glory of the Lord filled the house of the Lord. Solomon acknowledges this divine presence cannot be contained in any earthly structure, but requests God hear prayers directed toward this place. After blessing the assembly, he offers 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep in sacrifice. The 14-day celebration includes the 7 days of tabernacles. God appears again to Solomon, confirming acceptance of the temple and reiterating the conditional nature of dynastic promises. Faithfulness brings established throne forever. Disobedience brings Israel's removal and the temple's destruction. After 20 years completing temple and palace, Solomon gifts 20 Galilean towns to Hiram as compensation for building materials. Finding them unsatisfactory, Hiram calls them Kabul, meaning good for nothing. Solomon continues extensive building projects, including fortifications at Hazor, Megiddo, and Giza, the latter a wedding gift from Pharaoh, who had captured and burned it, killing its Canaanite inhabitants. Solomon rebuilds Lower Beth Horon, Baalath, Tadmor in the wilderness, and storage cities. He imposes forced labor on non-Israelite populations, while assigning Israelites to military and administrative positions. Solomon maintains the prescribed sacrificial system and organizes maritime expeditions to Ophir, with Hiram's experienced sailors, acquiring 420 talents of gold. His wisdom and prosperity attract the Queen of Sheba, who tests him with hard questions and tours his court. Observing his palace, food, servants, attendants, cupbearers, and sacrifices, she exclaims, "The half was not told me," and blesses the Lord for delighting in Solomon and establishing him on Israel's throne. She presents 120 talents of gold, abundant spices, and precious stones. Solomon reciprocates with generous gifts. His annual gold income totals 666 talents, excluding commercial revenues. He crafts 200 large shields and 300 smaller ones of hammered gold for the house of the forest of Lebanon. His magnificent ivory throne, overlaid with gold features 12 lions on its 6 steps. During his reign, silver becomes as common in Jerusalem as stone, and cedar as abundant as sycamore. Merchants import horses from Egypt and Kuwait, then export them with chariots to Hittite and Aramean kings. Despite his wisdom, Solomon violates Deuteronomic kingship laws by accumulating horses, excessive wealth, and especially foreign wives, 700 princesses and 300 concubines. These women, from nations God prohibited intermarriage with, turn his heart toward their deities in his old age. He builds high places for Ashtoreth, Milcom, Chemosh, and Molech on a hill east of Jerusalem. God appears a 3rd time, announcing the kingdom's division as punishment, postponed until after Solomon's death for David's sake, with one tribe remaining for his son to preserve the Davidic lamp in Jerusalem. External adversaries arise. Hadad the Edomite, a royal survivor of Joab's campaign who found refuge in Egypt, returns to trouble Israel. Rezon, son of Eliada, establishes a hostile power base in Damascus. Most significantly, Solomon's labor overseer, Jeroboam, son of Nebat, an Ephraimite widow's son, meets the prophet Ahijah, who dramatically tears his new garment into 12 pieces, giving Jeroboam 10 while explaining God's plan to divide the kingdom, leaving one tribe with David's line. If Jeroboam remains faithful to divine commands, he too will receive a dynastic promise. Solomon seeks to kill Jeroboam, who flees to Egypt until Solomon's death. After 40-year reigns, matching his father's, Solomon dies and is buried in the city of David. His son Rehoboam travels to Shechem for northern recognition as king. Jeroboam returns from Egypt to lead negotiations, requesting tax and labor relief. Rejecting elders' counsel to accommodate these demands, Rehoboam follows young advisors' recommendation for harsher measures. My father disciplined you with whips, but I will discipline you with scorpions. 10 tribes immediately secede, fulfilling Ahijah's prophecy. When Rehoboam sends his labor overseer Adoram to assert authority, the northern tribes stone him to death. Rehoboam barely escapes to Jerusalem, where he retains only Judah's loyalty, with Benjamin gradually incorporated. Gathering 180,000 warriors to suppress the rebellion, Rehoboam receives prophetic prohibition against civil war. This thing is from me, declares the Lord. The united monarchy thus ends, transitioning to divided kingdoms that will experience dramatically different fates. The United Kingdom of Israel fractures into 2 separate nations. Israel in the north under Jeroboam, encompassing 10 tribes, and Judah in the south under Rehoboam, consisting primarily of Judah with Benjamin gradually incorporated. This division fulfills divine judgment on Solomonic unfaithfulness, while preserving a diminished realm for David's descendants according to covenant promises. Jeroboam, concerned that religious pilgrimages to Jerusalem might rekindle loyalties to Davidic rule, establishes alternative worship centers at Dan in the far north and Bethel near the southern border. He creates golden calves for each site, declaring, "Behold your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt," echoing exactly the Exodus wilderness apostasy. He appoints non-Levitical priests, establishes a counterfeit festival in the 8th month rather than the 7th, and personally offers sacrifices, fundamentally corrupting northern worship practices. As Jeroboam offers incense at Bethel, a man of God from Judah prophesies against the altar. A future Davidic king named Josiah will sacrifice its priests upon it and burn human bones on it. As a confirming sign, the altar immediately splits, spilling its ashes. When Jeroboam extends his hand, commanding the prophet's arrest, his arm becomes paralyzed until the prophet prays for its restoration. Despite this dramatic vindication, the king merely offers hospitality rather than repentance. The prophet refuses, citing divine prohibition against eating or drinking in the region or returning by the same route. An old prophet from Bethel, hearing of these events, pursues and deceives the man of God, claiming angelic authorization to bring him home for refreshment. The man of God accepts this countermand to his instructions. During their meal, genuine divine judgment announces the prophet's death, an improper burial for this disobedience. A lion kills him on his journey home, but neither consumes the body nor harms his donkey, creating a tableau demonstrating supernatural judgment. The old prophet retrieves the body, buries it in his own tomb, and requests similar burial, believing the prophecy against Bethel will certainly occur. When Jeroboam's son, Abijah, falls gravely ill, the king sends his disguised wife to consult the prophet Ahijah, now blind with age, who had earlier predicted his kingship. Before she arrives, God reveals her identity to Ahijah, who pronounces doom on Jeroboam's house for exceeding even the nation's idolatry, which God expelled from Canaan. Abijah will die when his mother returns to the city, receiving proper burial as the only member of Jeroboam's family to do so, having alone displayed some goodness toward God. The Lord will raise a king to destroy Jeroboam's house, and will ultimately uproot Israel from their land, scattering them beyond the Euphrates for their Asherah worship. The child indeed dies upon his mother's return. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom, Rehoboam allows Judah to adopt practices of the nations God had driven out: high places, sacred stones, Asherah poles, and male shrine prostitutes. In his 5th year, Pharaoh Shishak of Egypt attacks Jerusalem, plundering the temple and palace treasuries, including Solomon's gold shields, which Rehoboam replaces with bronze counterparts. After a 17-year reign, marked by continuous warfare with Jeroboam, Rehoboam dies. His son, Abijah, continues these hostilities for 3 years, maintaining the sinful patterns of his father, despite being granted kingship for David's sake, and because of divine commitment to maintain David's lamp in Jerusalem. Abijah delivers a self-righteous battlefield speech against Jeroboam, condemning his religious innovations while claiming Judah's faithfulness to proper priesthood and sacrifices. Despite being ambushed by Jeroboam's forces, Judah prevails when they cry out to God, inflicting 500,000 casualties on Israel, the highest battle death toll in Scripture. Abijah grows powerful, acquires 14 wives, and fathers 22 sons and 16 daughters before his death. His son, Asa, brings religious reform to Judah, removing foreign altars, high places, sacred stones, and Asherah poles. He even deposes his grandmother Maacah from her queen mother position for creating an Asherah image, which he cuts down, burns in the Kidron Valley, and replaces with his own offerings of silver, gold, and various articles. When Ethiopian King Zerah attacks with a vast army, Asa prays for divine help. O Lord, there is none like you to help between the mighty and the weak. In your name we have come against this multitude. The Ethiopian forces suffer complete defeat, and surrounding cities provide abundant spoil to Jerusalem. The prophet Azariah encourages Asa. The Lord is with you while you are with him. Asa responds with even more intensive reforms, removing idols from the entire hill country of Ephraim, repairing the temple altar, and gathering people for covenant renewal in his 15th year, pledging to seek God wholeheartedly, with death for any who refuse. The assembly rejoices over their oath, and God grants them rest on every side. In Israel, Jeroboam dies after 22 years of reign, succeeded by his son Nadab, who continues his father's sinful religious practices. After 2 years, Baasha, son of Ahijah, from Issachar tribe, conspires against Nadab during the Philistine city Gibbethon's siege, kills him, and seizes the throne. Fulfilling prophecy, Baasha exterminates Jeroboam's entire family, leaving no survivors. However, he perpetuates the same religious system, prompting prophetic condemnation from Jehu, son of Hanani, predicting similar destruction for his own dynasty. Warfare between Asa and Baasha continues throughout their reigns. Baasha fortifies Ramah to blockade movement between the kingdoms. Asa responds by sending temple and palace treasures to Ben-Hadad of Aram in Damascus, requesting alliance against Israel. Ben-Hadad breaks his treaty with Baasha and attacks northern Israelite cities. This diversion allows Asa to dismantle Ramah's fortifications and use its materials to build Geba and Mizpah. The seer Hanani condemns Asa for relying on Aram rather than God, who had previously delivered the Ethiopians into his hand. Rather than accepting this rebuke, Asa imprisons Hanani and oppresses some of his people. In his old age, Asa develops a severe foot disease, but seeks physicians rather than divine healing. After 41 years of reign, he dies and receives an elaborate burial with extensive spices and a great fire in his honor. In Israel, Baasha dies after 24 years, succeeded by his son Elah, who reigns barely 2 years before his official Zimri commander of half the chariots, assassinates him while he drinks himself drunk in his steward's house. Zimri destroys Baasha's entire family, according to Jehu's prophecy, but rules only 7 days. When the army besieging Philistine Gibbethon hears of his coup, they immediately proclaim their commander Omri as king. Marching against the capital Tirzah, they besiege it. Zimri, seeing his situation hopeless, enters the palace citadel, sets it ablaze, and perishes in the flames. Civil war divides Israel between Omri and Tibni, son of Ginath, until Tibni's death gives Omri unchallenged rule in the 31st year of Asa. After ruling 6 years in Tirzah, Omri purchases the hill of Samaria for 2 talents of silver and builds a new capital city there with superior defensive position. Scripture judges him worse than all his predecessors, yet secular history records him as establishing Israel's most significant dynasty, with Assyrian records long continuing to call Israel the House of Omri. His son Ahab exceeds even his father's wickedness, considering Jeroboam's sins a light thing. He marries Jezebel, daughter of Ethbaal, king of Sidon and former priest of Astarte, who aggressively promotes Baal worship in Israel. Ahab builds a Baal temple in Samaria with altar and Asherah pole. During his reign, Hiel of Bethel rebuilds Jericho, losing his firstborn son when laying foundations and his youngest when setting the gates, fulfilling Joshua's ancient curse. The prophet Elijah from Tishbe in Gilead suddenly appears before Ahab, announcing drought except by my word as divine judgment. Following divine guidance, Elijah hides by Kerith Brook east of the Jordan, drinking from the stream and receiving bread and meat from ravens, morning and evening. When the brook dries up, God sends him to Zarephath in Jezebel's homeland Sidon, where a widow will sustain him. Finding her gathering sticks for a final meal before she and her son starve, Elijah requests water and bread. She explains her desperate situation, just enough flour and oil for one last meal. Elijah promises, the jar of flour will not be used up, and the jug of oil will not run dry until the day the Lord sends rain. This miracle sustains them throughout the drought. Later, when her son dies, Elijah stretches himself upon the child 3 times, praying for his restoration. The boy revives, confirming to the widow that Elijah truly speaks God's word. After 3 years of drought, God instructs Elijah to present himself to Ahab for imminent rain. The prophet encounters Obadiah, Ahab's palace administrator, a devout believer who had hidden and sustained 100 prophets in caves during Jezebel's purge. When Elijah requests an audience with Ahab, Obadiah fears the prophet will disappear before Ahab arrives, leaving him to face royal wrath. Elijah assures him of his intention to meet Ahab that day. Upon meeting, Ahab accuses Elijah of troubling Israel. The prophet redirects blame to Ahab's Baal worship and challenges him to gather 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asherah at Mount Carmel for a decisive contest. Before assembled Israel, Elijah declares the necessity of decision. How long will you go limping between 2 different opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him, but if Baal, then follow him. The people remain silent. Elijah proposes a test: 2 bulls prepared for sacrifice, but without fire applied. The God who answers with fire is truly God. Baal's prophets select their bull, prepare it, and call on their deity from morning until noon without response, leaping around the altar. Elijah mocks them, "Cry aloud, for he is a god." Either he is musing, or he is relieving himself, or he is on a journey, or perhaps he is asleep and must be awakened. They intensify efforts until evening, cutting themselves with swords and lances until blood flows, but receive no answer. Elijah then repairs the Lord's demolished altar, using 12 stones representing Israel's tribes. He digs a trench around it, arranges wood, cuts the bull in pieces, and directs 4 large jars of water poured 3 times over the sacrifice and wood until the trench fills. At the time of evening sacrifice, he prays simply for divine validation of his prophetic role and reminder of covenant relationship. Fire immediately consumes sacrifice, wood, stones, dust, and water. The people fall prostrate, acknowledging, "The Lord, He is God. The Lord, He is God." Elijah commands Baal's prophets seized and executed at the Kishon Valley. Elijah then tells Ahab to prepare for rain. From Carmel's summit, he bows with face between his knees, while his servant watches the sea. After 7 checks, the servant reports a cloud as small as a man's hand rising from the sea. Elijah warns Ahab to descend before rain prevents travel. The sky grows black and heavy rain falls. Empowered by the Lord, Elijah outruns Ahab's chariot all the way to Jezreel. When Jezebel threatens Elijah's life in revenge for her prophet's execution, he flees to Beersheba in Judah. Leaving his servant there, he continues a day's journey into the wilderness, sits under a broom tree, and requests death. "It is enough. Now, O Lord, take away my life, for I am no better than my fathers." He sleeps until an angel touches him, providing bread baked on hot stones and water. After eating, he sleeps again. The angel returns, provides more food, and instructs him to eat for strength for his journey. This sustenance carries him 40 days and nights to Horeb, the mountain of God. Lodging in a cave, Elijah receives divine questioning. "What are you doing here?" He laments his zealous service while Israel has rejected the covenant, destroyed altars, killed prophets, and now seeks his life. "I, even I only, am left." God instructs him to stand on the mountain as divine presence passes by. A mighty wind tears the mountains, followed by earthquake and fire, but God is in none of these. Finally comes a sound of sheer silence, or a still, small voice. The questioning repeats, as does Elijah's response. God then commissions him to anoint Hazael as king over Aram, Jehu as king over Israel, and Elisha as his prophetic successor. These 3 will execute divine judgment, yet 7,000 remain in Israel, who have not bowed to Baal or kissed him, refuting Elijah's claim of solitary faithfulness. Returning, Elijah finds Elisha plowing with 12 yoke of oxen. He throws his cloak over him, symbolizing prophetic calling. Elisha requests time to bid farewell to his parents, then slaughters his oxen, burns his equipment to cook the meat, feeds the people, and follows Elijah as his attendant, Ben-Hadad of Aram, leading 32 allied kings with horses and chariots, besieges Samaria and demands Ahab's silver, gold, and most beautiful wives and children. Ahab initially agrees, but refuses when Ben-Hadad escalates to sending servants to seize whatever they desire. An unnamed prophet promises Ahab victory through young officers of the provincial commanders, countering Ben-Hadad's drunken boast to take Ahab alive. With 232 young officers and 7,000 troops, Israel rout the Arameans, though Ben-Hadad escapes on horseback. The prophet warns Ahab to strengthen his position because Aram will return the following spring. Ben-Hadad's officials attribute their defeat to Israel's gods of the hills and suggest fighting in the plains where Israelite deities supposedly lack power. In the ensuing battle at Aphek, Israel kills 100,000 Aramean foot soldiers in one day, with 27,000 more dying when a city wall collapses on them. Ben-Hadad surrenders, and Ahab makes a treaty with him, releasing him despite divine intention to deliver him for destruction. A prophet, disguised with bandages, confronts Ahab, tricking him into pronouncing his own judgment for releasing a man whom I had devoted to destruction, declaring, "It shall be your life for his life, and your people for his people." Ahab covets a vineyard adjacent to his palace belonging to Naboth the Jezreelite, offering purchase or exchange for superior property. Naboth refuses on principle. "The Lord forbid that I should give you the inheritance of my fathers." Sulking childishly, Ahab takes to his bed, refusing food. Jezebel, learning the cause, mockingly questions his kingship and promises to obtain the vineyard. Using Ahab's seal, she arranges false testimony against Naboth for cursing God and king. Based on these allegations, Naboth receives death by stoning. Informed of his death, Jezebel tells Ahab to take possession of the vineyard. As Ahab inspects his new acquisition, Elijah confronts him. "Have you killed and also taken possession?" He pronounces divine judgment. Dogs will lick Ahab's blood where they licked Naboth's. His entire male line will perish, like Jeroboam's and Baasha's. Dogs will devour Jezebel by Jezreel's wall, and dogs and birds will consume his family members. Ahab responds with genuine repentance, tearing his clothes, wearing sackcloth, and fasting. God therefore postpones the family's destruction until after Ahab's lifetime. After 3 years without war between Israel and Aram, Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, visits Ahab, who proposes joint recapture of Ramoth-Gilead from Aramean control. Jehoshaphat agrees, but requests prophetic consultation first. Ahab gathers 400 court prophets who unanimously predict success. Unsatisfied, Jehoshaphat asks for a genuine prophet of the Lord. Ahab reluctantly mentions Micaiah, son of Imlah, whom he hates for never prophesying favorably concerning him. While awaiting Micaiah, prophet Zedekiah, son of Canaan, creates iron horns, theatrically predicting Aramean destruction. The messenger sent for Micaiah urges him to agree with the majority, but he insists on speaking only divine words. Initially, Micaiah sarcastically echoes the court prophet's approval. When Ahab demands truth, he reveals a vision: Israel scattered like shepherdless sheep, with the Lord saying, "These have no master. Let each return home in peace." Ahab tells Jehoshaphat, "Did I not tell you that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil?" Micaiah continues, describing a heavenly council where a spirit volunteers to entice Ahab through lying prophets. He concludes, "The Lord has declared disaster for you." Zedekiah strikes Micaiah's cheek, challenging his claim to authentic inspiration. Micaiah predicts Zedekiah will cower in an inner chamber when his falsehood becomes evident. Ahab imprisons Micaiah until his successful return, to which the prophet responds, "If you return in peace, the Lord has not spoken by me." Disguised for battle, while Jehoshaphat wears royal robes, Ahab nearly escapes the Aramean commanders ordered specifically to target him. A random arrow strikes him between his armor joints, inflicting a mortal wound. Propped up in his chariot to maintain appearances until evening, he dies at sunset. When his chariot is washed at the Samaria pool where prostitutes bathe, dogs lick his blood, fulfilling prophecy. His son Ahaziah succeeds him. In Judah, Jehoshaphat, son of Asa, begins his 25-year reign in Ahab's 4th year. He follows his father's early righteous example, removing remaining male shrine prostitutes. Though failing to eliminate high places where people still sacrifice, he maintains peace with Israel and removes Asherah poles. He sends officials and Levites throughout Judah with the book of the law, teaching proper worship. Surrounding nations fear attacking Judah, and some Philistines and Arabs bring tribute. Jehoshaphat builds fortresses and maintains a strong army, yet foolishly arranges his son Jehoram's marriage to Ahab's daughter Athaliah, creating disastrous dynastic entanglement. After unwisely helping Ahab at Ramoth-Gilead, Jehoshaphat faces prophetic rebuke from Jehu, son of Hanani. Should you help the wicked and love those who hate the Lord? Because of this, wrath has gone out against you from the Lord. Nevertheless, he continues religious reforms, appointing judges throughout Judah, with instructions to judge carefully as God's representatives. In Jerusalem, he establishes an appeals court of Levites, priests, and family heads to ensure justice and prevent divine wrath. When Moabites, Ammonites, and Meunites threaten Judah, Jehoshaphat proclaims a fast and leads national prayer, acknowledging powerlessness against this vast army and declaring, "Our eyes are on you." The prophet Jahaziel announces divine intervention. "The battle is not yours, but God's. Stand firm, hold your position, and see the salvation of the Lord." The people worship, and Levitical singing begins. The next morning, Jehoshaphat encourages his troops with similar sentiment. "Believe in the Lord your God, and you will be established. Believe his prophets, and you will succeed." He appoints singers to precede the army, praising God's eternal love. As they begin singing, the three enemy forces destroy each other through divinely induced confusion. Judah requires 3 days to collect abundant spoil from the battlefield, then returns to Jerusalem with musical celebration. Jehoshaphat later allies with Ahaziah of Israel, who continues his father Ahab's wickedness in a commercial maritime venture from Etzion-Geber. Prophet Eliezer predicts its failure due to this ungodly partnership, and indeed, the ships founder before sailing. When Ahaziah proposes a second attempt, Jehoshaphat refuses. After Ahaziah's brief 2-year reign, his brother Joram succeeds him, somewhat less wicked than his parents, but still maintaining Jeroboam's religious system. The Moabites, who had paid substantial tribute to Ahab of 100,000 lambs and wool from 100,000 rams, rebel under King Mesha following Ahab's death. Joram allies with Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom to suppress this rebellion. After 7 waterless days in the desert, they consult Elisha, who initially directs Joram to his parents' prophets, but assists for Jehoshaphat's sake. He requests a musician, then prophesies the valley will fill with water without rain, and predicts victory over Moab. The next morning, water appears, and the coalition defeats Moabite cities. In desperation at Kir Hareseth, Mesha sacrifices his oldest son on the city wall, creating great wrath that causes the Israelite forces to withdraw. When Jehoshaphat dies, his son Jehoram, husband to Athaliah, rules Judah for 8 years. Unlike his father, he adopts the ways of Israel's kings, even killing his brothers and various officials. The Edomites successfully revolt during his reign, establishing their own king. Libnah similarly revolts because he had forsaken the Lord. Elijah sends him a letter predicting plague for his family and painful bowel disease for himself, one of Scripture's chronological puzzles since Elijah's ministry primarily occurred earlier. After 2 painful years with his bowels eventually coming out, Jehoram dies unmourned, denied burial in the royal tombs, despite receiving an honorific fire. His son Ahaziah rules Judah for 1 year, continuing evil practices under his mother Athaliah's influence as his counselor to do wickedly. He joins his uncle Joram of Israel at Ramoth-Gilead against Hazael of Aram, who had succeeded Ben-Hadad according to Elijah's earlier anointing commission. When Joram suffers wounds and withdraws to Jezreel for recovery, Ahaziah visits him there, unwittingly placing both kings in position for divine judgment. Before Elijah's heavenly departure in a whirlwind, Elisha accompanies him from Gilgal to Bethel to Jericho to the Jordan, refusing each time to remain behind. Elijah strikes the Jordan with his rolled cloak, dividing the waters for them to cross on dry ground. He offers Elisha a parting gift. The younger prophet requests a double portion of your spirit, essentially claiming firstborn heir status among the sons of the prophets. Elijah promises this if Elisha witnesses his departure. As they converse, a chariot and horses of fire separate them, and Elijah ascends in the whirlwind. Elisha tears his clothes, retrieves Elijah's fallen cloak, and reproduces the Jordan parting miracle, confirming his succession. Prophetic communities search 3 days for Elijah without success. Elisha's subsequent miracles include purifying Jericho's water supply, cursing mocking youths who are mauled by bears, providing endless oil for a prophet's widow to pay debts and support her family, promising a son to a barren Shunammite woman, and later resurrecting him when he dies, purifying poisonous stew during famine, multiplying 20 barley loaves to feed 100 men, and healing Naaman's leprosy while transferring it to his own greedy servant Gehazi. He discloses Aramean king Ben-Hadad's secret strategies to Israelite King Joram, causing Aramean forces sent to capture him at Dothan to be struck with temporary blindness and led into Samaria, where Elisha prevents their execution and secures their hospitable treatment instead. Later, Ben-Hadad besieges Samaria, creating catastrophic famine, where a donkey's head sells for 80 shekels of silver and a cup of dove's dung for 5. When a woman complains to King Joram that another woman has reneged on their agreement to cook and eat their sons on consecutive days, he tears his clothes in anguish, revealing sackcloth underneath, and vows to execute Elisha, apparently blaming him for these conditions. Elisha, forewarned of the king's approach, predicts abundant food the next day. The royal officer accompanying the king scoffs at this impossibility, prompting Elisha to declare he will see but not eat this bounty. That night, God causes the Arameans to hear sounds of approaching chariots and horses, creating panic and precipitous retreat, abandoning camp equipment, clothing, and food. 4 leprous men, deciding to surrender to the Arameans rather than starve at Samaria's gate, discover the deserted camp and initially plunder it before conscience compels reporting to city authorities. After verification, the people rush out to plunder, and markets resume with normalized prices. The skeptical officer, stationed at the gate to maintain order, dies trampled by the crowd, fulfilling Elisha's prediction. Elisha warns the Shunammite woman of a 7-year famine and advises temporary relocation. Upon her return, she appeals to the king for restoration of her property, arriving precisely as Gehazi describes to the king how Elisha restored her son's life. This coincidence secures royal intervention for her land restoration. Later, Elisha visits Damascus, where Ben-Hadad lies ill. The king sends Hazael with 40 camel loads of goods to inquire about recovery prospects. Elisha predicts possible recovery from the illness, but nevertheless foresees the king's death, then weeps looking at Hazael, foreseeing the atrocities he will inflict on Israel. When Hazael questions this emotional response, Elisha reveals he will become Aram's king. Returning to Ben-Hadad, Hazael reports favorable prognosis, but the next day smothers the king with a water-soaked cloth and succeeds him. Meanwhile, the prophet whom Elisha commissions anoints Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, son of Nimshi, at Ramoth-Gilead, where Israel's army faces Hazael. He takes Jehu into an inner room, pours oil on his head, and declares, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I anoint you king over the people of the Lord, over Israel." He instructs Jehu to destroy Ahab's house completely, avenging the prophet's bloodshed by Jezebel. ensuring dogs will devour her with none to bury her. The prophet then flees. When Jehu's fellow officers inquire about this madman's visit, Jehu initially deflects, but eventually reveals his prophetic anointing as king. They immediately spread garments as an impromptu carpet, blow trumpets, and proclaim, "Jehu is king." Jehu conspiratorially requests preventing news from reaching Jezreel, then personally rides there. King Joram of Israel and King Ahaziah of Judah, who is visiting his wounded uncle, ride out in separate chariots to meet Jehu. When Joram asks, "Is it peace, Jehu?" he responds, "What peace can there be, so long as the whorings and the sorceries of your mother Jezebel are so many?" Joram flees, warning Ahaziah of treachery, but Jehu shoots an arrow through his heart. Recalling Elijah's prophecy about Naboth's vineyard, Jehu instructs his officer to throw Joram's body onto Naboth's field. Ahaziah flees toward Beth-Hagan, but Jehu's forces pursue and wound him in his chariot at Gur near Ibleam. He reaches Megiddo, but dies there. His servants transport his body to Jerusalem for burial in the royal tombs. Arriving at Jezreel, Jehu finds Jezebel regally adorned at her window. When he calls for assistance from within, 2 or 3 eunuchs throw her down. Her blood spatters the wall and horses which trample her. After refreshment, Jehu orders her burial as a king's daughter, but servants find only her skull, feet, and palms, the rest consumed by dogs in Jezebel's portion of Jezreel, fulfilling Elijah's prophecy. Jehu challenges Samaria's officials to select the best royal descendant and fight for him. Intimidated, they surrender and follow his instruction to deliver the heads of Ahab's 70 sons in baskets to Jezreel, where he arranges them in 2 heaps at the city gate. He absolves the officials of direct responsibility while acknowledging divine fulfillment of Elijah's prophecy, then executes all remaining associates of Ahab's house in Jezreel. En route to Samaria, Jehu encounters relatives of Ahaziah coming to visit the royal families, unaware of recent events. He orders their capture and execution, 42 men, at Beth-Eked. Proceeding further, he meets Jehonadab, son of Rechab, a noted ascetic, and confirms their shared zeal for the Lord. Jehonadab joins him in his chariot to witness his continued purge. In Samaria, Jehu eliminates all Ahab's remaining supporters. He then announces a great sacrifice to Baal, secretly planning to eliminate all Baal worshippers. He assembles them in Baal's temple, providing special robes for identification, and stations 80 men outside with instructions to prevent escapes on pain of death. After completing sacrifices, he orders their execution, demolishes Baal's sacred stone, and converts the temple into a latrine. Despite this zealous purge of Baal worship, Jehu maintains Jeroboam's golden calf worship at Dan and Bethel. God commends his execution of divine judgment against Ahab's house, promising his descendants will rule to the 4th generation, yet criticizes his incomplete religious reform. During his reign, Hazael conquers all Israelite territory east of the Jordan. After 28 years, Jehu dies, and his son Jehoahaz succeeds him. In Judah, after Ahaziah's death, his mother Athaliah seizes power and executes all royal descendants except infant Joash. Hidden by his aunt Jehosheba, wife of priest Jehoiada, for 6 years in the temple, while Athaliah reigns. In the 7th year, Jehoiada secretly shows the child to military commanders, secures their loyalty oaths, arms them with David's spears and shields stored in the temple, and arranges strategic placement around the temple complex and young king. When the coronation occurs with anointing, proclamation, and trumpet blasts, Athaliah rushes in, crying, "Treason." Jehoiada orders her removal and execution at the horse entrance to the palace grounds. He then establishes a covenant between the Lord, the king, and the people, followed by comprehensive Baal worship destruction, altars, images, and priest Matan killed before the altars. Amid great rejoicing, Joash assumes the throne at age 7, and the city remains quiet after Athaliah's death. Under priest Jehoiada's guidance, Joash orders temple repairs funded by various offerings. When progress lags, he summons Jehoiada and the priests, eventually implementing a chest collection system placed beside the altar where priests deposit money brought for temple maintenance. This proves successful, funding repairs while maintaining regular sacrificial worship. However, Hazael of Aram threatens Jerusalem, compelling Joash to send him all sacred objects and treasures from temple and palace to divert his attack. After Jehoiada dies at 130, Judean officials lead Joash into Asherah worship. When Zechariah, son of Jehoiada, condemns this apostasy, Joash orders his execution in the temple court. Zechariah's dying words, "May the Lord see and avenge," find fulfillment when Aramean officials assassinate Joash in bed at Beth Millo during his convalescence from battle wounds inflicted during Hazael's son's invasion. Having reigned 40 years from age 7, Joash receives burial in Jerusalem, but not in the royal tombs. In Israel, Jehoahaz continues his father Jehu's religious practices, prompting divine anger that delivers Israel into Aramean dominance under Hazael and Ben-Hadad. Hazael reduces Israel's army to 50 horsemen, 10 chariots, and 10,000 foot soldiers, making them like the dust at threshing. When Jehoahaz seeks divine favor, a deliverer arises, though scripture leaves both the identity and timing ambiguous. After 17 years, Jehoahaz dies, and his son Jehoash succeeds him. Elisha falls mortally ill during Jehoash's reign. The king visits him, weeping and acknowledging him as the chariots of Israel and its horsemen. At Elisha's instruction, Jehoash takes bow and arrows, opens an east window, and shoots with Elisha's hands over his, symbolizing victory over Aram. He then strikes the ground with arrows, but stops after 3 strikes. Elisha angrily declares he should have struck 5 or 6 times, which would have brought total victory over Aram. Now he will defeat them only 3 times. After Elisha's death and burial, a funeral procession hastily deposits a body in his tomb when Moabite raiders appear. Upon touching Elisha's bones, the dead man revives and stands. Elisha's final miracle. Throughout Jehoahaz's reign, Hazael oppresses Israel, but divine compassion remembers the covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, preventing total destruction. After Hazael's death, Jehoash recaptures cities his father lost to Ben-Hadad, defeating him 3 times, as Elisha predicted. In Judah, Joash's son, Amaziah, executes his father's assassins but spares their children, observing Mosaic law's prohibition against punishing children for their father's sins. He defeats 10,000 Edomites in the Valley of Salt and captures Selah, renaming it Joktheel. Emboldened by this victory, Amaziah challenges Jehoash of Israel, "Come, let us look one another in the face." Jehoash responds with a parable about a thistle seeking cedar alliance through marriage, trampled by a wild beast, warning Amaziah, "Why should you provoke trouble so that you fall, you and Judah with you?" When Amaziah persists, Jehoash defeats him at Beth Shemesh, captures him, breaches 400 cubits of Jerusalem's wall, and plunders temple and palace treasuries before returning to Samaria with hostages. Jehoash dies after 16 years, succeeded by his son Jeroboam II, while Amaziah lives 15 years after Jehoash's death, eventually facing conspiracy in Jerusalem that forces flight to Lachish, where assassins pursue and kill him. His body returns to Jerusalem for royal burial, and his 16-year-old son, Azariah succeeds him. During his 52-year reign, Azariah generally does right, though high places remain. When he presumptuously enters the temple to burn incense, a priesthood-restricted function, God strikes him with leprosy until death. He lives in separate quarters, while his son Jotham manages the palace and governs. Meanwhile, Jeroboam II of Israel continues religious deviations, while restoring Israel's northern territory from Lebo Hamath to the Dead Sea, according to prophecy from Jonah, son of Amittai, of Gath Hepher. Despite Israel's bitter affliction, God provides rescue through Jeroboam II, not yet having decreed national erasure. Jeroboam dies after 41 years, succeeded by his son Zechariah, fulfilling God's promise to Jehu of four-generation dynasty. Zechariah rules only 6 months before Shallum, son of Jabesh, publicly assassinates him and seizes power, ending Jehu's dynasty. Shallum himself reigns just 1 month in Samaria, before Menahem, son of Gadi, comes from Tirzah, kills him, and claims the throne. Menahem exercises extraordinary brutality, ripping open pregnant women in Tifsah for refusing recognition. When Assyrian king Pul attacks, Menahem pays 1,000 talents of silver, extracted by taxing wealthy Israelites 50 shekels each, securing Assyrian support for his reign. After 10 years, his son Pekahiah succeeds him. 2 years later, Pekahiah's officer Pekah, son of Remaliah, conspires with 50 Gileadites, assassinates him in Samaria's palace citadel, and reigns 20 years. During this time, Assyrian king Tiglath-Pileser captures numerous northern cities and Galilee, deporting inhabitants to Assyria. Hoshea, son of Elah, then conspires against Pekah, kills him, and succeeds him. In Judah, after Jotham reigns 16 years, continuing his father's policies, his son Ahaz introduces unprecedented religious corruption, even sacrificing his son by fire according to detestable practices of expelled nations. Rezin of Aram and Pekah of Israel besiege Jerusalem but cannot overcome it. Rezin captures Elath, expelling Judeans and resettling it with Edomites. Ahaz sends temple and palace treasures to Tiglath-Pileser, requesting assistance against these attackers. The Assyrian king obliges by attacking Damascus, killing Rezin and deporting its population to Kir. Visiting Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser, Ahaz admires a pagan altar and sends its design to priest Uriah in Jerusalem, who constructs a replica before Ahaz returns. The king sacrifices on this new altar, relocates the bronze altar, and modifies other temple furnishings to please the Assyrian king. He dies after 16 years, succeeded by his son Hezekiah. In Israel, Hoshea reigns 9 years, less wickedly than predecessors, but still maintaining established corruptions. Assyrian king Shalmaneser discovers his conspiracy in sending envoys to Egypt's king So and withholding annual tribute. Shalmaneser imprisons Hoshea, besieges Samaria 3 years, captures it in Hoshea's 9th year, and deports Israelites to Hala, Gozan river settlements, and Median cities. This exile results from persistent covenant violation despite prophetic warnings. Israel rejected divine statutes, pursuing vanities that rendered them vain, imitating surrounding nations despite explicit prohibition, abandoning all commandments, creating golden calves, serving Asherah, burning children as offerings, and practicing divination and sorcery. Divine anger removes them from his presence, leaving only Judah, which nevertheless fails to maintain divine commands. The Assyrian king resettles Samaria with people from Babylon, Cutha, Avva, Hamath, and Sepharvaim. Initially ignorant of proper worship, They suffer lion attacks interpreted as divine displeasure. An exiled Israelite priest returns to teach appropriate ritual, resulting in syncretistic religion. They fear the Lord while still serving their own gods according to former customs. This mixed population becomes the Samaritans, perpetual rivals to later Judaism. While Israel faces permanent exile, Judah experiences dramatic reform under Hezekiah, who removes high places, smashes sacred pillars, cuts down Asherah poles, and destroys the bronze serpent Moses made, which had become an idolatrous object called Nehushtan. Trusting God, unlike any king, before or after, he rebels against Assyria, defeats Philistines, and prospers in all his undertakings. When Assyrian king Sennacherib attacks Judean fortified cities, Hezekiah offers submission, paying 300 talents of silver and 30 of gold, stripping temple doors and pillars he had previously overlaid. Sennacherib, nevertheless, sends his supreme commander, chief officer, and field commander with a large force to Jerusalem. Speaking in Hebrew rather than Aramaic to address the people directly, they warn against trusting Egypt, dismissing Hezekiah's religious reforms as alienating God by centralizing worship and claiming divine commission for their attack. They promise exile to a comparable land if Jerusalem surrenders, questioning whether any national deity has successfully resisted Assyria. Though ordered not to respond, the people remain silent. When Hezekiah's representatives report these threats with torn clothes signifying distress, he likewise tears his garments, dons sackcloth, and enters the temple. He sends officials to consult prophet Isaiah, who predicts Sennacherib will hear a report causing his return home, where he will die by the sword. The Assyrian officers return to Sennacherib at Libnah, having left Lachish. Learning that Tirhakah of Cush approaches for battle, Sennacherib sends messengers to Jerusalem with written threats reiterating the futility of resistance based on previous Assyrian conquests. Hezekiah takes the letter to the temple, spreads it before the Lord, and prays for deliverance to demonstrate divine uniqueness among earth's kingdoms. Isaiah sends a response. God has heard the prayer and mocks Assyrian arrogance. The Lord will turn Sennacherib back by the route he came. Jerusalem will revive like a surviving remnant, taking root downward and bearing fruit upward. That night, an angel strikes 185,000 in the Assyrian camp. Sennacherib returns to Nineveh, where his sons Adramelech and Sharezer assassinate him while he worships in Nisroch's temple. His son Esarhaddon succeeds him. Hezekiah falls mortally ill. Isaiah visits him, declaring, "Set your house in order, for you shall die, you shall not recover." Turning toward the wall, Hezekiah weeps bitterly, recalling his faithful service. Before Isaiah reaches the middle court, divine instruction reverses his message. Hezekiah will recover, visit the temple in 3 days, and receive 15 additional years plus divine defense against Assyria. A fig poultice applied to his boil facilitates healing. When Hezekiah requests a confirming sign, Isaiah offers choice between shadow advancement or retreat on the stairway. Hezekiah chooses the more difficult retreat, and God causes the shadow to move backward 10 steps. Merodach Baladan, king of Babylon, sends envoys with letters and gifts, ostensibly concerning Hezekiah's recovery, but actually seeking alliance against Assyria. Hezekiah shows them all his treasuries and armory. Isaiah confronts him, asking about the visitors and their activities. He then prophesies future Babylonian exile when everything shown them, including royal descendants, will be carried away. Hezekiah accepts this judgment, grateful it will not occur during his lifetime. He constructs a pool and tunnel, bringing water inside Jerusalem. The famous Siloam Tunnel, with its ancient Hebrew inscription describing workers tunneling from opposite ends and meeting in the middle. After death, his son Manasseh succeeds him. 12-year-old Manasseh reigns 55 years, Judah's longest monarchical tenure, undoing his father's reforms by rebuilding high places, erecting Baal altars and Asherah poles, worshipping celestial bodies, building pagan altars in the temple courts, sacrificing his son by fire, practicing sorcery and divination, and consulting mediums. He even places an Asherah image in the temple itself. Chronicles records his temporary exile to Babylon after Assyrian hooks and bronze fetters, his repentance there, restoration to Jerusalem, removal of foreign gods, restoration of the Lord's altar, and commanded thanksgiving sacrifices, though people still sacrifice at high places, albeit only to the Lord. He also strengthens Jerusalem's defenses. Nevertheless, Kings primarily remembers him leading Judah to exceed the sins of nations God expelled from Canaan. Through prophets, God pronounces judgment on Jerusalem and Judah, using the metaphor of wiping a dish and turning it upside down. Jerusalem will suffer Samaria's fate and Ahab's house's destruction. The remnant will become plunder for enemies, because they have provoked divine anger since leaving Egypt. Manasseh sheds much innocent blood, filling Jerusalem from one end to another. Kings attributes Judah's eventual exile primarily to his sins. His son, Ammon, continues these evil practices during his brief 2-year reign. Palace officials assassinate him, but the people of the land execute the conspirators and enthrone his 8-year-old son, Josiah. In his 18th year, Josiah sends his secretary, Shaphan, to high priest Hilkiah, instructing him to distribute collected temple funds to repair supervisors. Hilkiah reports finding the Book of the Law in the temple, likely Deuteronomy or the entire Pentateuch, long neglected during apostate reigns. When Shaphan reads it to Josiah, the king tears his clothes in distress over revealed covenant violations and sends a delegation to prophetess Huldah for divine consultation. Huldah confirms inevitable judgment for forsaking God and burning incense to other gods, but promises Josiah peaceful death before these disasters due to his responsive humility. Josiah then gathers all Judah and Jerusalem at the temple, reads the covenant book publicly, and renews the covenant to follow the Lord and keep his commandments with full devotion. The people join this commitment. Josiah initiates comprehensive religious purification, removing idolatrous priests, burning Asherah pole from the temple, destroying vessels made for Baal and Asherah, demolishing quarters where women weave hangings for Asherah, defiling high places from Geba to Beersheba, destroying the high places of the gates, breaking sacred pillars, cutting down wooden images, filling their places with human bones, and dismantling Solomon's high places for Ashtoreth, Chemosh, and Milcom. He destroys Jeroboam's altar at Bethel, along with its high place, burning human bones on it exactly as prophesied centuries earlier, while preserving the tomb of the prophet who had predicted these actions. Josiah also eliminates mediums, spiritists, household gods, idols, and detestable images throughout Judah and Jerusalem. He commands national Passover observance as prescribed in the covenant book, unprecedented since the Judges period. Scripture eulogizes. Before him there was no king like him, who turned to the Lord with all his heart and with all his soul and with all his might, according to all the law of Moses, nor did any like him arise after him. Nevertheless, divine wrath against Judah remains unabated because of Manasseh's provocations. When Egyptian Pharaoh Necho marches to assist Assyria at Carchemish against Babylon, Josiah confronts him at Megiddo, despite Necho's claim of divine commission elsewhere. archers fatally wound Josiah, who returns to Jerusalem and dies at 39 after 31 years' reign. The people make his son Jehoahaz king, but he reigns only 3 months before Necho imprisons him at Riblah in Hamath, imposes tribute on Judah, and installs Josiah's son Eliakim as puppet ruler, changing his name to Jehoiakim. Jehoahaz dies in Egyptian captivity. 25-year-old Jehoiakim reigns 11 evil years, taxing Judah to pay Pharaoh's tribute. During his reign, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, defeats Necho at Carchemish, ending Egyptian regional dominance. Jehoiakim becomes Babylonian vassal for 3 years before rebelling. God sends Chaldean, Aramean, Moabite, and Ammonite raiders against him, fulfilling prophetic judgment for Manasseh's sins. After Jehoiakim's death, his 18-year-old son, Jehoiachin, continues his evil practices for 3 months before surrendering to Nebuchadnezzar's siege. Nebuchadnezzar takes him to Babylon with royal family members, officials, craftsmen, and smiths, 10,000 captives, including 7,000 soldiers and 1,000 craftsmen. He plunders temple and palace treasuries, strips gold from temple furnishings Solomon made, and appoints Jehoiakin's uncle Mattaniah as king, renaming him Zedekiah. This first major deportation includes prophet Ezekiel and begins the 70-year exile period Jeremiah prophesied. 21-year-old Zedekiah reigns 11 evil years, ultimately rebelling against Babylon despite Jeremiah's warnings. Nebuchadnezzar besieges Jerusalem in Zedekiah's 9th year, causing severe famine by his 11th year. When city walls breach, Zedekiah and his soldiers flee by night through the gate between 2 walls near the king's garden, but are captured near Jericho. At Riblah, Nebuchadnezzar sentences Zedekiah to witness his son's execution before having his own eyes gouged out. Bound with bronze shackles, he dies in Babylon. A month later, Nebuzaradan, captain of Nebuchadnezzar's guard, burns the temple, palace, and all significant Jerusalem buildings, demolishes city walls, deports most remaining inhabitants, but leaves some poor vine dressers and farmers. Babylonians take remaining temple, bronze, gold, and silver vessels to Babylon. At Riblah, Nebuchadnezzar executes chief priest Sariah, second priest Zephaniah, 3 doorkeepers, the chief officer supervising soldiers, 5 royal advisors, the secretary commanding the army, and 60 country people found in the city. Nebuchadnezzar appoints Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, as governor over remaining Judeans. When army officers, including Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, of royal lineage, visit Gedaliah at Mizpah, he assures them safety under Babylonian rule. 2 months later, Ishmael and 10 men assassinate Gedaliah, massacre accompanying Judeans and Chaldeans, and kidnap survivors toward Ammon. Captain Yohanan's son of Kareah and his officers rescue the captives, but, fearing Babylonian retaliation, lead them to Egypt against Jeremiah's prophetic warning. Thus Judah goes into exile from its land. After 37 years' captivity, Jehoiakim finds favor with evil Merodach, Nebuchadnezzar's successor, who releases him from prison, speaks kindly to him, gives him prominence above other captive kings, exchanges his prison clothes, provides regular dining at the royal table, and grants daily allowance for life. This small mercy preserves David's lineage from which Messiah will eventually come. The divided kingdom period spans approximately 210 years for Israel and 340 years for Judah. Israel experiences 19 kings across 9 dynasties, with every monarch continuing Jeroboam's religious innovations. God sends numerous prophets, including Elijah, Elisha, Jonah, Amos, and Hosea, warning of impending judgment absent repentance. When warnings go unheeded, Assyria destroys Samaria and deports its population, who largely lose their distinct identity among the nations. Judah maintains the Davidic dynasty throughout its existence, with several righteous kings instituting religious reforms. Ultimately, however, the corruption under Manasseh proves irrevocable despite Josiah's exceptional reforms. Jerusalem falls to Babylon, the temple burns, and most inhabitants face deportation. Yet unlike Israel, Judah maintains its identity in exile, setting the stage for eventual restoration and the coming of the promised Messiah through David's preserved lineage. While the historical narrative of Kings and Chronicles recounts the political and religious developments of the divided kingdoms, the prophetic books provide deeper insight into the spiritual and moral conditions precipitating their falls. The prophets serve as divine emissaries, calling wayward rulers and people back to covenant faithfulness, warning of impending judgment, yet offering hope of ultimate restoration through divine mercy. Chronologically, the prophetic ministry of Elijah and Elisha transitions from purely oral proclamation to the written prophetic tradition, beginning with Amos and Hosea in the northern kingdom during the prosperous but spiritually corrupt reign of Jeroboam II. Isaiah and Micah soon follow in Judah. These prophets address their immediate historical contexts, while simultaneously providing theological interpretation of unfolding events and glimpses of a more distant messianic future. Amos, a shepherd and sycamore fig farmer from Tekoa in Judah, receives divine commission to prophesy in the northern kingdom approximately 760, 2 years before a significant earthquake. Though lacking formal prophetic training, he delivers scathing critiques of Israel's social injustice, religious hypocrisy, and moral corruption beneath a veneer of prosperity and military security. His message begins with pronouncements of judgment against surrounding nations: Damascus, Gaza, Tyre, Edom, Ammon, Moab, drawing sympathetic attention from Israelite audiences, before unexpectedly turning to condemn Judah and, most pointedly, Israel itself. Amos condemns Israel for selling the righteous for silver and the needy for a pair of sandals, for oppressing the poor while maintaining luxurious lifestyles, and for superficial worship masking ethical violations. To those eagerly anticipating the day of the Lord as divine intervention against their enemies, he warns it will bring darkness rather than light, judgment rather than vindication. Their solemn assemblies, offerings, and religious music disgust God, while justice remains perverted and the vulnerable crushed. Through vivid visions, locusts, fire, a plumb line, summer fruit, the Lord beside the altar, Amos illustrates the inevitability of divine judgment. When priest Amaziah attempts to silence him at Bethel, dismissing him to prophesy in his native Judah instead, Amos reiterates his divine commissioning and prophesies Amaziah's personal demise along with national exile. Despite predominant judgment themes, Amos concludes with restoration promises. David's fallen tent will be restored. Israel will rebuild ruined cities, and they will never again be uprooted from their land. This tension between judgment and restoration characterizes prophetic literature, as it holds together divine justice and mercy, historical catastrophe and eschatological hope. Hosea prophesies during the same period, but employs intensely personal symbolism. God commands him to marry Gomer, a promiscuous woman whose inevitable adultery will illustrate Israel's spiritual infidelity. Their children receive symbolic names. Jezreel anticipates divine punishment in the valley, where Jehu slaughtered Ahab's family. Lo Ruhamah means not loved, signifying divine compassion withdrawn. Lo Ami means not my people, indicating covenant relationships suspended. When Gomer abandons Hosea for lovers, God instructs him to reclaim her from slavery, paralleling divine commitment to adulterous Israel. Hosea presents God as the wounded husband of an unfaithful wife, grieving Israel's ingratitude for his care from Egypt onward. The people pursue Baal, foolishly attributing agricultural fertility to Canaanite deities rather than their covenant Lord. Religious leaders particularly receive condemnation for failing to teach authentic knowledge of God. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Israel's kings fare no better, as political turmoil following Jeroboam II demonstrates divine judgment on leadership. Foreign alliances with Assyria and Egypt reveal misplaced trust in human power rather than divine protection. Hosea employs potent metaphors beyond marriage, including God as divine parent. When Israel was a child, I loved him. It was I who taught Ephraim to walk, taking them by the arms. This parental tenderness contrasts with the coming national catastrophe, when mothers will be dashed to pieces with their children, because Israel has spurned the good. Yet divine compassion ultimately overcomes judgment. How can I give you up, Ephraim? My heart is changed within me. All my compassion is aroused. I will not carry out my fierce anger. Isaiah begins prophesying in Judah in the year King Uzziah died, approximately 740. His commissioning vision reveals divine glory filling the temple, while seraphim proclaim God's holiness. When Isaiah acknowledges his unworthiness among a people of unclean lips, a seraph touches his mouth with a coal from the altar, pronouncing his guilt removed. The divine voice then asks, "Whom shall I send?" Isaiah responds, "Here am I, send me." He receives the difficult commission to deliver a message the people will hear but not understand, to make hearts dull, ears heavy, and eyes blind until cities lie waste without inhabitants and the land becomes desolate. When he asks how long this ministry of hardening continues, he learns until near total devastation, with only 1/10 remaining. Yet even this remnant faces burning. Nevertheless, like a terebinth or oak whose stump remains after felling, the holy seed is its stump. Throughout his decades-long ministry, spanning the reigns of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, Isaiah addresses Judah's precarious position between rival superpowers Egypt and Assyria. He condemns alliances that demonstrate political expediency rather than trust in divine protection. During Ahaz's reign, with Syria and Israel threatening Jerusalem, Isaiah offers a sign confirming divine deliverance. A virgin will conceive, bear a son called Emmanuel, and before he knows to refuse evil and choose good, the threatening kings will lose their power. When Ahaz refuses this sign, preferring alliance with Assyria, Isaiah announces Assyria itself will become the instrument of divine judgment, flooding even into Judah up to the neck, yet stopping short of complete destruction. This pattern of prophetic interpretation, wherein foreign nations serve as divine instruments for punishing covenant violations, while themselves remaining accountable for their excessive brutality and pride, characterizes Isaiah's international messages. Assyria is the rod of divine anger, yet will be punished for its arrogance. Babylon, not yet risen to imperial status, receives prophecy of future ascendance followed by spectacular fall. Egypt, Moab, Damascus, Ethiopia, Tyre, and other nations feature in Isaiah's worldwide prophetic vision of divine sovereignty over history. Isaiah particularly emphasizes Jerusalem's inviolability, despite human faithlessness, because of divine commitment to the Davidic covenant. During Sennacherib's invasion, he assures Hezekiah of divine defense for this city to save it. For my own sake, and for the sake of my servant David. Yet this protection requires genuine faith, rather than empty religious formalism. Isaiah condemns those who draw near with their mouth and honor me with their lips, while their hearts are far from me. True worship manifests in social justice, defending the oppressed, seeking justice for the fatherless, pleading the widow's cause. Beyond addressing immediate historical contingencies, Isaiah's prophecies extend to a distant future when the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established as the highest of the mountains, and all the nations shall flow to it. This eschatological vision includes a descendant of David's line upon whom God's Spirit will rest, bringing extraordinary wisdom and righteousness. Under his rule, the wolf shall dwell with the lamb in creation's universal peace. A suffering servant will bear the people's iniquities, wounded for their transgressions, bringing healing through his stripes. These messianic prophecies stretch far beyond Israel's historical restoration to anticipate cosmic redemption. Micah prophesies contemporaneously with Isaiah during the reigns of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, but focuses particularly on social justice concerns. From rural Moresheth Gath, he condemns urban corruption in both Samaria and Jerusalem, especially exploitation of the poor by the wealthy and powerful. He envisions the Lord coming forth from his holy place to witness against the people, causing mountains to melt and valleys to split from his presence. Samaria will become rubble and her idols shattered. Jerusalem faces similar judgment because her wealthy build estates through violence, and her leaders give judgment for a bribe. Her priests teach for a price, and her prophets practice divination for money while claiming divine protection. Like Isaiah, Micah balances judgment with future restoration. Jerusalem, though plowed as a field in judgment, will ultimately be established above all mountains, with nations streaming to learn divine instruction. A ruler will come from Bethlehem, ancient home of David's line, whose origin is, from old, from ancient days, who will shepherd his flock in divine strength until his greatness reaches to the ends of the earth. Micah succinctly summarizes prophetic ethical demands. He has told you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justice, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God. These requirements characterize authentic covenant faithfulness beyond ritual observance. While Isaiah and Micah primarily address Judah with occasional references to Israel, Jonah receives unique commission to prophesy to Nineveh, capital of the Assyrian Empire. His story differs from other prophetic books, narrating his attempt to flee divine calling by booking passage to Tarshish in the opposite direction from Nineveh. A divine storm imperils the ship until sailors reluctantly throw Jonah overboard at his instruction, ending the threat but placing Jonah himself in mortal danger. A divinely appointed great fish swallows him for 3 days and nights before vomiting him onto dry land. After this extraordinary intervention, Jonah obeys the renewed command to preach in Nineveh. His message is stark. Yet 40 days, and Nineveh shall be overthrown. Unexpectedly, from the king to the lowest commoner, the city responds with repentance, fasting, sackcloth, and genuine turning from evil ways. God relents from the disaster he had threatened, fulfilling his self-revelation to Moses as merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness. This outcome displeases Jonah, who complains that he fled initially because he knew God would relent if Nineveh repented. That is why I made haste to flee to Tarshish, for I knew that you are a gracious God and merciful, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love, and relenting from disaster. In effect, Jonah feared successful prophecy, the delivery of a message that would provoke repentance and therefore negate the threatened judgment. His nationalistic desire for Assyria's destruction, given its threatening posture toward Israel, conflicts with divine compassion for even Israel's enemies. The book concludes with divine questioning that leaves open the challenge to readers. Should not God pity Nineveh, that great city in which there are more than 120,000 persons who do not know their right hand from their left, along with many animals? Israel's fall to Assyria in 722 fulfills these prophetic warnings. The biblical record attributes this national catastrophe directly to covenant unfaithfulness, despite repeated prophetic calls to repentance. After conquest, the population faces deportation and forced resettlement throughout the Assyrian Empire, effectively erasing their distinct national identity among the nations, the feared fate Amos had warned about. The northern kingdom essentially disappears from history, with its territory repopulated by foreign settlers who develop syncretistic religion, combining their native traditions with some elements of Israelite practice. These become the Samaritans, viewed with suspicion and contempt by later Jews. The fall of Samaria dramatically illustrates divine judgment's reality for Judean observers, yet fails to produce lasting reformation. Despite Hezekiah's genuine religious reforms, his son Manasseh reverses these advances, leading Judah into unprecedented idolatry and moral corruption. New prophets arise to address this deteriorating situation and warn of similar judgment facing Judah without genuine repentance. Zephaniah, likely from royal lineage as the great-great-grandson of Hezekiah, prophesies during Josiah's early reign before his religious reforms. He announces a coming day of the Lord that will consume everything from the land, targeting especially those complacent in spiritual indifference, who say, "The Lord will not do good, nor will he do ill." Jerusalem faces intense scrutiny as a rebellious and defiled city whose officials are roaring lions, whose prophets are fickle, treacherous, and whose priests profane what is holy. Yet even amidst universal judgment, Zephaniah foresees a humble remnant seeking refuge in the Lord's name, who will do no injustice and speak no lies. God will ultimately restore Israel's fortunes, rejoicing over his people with gladness and exulting over them with loud singing. Nahum, whose name means comfort, delivers small consolation to Nineveh, approximately a century after Jonah's mission there. His prophecy exclusively targets Assyria's capital, describing the Lord as jealous and avenging, a divine warrior whose way is in whirlwind and storm. Nineveh, the bloody city, all lies, full of plunder, faces devastating divine visitation for its imperial brutality. Nahum graphically depicts Nineveh's coming fall, chariots raging through streets, defenders stumbling on corpses, celebratory plundering of silver and gold, with hearts melting and knees trembling. The prophecy concludes with a taunt. "There is no easing your hurt. Your wound is grievous. All who hear the news about you clap their hands over you, for upon whom has not come your unceasing evil." This prophecy finds fulfillment in 612 BCE, when Medes and Babylonians destroy Nineveh, effectively ending the Assyrian Empire. Habakkuk's prophecy takes dialogue form, opening with the prophet's complaint about divine inaction amid violence and injustice in Judah. "Why do you make me see iniquity? And why do you idly look at wrong?" God's response proves troubling. He is raising the Chaldeans, that bitter and hasty nation, as instruments of divine judgment. This prompts Habakkuk's second complaint. How can a righteous God use a nation more wicked than Judah as his punitive agent? While awaiting divine response, Habakkuk stations himself as a watchman on the ramparts. The answer comes as a vision to be plainly recorded on tablets. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. The righteous shall live by his faith. While not necessarily resolving the theological tension, this assurance of divine faithfulness culminates in Habakkuk's remarkable expression of trust, regardless of circumstances. Though the fig tree should not blossom, nor fruit be on the vines, yet I will rejoice in the Lord. I will take joy in the God of my salvation. Jeremiah receives his prophetic calling in 627, during Josiah's 13th year, continuing through Jerusalem's fall and beyond. God appoints him over nations and over kingdoms, to pluck up and to break down, to destroy and to overthrow, to build and to plant. As a young man, Jeremiah protests inadequacy, but God touches his mouth, placing divine words there. Through symbolic visions, an almond branch signifying divine watchfulness over his word, a boiling pot tilting from the north, representing coming judgment, Jeremiah receives his difficult commission to pronounce judgment upon Judah, while facing intense opposition from kings, officials, priests, prophets, and common people. Jeremiah condemns Judah's covenant violation through vivid marital imagery, similar to Hosea's. As a faithless wife leaves her husband, so have you been faithless to me, O house of Israel. The people have committed two evils, forsaking God, the fountain of living waters, while hewing broken cisterns that hold no water. Their infidelity appears particularly egregious against the historical backdrop of divine deliverance from Egypt and covenant establishment. I remember the devotion of your youth, your love as a bride, how you followed me in the wilderness. Despite these tender beginnings, Israel quickly turned to idolatry, prompting the prophet's astonished question, has a nation changed its gods, even though they are no gods? But my people have changed their glory for that which does not profit. Jeremiah delivers numerous symbolic actions illustrating his message, hiding a linen loincloth by the Euphrates until it rots, observing a potter reshaping marred clay, smashing a clay jar before witnesses, wearing an ox yoke, purchasing ancestral property while imprisoned. His celibacy itself becomes prophetic sign. Do not take a wife, nor shall you have sons or daughters in this place, because coming disaster will leave parents and children dead in this land without proper burial. King Josiah's religious reforms, while commendable, receive qualified prophetic assessment. When court officials discover the book of the law in the temple and read its covenant stipulations to the king, his responsive humility delays but does not cancel the coming judgment. Jeremiah declares that despite Josiah's righteousness, the Lord did not turn from the burning of his great wrath because of Manasseh's provocations. The prophet further observes that many participate in reform superficially. Judah did not return to me with her whole heart, but in pretense. After Josiah's untimely death at Megiddo, his successors abandon reforms and actively persecute Jeremiah. When the prophet delivers his famous temple sermon, denying false security in the physical sanctuary while moral corruption continues, will you steal, murder, commit adultery, and then come and stand before me in this house and say, we are delivered? Stern. Priests and prophets seize him, demanding death. Only intervention by officials citing the precedent of Micah's similar prophecy during Hezekiah's reign saves him. Throughout Jehoiakim's reign, Jeremiah faces constant danger, especially after prophesying Jerusalem will become like Shiloh, a religious center destroyed by Philistines. When divine instruction sends Jeremiah to the temple court with a wooden yoke symbolizing coming Babylonian dominance, the false prophet Hananiah publicly breaks it, contradicting Jeremiah with promises of Babylon's imminent defeat. In response, Jeremiah announces a yoke of iron instead of wood, and Hananiah's death within the year, fulfilled 7 months later. Jeremiah particularly condemns false prophets who proclaim peace, peace, when there is no peace, who have healed the wound of my people lightly, who speak visions of their own minds, not from the mouth of the Lord, promising that sword and famine will not touch the land. These misleading voices strengthen evildoers' hands by preventing genuine repentance. As Babylonian power grows following their victory at Carchemish in 605 BCE, Jeremiah consistently counsels submission to Nebuchadnezzar as divinely appointed instrument of judgment. After the first deportation, including King Jehoiakim in 597, Jeremiah writes to the exiles, encouraging them to build houses, plant gardens, marry, multiply, and seek the welfare of the city where I have sent you into exile, and pray to the Lord on its behalf, for in its welfare you will find your welfare. He warns against false prophets promising quick return and predicts a 70-year exile period before restoration. For this seemingly unpatriotic stance, Jeremiah faces intensifying persecution under Zedekiah. When found leaving Jerusalem during a temporary lifting of the Babylonian siege, he is accused of desertion and imprisoned. Later confined to the court of the guard, he continues prophesying inevitable Babylonian victory while performing perhaps his most optimistic symbolic action, purchasing ancestral property in Anathoth and preserving the deed in a clay jar that they may last for a long time. This purchase demonstrates faith in the divine promise. Houses and fields and vineyards shall again be bought in this land. After Jerusalem's fall, the Babylonian commander releases Jeremiah from prison, offering him choice between accompanying captives to Babylon or remaining with the remnant under Governor Gedaliah. Choosing the latter, Jeremiah witnesses Gedaliah's assassination and the remnant's flight to Egypt against his explicit prophetic warning. Forcibly taken to Egypt with them, he continues prophesying there, condemning their persistent idolatry and predicting Nebuchadnezzar's eventual invasion of Egypt itself. Despite these dire circumstances, Jeremiah's prophecies contain the Old Testament's most explicit restoration promises. Beyond the 70-year exile limit, he envisions a new covenant written on hearts rather than stone, wherein all will know the Lord from least to greatest, with sins entirely forgiven and remembered no more. A righteous branch will arise from David's line, executing justice and righteousness. Jerusalem will be rebuilt on its mound, never again to be uprooted or overthrown. God declares, I have loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore I have continued my faithfulness to you. Ezekiel, a priest deported to Babylon with Jehoiakim in 597 BCE, receives his prophetic calling 5 years into exile beside the Chebar Canal. His inaugural vision features extraordinary complexity. 4 living creatures with human form, but 4 faces each. Wheels within wheels full of eyes, and above them a throne appearance with a likeness with a human appearance, surrounded by radiance like a rainbow. This figure commissions Ezekiel to Israel, a rebellious house, warning of opposition but commanding faithful message delivery regardless of response. Ezekiel eats a scroll containing words of lamentation and mourning and woe that tastes sweet as honey, symbolizing prophetic internalization of divine message despite its difficult content. For 7 days, Ezekiel sits overwhelmed among the exiles at Tel Aviv, before receiving further divine instruction, establishing him as a watchman for the house of Israel, responsible for warning both the wicked and righteous, lest their blood be required of him. He then undergoes divinely imposed silence, except when specifically given prophetic utterances. Through elaborate symbolic acts, he portrays Jerusalem's coming siege, drawing the city on a brick, laying siege to it, lying on his left side 390 days for Israel's years of iniquity, then 40 days on his right side for Judah, eating precisely measured food cooked over excrement to depict coming scarcity and defilement. Ezekiel's temple vision provides another watershed moment. Transported spiritually to Jerusalem, he witnesses elders performing idolatrous rites within the sanctuary, women weeping for Tammuz at the temple gate, and men facing eastward, worshipping the sun. In response, divine glory gradually withdraws, from the temple threshold to the east gate to the Mount of Olives, abandoning the defiled sanctuary. Before this withdrawal, angels mark the foreheads of those who sigh and groan over all the abominations committed in Jerusalem, sparing them from coming judgment executed by other angels. When news of Jerusalem's fall reaches the exilic community, Ezekiel's imposed silence ends. His prophecies shift from predominantly judgment themes to restoration promises. He particularly counters exilic despair expressed in their proverb, "Our bones are dried up, and our hope is lost. We are indeed cut off." Through the vision of dry bones revivified by divine breath, Ezekiel illustrates national resurrection from apparently hopeless death. By joining two sticks representing divided kingdoms, he prophesies reunification under one shepherd, David's descendant, with God's sanctuary established among them forever. Ezekiel's concluding chapters present elaborate temple vision. In this idealized future sanctuary, divine glory returns by the same eastern gate through which it departed. A river flows from the temple, gradually deepening, bringing life and healing wherever it flows, with trees along its banks bearing monthly fruit with healing leaves. The restored land receives equitable tribal division, with the city named "The Lord is there." The prophets collectively interpret Israel and Judah's catastrophic falls as divine judgment for covenant infidelity, particularly manifested in idolatry and social injustice. Yet they unanimously proclaim these disasters as disciplinary rather than ultimately destructive. Beyond present judgment lies future restoration, when God will fulfill his covenant commitments in ways transcending their original expressions. A righteous king from David's line will establish universal justice. A new covenant will transform human hearts. Divine presence will dwell permanently among the people, and blessing will extend to all nations. Following the northern kingdom's fall to Assyria in 722 BCE, Judah alone remains as heir to the covenant promises. Its final century and a half witnesses dramatic political, religious, and prophetic developments as it navigates between dominant empires, while prophets interpret these turbulent times through theological lenses, discerning divine purpose amid apparent chaos. King Hezekiah's religious reforms and miraculous deliverance from Sennacherib's Assyrian forces in 701 temporarily secure Judah's survival when the northern kingdom has already disappeared. Hezekiah centralizes worship in Jerusalem, removes high places, destroys the bronze serpent that had become an idolatrous object, cleanses the temple, and reinstitutes Passover celebration on an unprecedented scale, even inviting northern survivors to participate. When Assyrian forces threatened Jerusalem after conquering numerous fortified cities throughout Judah, Hezekiah initially submits, paying enormous tribute by stripping temple treasures. As pressure continues, he turns to God in desperate prayer, while Isaiah promises divine intervention. The overnight destruction of 185,000 Assyrian troops, followed by Sennacherib's return to Nineveh, where his sons eventually assassinate him, dramatically validates prophetic assurances of Jerusalem's inviolability. The theological interpretation of this deliverance proves double-edged, however. While confirming divine protection of the Davidic dynasty and temple, it fosters dangerous complacency about Jerusalem's inherent security, regardless of religious practices or moral conduct. Prophets like Isaiah, Micah, and later Jeremiah must repeatedly contest this false security. Do not trust in these deceptive words. This is the temple of the Lord. The temple of the Lord. The temple of the Lord. Despite his genuine faith, Hezekiah makes a crucial error near the end of his reign. When Babylonian envoys arrive ostensibly to congratulate him on recovery from illness, but actually seeking alliance against Assyria, he proudly displays all his treasuries and armories. Isaiah immediately pronounces judgment. Everything shown will eventually be carried to Babylon, including royal descendants who will become eunuchs in the Babylonian palace. Hezekiah accepts this prophecy with surprising equanimity, gratified that peace will persist during his lifetime, a response revealing limited dynastic concern, despite his earlier desperate prayer for life extension when childless. The pendulum swings dramatically when 12-year-old Manasseh succeeds his father. During his 55-year reign, the longest of any Judean monarch, he systematically reverses Hezekiah's reforms, reviving high places, erecting Baal altars and Asherah poles, introducing astral worship in temple courts, practicing divination and sorcery, consulting mediums, and even sacrificing his son by fire. Most egregiously, he places an Asherah image in the temple itself. The biblical assessment is scathing. He has done things more evil than all that the Amorites did, and made Judah also to sin with his idols, seducing them to do more evil than the nations had done, whom the Lord destroyed before the people of Israel. The Chronicles account adds a significant biographical element absent from Kings. When Assyrian commanders capture Manasseh with hooks, bind him with bronze fetters, and take him to Babylon, he humbles himself greatly before his ancestral God. His genuine prayer prompts divine compassion, restoration to Jerusalem, and limited religious reforms, including removal of foreign gods from the temple, restoration of the Lord's altar, and commanded thanksgiving sacrifices. Nevertheless, people continue sacrificing at high places, though exclusively to the Lord. This remarkable repentance narrative demonstrates divine willingness to forgive even the most egregious sins upon genuine contrition. Yet the king's narrative emphasizes Manasseh's sins as the decisive factor sealing Judah's eventual doom. The Lord would not turn from the burning of his great wrath, by which his anger was kindled against Judah, because of all the provocations with which Manasseh had provoked him. Manasseh's son, Amon, continues his father's earlier evil practices during his brief 2-year reign before palace officials assassinate him. The populace executes these conspirators and enthrones his 8-year-old son, Josiah. This young king embodies Judah's last, best hope for covenant renewal and judgment avoidance. In his 18th year, while funding temple repairs, workers discover the Book of the Law, likely Deuteronomy or the entire Pentateuch, long neglected during apostate reigns. When Shaphan the secretary reads it to Josiah, the king tears his clothes in distress over revealed covenant violations. Through the prophetess Huldah, he learns that divine judgment remains inevitable due to persistent apostasy, but his personal responsive humility will postpone disaster until after his death. Josiah, nevertheless, initiates history's most comprehensive religious reform. He publicly reads the discovered law, renews the covenant to follow the Lord wholeheartedly, then implements dramatic purification, removing idolatrous priests, burning the Asherah pole from the temple, destroying vessels made for Baal and Asherah, demolishing quarters where women weave hangings for Asherah, defiling high places from Geber to Beersheba, destroying the high places at the gates, breaking sacred pillars and cutting down wooden images. He even fulfills a 300-year-old prophecy by destroying Jeroboam's altar at Bethel and burning human bones on it while preserving the tomb of the prophet who had predicted these actions. Most significantly, Josiah commands national Passover observance as prescribed in the Covenant Book, unprecedented since the Judges period. Scripture eulogizes, "Before him there was no king like him, who turned to the Lord with all his heart, and with all his soul, and with all his might, according to all the law of Moses, nor did any like him arise after him." Nevertheless, divine wrath against Judah remains unabated because of Manasseh's provocations. When Egyptian Pharaoh Necho marches to assist Assyria against Babylon at Carchemish, Josiah inexplicably confronts him at Megiddo, despite Necho's claim of divine commission elsewhere. Archers fatally wound him, and he dies in Jerusalem at 39 after 31 years of righteous reign. This unexpected death delivers a staggering theological blow to Judah. The king who most completely embodied covenant faithfulness dies young in battle, apparently abandoned by the God he served so wholeheartedly. Jeremiah composes laments for him, and the people make his son Jehoahaz king. The geopolitical landscape shifts dramatically during this period. Assyrian power collapses as Babylonian and Median forces destroy Nineveh in 612 BCE. Egypt attempts to bolster its former rival against emerging Babylonian hegemony, explaining Necho's northward march when Josiah confronts him. After defeating Josiah, Necho briefly imposes Egyptian domination on Judah, imprisoning Jehoahaz after just 3 months' reign, imposing heavy tribute, and installing Josiah's son, Eliakim, as puppet ruler, changing his name to Jehoiakim. For 11 years, Jehoiakim perpetuates evil practices while extracting taxes from Judah to pay Egyptian tribute. In 605, Nebuchadnezzar decisively defeats Necho at Carchemish, ending Egyptian regional control. Jehoiakim becomes Babylonian vassal for 3 years before unwisely rebelling, despite Jeremiah's persistent warnings. God sends Chaldean, Aramean, Moabite, and Ammonite raiders against him until his death, when his 18-year-old son, Jehoiakim, succeeds him, continuing evil practices for just 3 months before surrendering to Nebuchadnezzar's siege. Nebuchadnezzar takes Jehoiakim to Babylon with royal family members, officials, craftsmen, and smiths, 10,000 captives including 7,000 soldiers and 1,000 artisans. He plunders temple and palace treasuries, strips gold from temple furnishings Solomon made, and appoints Jehoiakim's uncle Mattaniah as king, renaming him Zedekiah. This first major deportation in 597 BCE includes the prophet Ezekiel and begins the 70-year exile period Jeremiah prophesied. These final years witness intensive prophetic activity, interpreting unfolding events and providing theological framework for comprehending national catastrophe. Habakkuk questions divine justice in employing Babylon, a nation more wicked than Judah, as punitive agent. Jeremiah consistently counsels submission to Nebuchadnezzar as divinely appointed instrument of judgment, warning that resistance will bring complete destruction. For this seemingly unpatriotic stance, he faces persecution, imprisonment, and accusations of treason. Jeremiah employs potent, symbolic actions to reinforce his message. He wears an ox yoke in Jerusalem's streets, symbolizing the necessity of bearing Babylonian dominance. When the false prophet, Hananiah, publicly breaks this yoke, promising imminent Babylonian defeat, Jeremiah pronounces an iron yoke instead of wood, and predicts Hananiah's death within the year, fulfilled 7 months later. Jeremiah writes to the exiles in Babylon, encouraging them to build houses, plant gardens, marry, seek their captive city's welfare, and prepare for 70 years of exile, rather than expecting quick return. The final king, 21-year-old Zedekiah, reigns 11 inconsistent years. Though occasionally seeking Jeremiah's prophetic counsel, he lacks courage to follow it when contradicted by nationalist prophets, officials, and public opinion. He ultimately rebels against Babylon despite explicit warnings, precipitating Nebuchadnezzar's decisive campaign. As Babylonian forces besiege Jerusalem in Zedekiah's 9th year, Jeremiah experiences his most intense persecution. When found leaving Jerusalem during a temporary siege lifting, he is accused of desertion and imprisoned in a cistern where he sinks in mud until rescued by an Ethiopian eunuch named Ebed-Melech. Confined to the court of the guard, he continues prophesying inevitable Babylonian victory, while performing perhaps his most optimistic symbolic action, purchasing ancestral property in Anathoth and preserving the deed in a clay jar that they may last for a long time. This purchase dramatically demonstrates faith in divine promises of eventual restoration. Houses and fields and vineyards shall again be bought in this land. In Zedekiah's 11th year, after severe famine reduces the besieged city to cannibalism, Babylonian forces breach Jerusalem's walls. Zedekiah and his soldiers flee by night through the gate between two walls near the king's garden, but are captured near Jericho. At Riblah, Nebuchadnezzar sentences Zedekiah to witness his son's execution before having his own eyes gouged out. Bound with bronze shackles, he lives out his days in Babylon, fulfilling both Jeremiah's prophecy that he would see the Babylonian king face to face, and Ezekiel's seemingly contradictory prediction that he would die in Babylon without seeing it. A month after the breach, Nebuzaradan, captain of Nebuchadnezzar's guard, systematically destroys Jerusalem. He burns the temple, palace, and all significant buildings, demolishes city walls, deports most remaining inhabitants, and takes remaining temple, bronze, gold, and silver vessels to Babylon. At Riblah, Nebuchadnezzar executes chief priest Sariah, second priest Zephaniah, 3 doorkeepers, the chief officer supervising soldiers, 5 royal advisors, the secretary commanding the army, and 60 country people found in the city. Only some poor vine dressers and farmers remain in the land. Nebuchadnezzar appoints Gedaliah son of Ahikam as governor over remaining Judeans. When army officers, including Ishmael, son of Nethaniah of royal lineage, visit Gedaliah at Mizpah, he assures them safety under Babylonian rule. 2 months later, Ishmael and 10 men assassinate Gedaliah, massacre accompanying Judeans and Chaldeans, and kidnap survivors toward Ammon. Captain Johanan's son of Kareah and his officers rescue the captives, but, fearing Babylonian retaliation for Gedaliah's death, lead them to Egypt against Jeremiah's prophetic warning. Jeremiah himself is forcibly taken with them, continuing to prophesy divine judgment in Egypt. Thus Judah's land lies essentially empty, its population scattered through execution, exile to Babylon, and flight to Egypt. The biblical record interprets these catastrophic events not as divine defeat or covenant abandonment, but as the culmination of centuries-long disciplinary warnings. From Moses onward, covenant relationship entailed blessings for obedience and curses for sustained violation, with exile explicitly threatened as the ultimate covenant curse. As Jeremiah expresses it, "Your evil will chastise you, and your apostasy will reprove you. Know and see that it is evil and bitter for you to forsake the Lord your God." Yet amid these dire circumstances, prophetic literature contains the Old Testament's most explicit restoration promises. Beyond the 70-year exile limit, Jeremiah envisions a new covenant written on hearts rather than stone, wherein all will know the Lord from least to greatest, with sins entirely forgiven and remembered no more. A righteous branch will arise from David's line, executing justice and righteousness. Jerusalem will be rebuilt on its mound, never again to be uprooted or overthrown. God declares, "I have loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore I have continued my faithfulness to you." Ezekiel, prophesying from Babylonian exile, counters despair with his vision of dry bones revivified by divine breath, illustrating national resurrection from apparently hopeless death. He foresees the divided kingdom's reunification under one shepherd, David's descendant, with God's sanctuary established among them forever. From an idealized future temple, rivers bringing life and healing will flow to transform the landscape. The restored city's name will be "The Lord is there." Thus, Judah's final years witness both the historical nadir of covenant experience and the zenith of prophetic hope, reaching far beyond mere national restoration to envision cosmic renewal centered on divine presence among a transformed covenant people. The prophets frame exile not as covenant termination, but as severe discipline preceding unprecedented renewal through divine faithfulness despite human failure. The Babylonian exile represents the most profound theological crisis in Israel's history to this point. Unlike temporary Egyptian slavery before nationhood, or brief oppression periods during the Judges era, exile strikes at fundamental covenant assumptions. The promised land is lost. The Davidic monarchy ends. Most devastatingly, Solomon's temple, the visible focal point of divine presence, lies in ruins. These three pillars of Israelite identity, land, kingship, and temple, collapse simultaneously, raising existential questions about covenant continuity and divine faithfulness. The exile occurs in three primary stages. The first deportation in 605 includes select royal and noble youths, including Daniel and his three friends, taken to serve in Nebuchadnezzar's court. The second and largest deportation follows Jehoiakim's surrender in 597, when Nebuchadnezzar removes the king, his family, officials, warriors, and skilled craftsmen, 10,000 captives representing Judah's leadership and professional classes. The final deportation, after Jerusalem's destruction in 586, takes most remaining population except the poorest agricultural workers. This catastrophe receives extensive prophetic interpretation before, during, and after its occurrence. Prophets unanimously frame exile as divine judgment for covenant violations, particularly idolatry and social injustice, yet simultaneously emphasize its disciplinary rather than merely punitive nature. Jeremiah articulates this theological framework most clearly. "I have sent them into exile among the nations for their good. I will set my eyes on them for good, and I will bring them back to this land. I will build them up and not tear them down. I will plant them and not pluck them up." The exile experience divides into three geographic settings, each with distinctive biblical literature. Those remaining briefly in Judah under Gedaliah's governorship before fleeing to Egypt, exiles in Babylon, and those scattered throughout other regions of the Assyrian and Babylonian empires. The biblical record focuses primarily on the Babylonian community as the main carriers of covenant tradition into the future. After Jerusalem's fall, Nebuchadnezzar appoints Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, as governor over remaining Judeans at Mizpah. Jeremiah, released from imprisonment by the Babylonian commander, with options to accompany exiles to Babylon, or remain in Judah, chooses to stay with this remnant. Gedaliah encourages those dwelling in the land to serve the Chaldeans, and it will go well with you. Judeans who had fled to surrounding territories during the invasion gradually returned to harvest summer fruits and wine in abundance. This brief period of relative stability ends when Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, of royal lineage, assassinates Gedaliah and accompanying Judeans and Chaldeans, apparently motivated by nationalist resistance and possibly encouraged by the Ammonite king Baalis. After Johanan, son of Kareah, rescues captives Ishmael had taken, the community faces a crucial decision: remain in Judah, risking Babylonian retaliation for Gedaliah's murder, or flee to Egypt. They approach Jeremiah, requesting prophetic guidance, unanimously promising compliance with divine direction. Whether it is good or bad, we will obey the voice of the Lord our God. After 10 days, Jeremiah delivers unmistakable instructions to remain in Judah. If you will remain in this land, then I will build you up and not pull you down. Do not fear the king of Babylon. But if you say, we will not remain in this land, then the sword that you fear shall overtake you there in the land of Egypt, and the famine of which you are afraid shall follow close after you to Egypt, and there you shall die. Despite their earlier commitment, they reject this message, accusing Jeremiah of falsehood and depart for Egypt, forcibly taking the prophet with them. In Tahpanhes, Jeremiah places large stones in the mortar of the brick structure at Pharaoh's palace entrance, prophesying that Nebuchadnezzar will place his throne upon them when conquering Egypt. He continues condemning the community's persistent idolatry, particularly the Queen of Heaven, worship the women explicitly credit for their former prosperity in Judah. Jeremiah pronounces divine determination to watch over them for harm rather than good, predicting their consumption by sword and famine until none remains, with only a small remnant escaping back to Judah. Meanwhile, the Babylonian exiles face the challenge of preserving covenant identity within pagan surroundings without land, temple, or monarchy. The Book of Daniel provides insight into court life for deported nobility. Daniel and 3 friends, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, renamed Belteshazzar, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, received training in Chaldean language and literature while maintaining dietary faithfulness despite potential consequences. Their wisdom and understanding proved tenfold better than all Babylonian magicians and enchanters. When Nebuchadnezzar's disturbing dream eludes his court advisors, Daniel receives its interpretation through prayer, revealing successive empires culminating in an eternal divine kingdom that will shatter all earthly powers. Daniel's friends face potentially lethal choice when refusing to worship Nebuchadnezzar's golden image, despite threatened incineration. Their faith-filled response articulates exile-era theology. Our God, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace. But if not, be it known to you, O King, that we will not serve your gods. Their miraculous preservation in flames, accompanied by one like a son of the gods, profoundly impacts Nebuchadnezzar, who promotes them and prohibits speech against their God. Nebuchadnezzar himself receives divine discipline through 7 years of bestial madness after ignoring Daniel's warning to practice righteousness and mercy toward the oppressed. Upon restoration, he acknowledges divine sovereignty. His dominion is an everlasting dominion. All the inhabitants of the earth are accounted as nothing, and he does according to his will among the host of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth. During Belshazzar's reign, Daniel interprets mysterious handwriting at his feast, announcing Babylon's fall to the Medes and Persians, fulfilled that very night. Under Persian rule, Daniel's continued administrative excellence provokes jealousy, leading to his entrapment through a law prohibiting petition to any god or man except King Darius. His faithful prayer routine results in lion's den punishment, but divine protection convinces Darius to honor Daniel's God. Beyond these court narratives, Daniel receives apocalyptic visions unveiling world history's trajectory. 4 beasts representing successive empires culminate in divine judgment, and one like a son of man, receiving eternal dominion. The angel Gabriel reveals 70 weeks of years decreed to complete transgression, seal sins, atone for iniquity, bring everlasting righteousness, seal vision and prophecy, and anoint a most holy place. After an interim period, temple worship will face desecration before vindication. These complex visions provide theological framework, extending beyond immediate exile concerns toward distant messianic fulfillment. Ezekiel ministers among exiles by the Chebar Canal, receiving his prophetic calling 5 years into captivity. His bizarre symbolic actions, including lying on his side 390 days for Israel's years of iniquity and 40 days for Judah, communicate divine message to a community seeing themselves as abandoned. His temple vision portrays divine glory, gradually withdrawing from the defiled Jerusalem sanctuary, foreshadowing its destruction. When news of Jerusalem's fall reaches the exilic community, Ezekiel's imposed selective muteness ends. His prophecies shift from predominantly judgment themes to restoration promises. He counters exilic despair expressed in their proverb, "Our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. We are indeed cut off." Through the vision of dry bones, revivified by divine breath, Ezekiel illustrates national resurrection from apparently hopeless death. By joining 2 sticks representing divided kingdoms, he prophesies reunification under one shepherd from David's line. His concluding temple vision depicts divine glory returning through the same eastern gate by which it departed, with life-giving rivers flowing from the sanctuary, bringing healing throughout the land. The exile in Babylon also promotes theological developments addressing worship without temple. Synagogue gatherings for prayer and scripture study likely originate during this period. Sabbath observance, dietary restrictions, and circumcision gain heightened importance as identity markers. Scribal activity preserves and interprets sacred texts, laying groundwork for later Judaism's emphasis on Torah study. The exile's crucible forges a more resilient faith, less dependent on institutional structures and more focused on divine word. For ordinary exiles beyond court circles, integration into Babylonian economic life appears relatively smooth, as evidenced by commercial documents from the period. Jeremiah's letter encourages them to build houses and live in them, plant gardens and eat their produce, take wives and have sons and daughters, multiply there and do not decrease, but seek the welfare of the city where I have sent you into exile, and pray to the Lord on its behalf, for in its welfare you will find your welfare. Many establish successful businesses and agricultural operations, creating communities that will ultimately choose to remain in Babylon, even when return becomes possible. Meanwhile, devastated Jerusalem and surrounding territories lie largely abandoned except for the poorest agricultural workers. Archaeological evidence confirms biblical accounts of widespread destruction throughout Judean cities. Edomites gradually encroach on southern territories, establishing presence that later becomes Idumea. The land experiences its Sabbath rests unprovided during centuries of Israelite habitation. The exile's theological significance extends beyond punishment to metaphorically represent alienation from divine presence. Psalms from this period express profound grief. By the waters of Babylon, There we sat down and wept when we remembered Zion. On the willows, there we hung up our lyres. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a foreign land? Another asks, how long, O Lord? Will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me? Yet amid undeniable catastrophe, biblical literature maintains remarkable theological resilience. Multiple texts reinterpret exile from punishment to purification, from divine abandonment to refined presence. Isaiah declares, "For a brief moment I deserted you, but with great compassion I will gather you." Jeremiah receives the radical revelation that divine presence transcends Jerusalem's temple. "Am I a God at hand, declares the Lord, and not a God far away? Do I not fill heaven and earth?" Lamentations, traditionally attributed to Jeremiah after witnessing Jerusalem's fall, provides the exile's most poignant theological expression. Its 5 poems acknowledge divine righteousness in judgment while expressing profound grief over Jerusalem's devastation. How lonely sits the city that was full of people. She weeps bitterly in the night, with tears on her cheeks. The poet portrays God as enemy, who bent his bow like an enemy, with his right hand set like a foe, who has swallowed up Israel and laid waste his booth like a garden. Yet amid overwhelming sorrow, the central chapter pivots toward enduring hope. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the soul who seeks him. This profound theological assertion, amid history's darkest moment, anchors exile-era faith in divine character rather than circumstances. The book concludes with tension between present devastation and future hope. Why do you forget us forever? Why do you forsake us for so many days? Restore us to yourself, O Lord, that we may be restored. Renew our days as of old. Exile also prompts theological reflection on Israel's entire covenant history, resulting in comprehensive historical works. The Deuteronomistic history, encompassing Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings, interprets national experience through covenant faithfulness lens, while the chronicler provides alternative historical perspective, emphasizing Davidic covenant and temple worship. These theological interpretations transform raw catastrophe into meaningful narrative within divine purposes. Throughout exile, prophets maintain that divine judgment, while severe, remains temporary. Jeremiah explicitly limits exile duration. "When 70 years are completed for Babylon, I will visit you, and I will fulfill to you my promise and bring you back to this place." Isaiah envisions restored Jerusalem, where your ancient ruins shall be rebuilt. You shall raise up the foundations of many generations. You shall be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of streets to dwell in. Ezekiel promises divine transformation. "I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall be clean from all your uncleannesses, and from all your idols I will cleanse you. And I will give you a new heart, and a new spirit I will put within you. And I will remove the heart of stone from your flesh, and give you a heart of flesh." These promises sustain covenant hope during exile's darkest days, providing theological framework for comprehending catastrophe without surrendering confidence in divine faithfulness. While Israel had broken covenant obligations, divine commitment transcends human failure. As Isaiah proclaims divine perspective, "For the mountains may depart and the hills be removed, but my steadfast love shall not depart from you, and my covenant of peace shall not be removed." After Babylon falls to Persian forces under Cyrus in 539, new possibilities emerge. The Persian policy towards subjugated peoples differs significantly from Assyrian and Babylonian approaches. generally allowing native religious practices and local governance within imperial framework. In 538, Cyrus issues his famous edict, permitting Jewish return to Jerusalem, specifically to rebuild their temple, fulfilling Jeremiah's 70-year prophecy if calculated from the first deportation. Isaiah had prophesied this development generations earlier, even naming Cyrus as divine agent. He is my shepherd, and he shall fulfill all my purpose, declaring of Jerusalem, she shall be built, and of the temple, your foundation shall be laid, and designating Cyrus, my anointed, who will build my city and set my exiles free. The exile thus demonstrates divine sovereignty, working through pagan rulers to accomplish covenant purposes. The exile fundamentally transforms Israelite religious consciousness. It decisively ends polytheistic temptations that plagued pre-exilic Israel, establishing uncompromising monotheism central to later Judaism. It shifts focus from temple ritual to scripture, from tribal deity to universal sovereign. As divine judgment proves real rather than merely threatened, prophetic authority gains unprecedented credibility. The exile paradoxically preserves Israelite distinctiveness by necessitating identity maintenance without institutional supports, preparing for diasporic existence continuing indefinitely alongside restored Jerusalem community. Most importantly, the exile's survival and eventual restoration, despite overwhelming catastrophe, demonstrates covenant durability beyond any historical circumstance. Divine faithfulness transcends human failure, maintaining redemptive purposes despite covenant violations. The exile thus becomes paradigmatic for later theological crises, providing pattern of judgment followed by restoration, death followed by resurrection, establishing theological foundation for messianic hope, wherein divine purposes achieve fulfillment through apparent defeat. The fall of Babylon to Persian forces under Cyrus in 539 marks a pivotal transition in the ancient Near East. The Neo-Babylonian Empire, which had dominated the region since defeating Assyria and Egypt earlier in the century, collapses virtually overnight when Persian troops divert the Euphrates River and enter the supposedly impregnable city through its riverbed during Belshazzar's feast. As prophesied by Isaiah generations earlier, Cyrus becomes God's instrument for Israel's restoration. The Persian approach to empire administration differs significantly from Assyrian and Babylonian policies. Rather than deportation and population replacement, Persian rulers generally respect local customs, religions, and governance within the imperial framework. This enlightened policy promotes stability throughout their vast territories, stretching from India to Ethiopia. For subjugated peoples, Persian rule represents considerable improvement over previous imperial overlords. In his first regnal year, 538, Cyrus issues a remarkable decree, preserved in both biblical and archaeological records. The biblical version reads, "Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whoever is among you of all his people, may his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and rebuild the house of the Lord, the God of Israel." Cyrus authorizes returning exiles to rebuild their temple, with dimensions significantly larger than Solomon's original structure, funded partly by royal treasury. He also orders restoration of temple vessels Nebuchadnezzar had taken to Babylon. This proclamation fulfills Jeremiah's prophecy of 70 years exile, if calculated from the first deportation. It also reveals Cyrus's political shrewdness in cultivating goodwill among subject peoples by respecting their religious practices. The characteristically Persian emphasis on truth within Zoroastrianism creates natural affinity with Jewish ethical monotheism, though significant theological differences remain between these traditions. The Jewish response to this unprecedented opportunity proves complex. While prophets had consistently promised restoration, decades of established life in Babylon made many exiles reluctant to abandon relative prosperity for uncertain conditions in devastated Judah. Only a minority choose to return, approximately 42,360 people, plus 7,337 servants and 200 singers, according to Ezra's register. Most remain in Babylonia, establishing enduring diaspora communities that maintain Jewish identity without temple or homeland. This first return migration occurs under the leadership of Sheshbazzar, identified as the Prince of Judah, possibly a surviving Davidic descendant given Persian administrative appointment. He brings temple treasures and lays the new temple foundation, but little else is recorded about his activities or accomplishments. A subsequent return under Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, of Davidic lineage, and Jeshua, son of Jozadak, of high priestly lineage, receives more detailed biblical attention. This group's first priority is constructing an altar for burnt offerings, re-establishing sacrificial worship before addressing temple reconstruction. By the second month of the second year since their return, they lay the temple foundation amid mixed emotional response. And all the people shouted with a great shout when they praised the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. But many of the priests and Levites and heads of fathers' houses, old men who had seen the first house, wept with a loud voice when they saw the foundation of this house being laid, though many shouted aloud for joy. This poignant contrast between joyful younger returnees and weeping elders, who remembered Solomon's temple, illustrates the complex interplay between restoration gratitude and awareness of diminished glory. Local inhabitants who claim to worship the same God request participation in temple construction, but Zerubbabel and Jeshua refuse them. These people, primarily descendants of populations the Assyrians had settled in Israel's former northern kingdom, practice syncretistic religion, combining Yahweh worship with pagan elements. Their exclusion from the reconstruction project initiates lasting hostility. They successfully lobby Persian authorities to halt construction, which remains suspended throughout the remainder of Cyrus's reign, through Cambyses and into Darius's early rule. In Darius's second year, 520, the prophets Haggai and Zechariah arise to challenge the returning community, which has focused on personal comfort while neglecting temple completion. Haggai's message directly confronts their priorities. Is it a time for you yourselves to dwell in your paneled houses while this house lies in ruins? He connects their agricultural and economic struggles with this misplaced focus. You have sown much and harvested little. You looked for much, and behold, it came to little. And when you brought it home, I blew it away. Why? Declares the Lord of hosts. Because of my house that lies in ruins, while each of you busies himself with his own house. This prophetic challenge produces immediate response. Zerubbabel and Jeshua resume construction despite uncertainty about Persian authorization. When local governor Tatanai questions their authority, they continue building while he sends inquiry to Darius. Searching imperial archives, officials discover Cyrus's original decree. Darius not only permits construction to continue, but orders provincial resources allocated to support the project and provides sacrificial animals. Anyone opposing this decree faces impalement on a beam from his own house. The temple is completed in Darius's 6th year, 516, 70 years after Jerusalem's destruction, fulfilling Jeremiah's prophecy through a different calculation method. The dedication ceremony includes sacrificing 100 bulls, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and 12 male goats as sin offerings, representing all 12 tribes, maintaining theological connection to Israel's united historical identity despite primarily Judahite returnees. They observe Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread with joy because the Lord had made them joyful and had turned the heart of the king of Assyria to them so that he aided them in the work of the house of God, the God of Israel. This anachronistic reference to Assyria likely reflects scribal awareness of imperial continuity despite dynastic changes. While temple reconstruction represents significant restoration, the community faces ongoing challenges. Zechariah's visions suggest tensions between priestly authority under Jeshua and royal aspirations associated with Zerubbabel, the last biblical mention of whom occurs before the temple's completion. Whether he died, was removed from office, or returned to Babylon remains unclear. The anticipated restoration of Davidic kingship fails to materialize, and Persian-appointed governors administer the province of Yehud, Judah, within the larger satrapy of beyond the river. Several decades pass without biblical record until Ezra's arrival in the 7th year of Artaxerxes I, 458. Ezra, a priest and scribe skilled in the law of Moses, receives royal commission to teach divine law in Judah and appoint appropriate officials, with authorization to requisition significant resources from provincial treasuries and collect voluntary offerings from Babylonian Jews. He leads approximately 1,500 men, plus their families, to Jerusalem. Upon arrival, Ezra learns that many returnees, including priests, Levites, and leaders, have intermarried with surrounding peoples. Devastated by this covenant violation, he publicly tears his garment and cloak, pulls hair from his head and beard, and sits appalled until evening's sacrifice. His confessional prayer acknowledges divine righteousness in judging Israel's sins, while highlighting gracious restoration they have received. For we are slaves, yet our God has not forsaken us in our slavery, but has extended to us his steadfast love before the kings of Persia, to grant us some reviving to set up the house of our God, to repair its ruins, and to give us protection in Judea and Jerusalem. This crisis galvanizes the community. After 3 days' notice, all Judah's men gather in Jerusalem during December's heavy rains. Shivering from both cold and fear, they acknowledge transgression and establish a commission to investigate intermarriages. Over 3 months, they identify all men with foreign wives and compel them to send these women away with their children. A drastic measure demonstrating renewed commitment to covenant distinctiveness, but creating painful human consequences. 13 years later, in Artaxerxes' 20th year, 445, his cupbearer Nehemiah, a Jew in high Persian service, receives news about Jerusalem's continued vulnerability. The remnant there in the province, who had survived the exile, is in great trouble and shame. The wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and its gates are destroyed by fire. After months of prayer, Nehemiah requests royal permission to rebuild Jerusalem's walls, a politically sensitive proposal since fortified cities facilitate rebellion. Remarkably, Artaxerxes grants permission with military escort, timber access from royal forests, and governor appointment. Arriving in Jerusalem, Nehemiah secretly inspects the walls by night before revealing his mission. Despite opposition from regional officials, Sanballat, the Horonite, Tobiah the Ammonite, and Geshem the Arab, who mock, threaten, and strategize against the project. Nehemiah organizes construction with workers assigned sections near their homes, creating personal investment in the fortification. They work with weapons readily available because of constant threat. After just 52 days, the wall is completed, leaving enemies very fallen in their own eyes, for they perceived that this work had been accomplished with the help of our God. With external security improved, Nehemiah addresses internal problems, particularly economic exploitation within the community. Nobles and officials have been charging interest to fellow Jews who mortgage fields, vineyards, and homes during famine, even taking children as debt slaves. Nehemiah confronts these leaders, appealing to covenant obligations, their own practice of redeeming Jews sold to foreigners, personal example of lending without interest, and fear of divine judgment. His moral authority, enhanced by refusing governors' food allowance, unlike predecessors, persuades them to restore properties and cease usury. Ezra then provides spiritual leadership, complementing Nehemiah's administrative reforms. On the first day of the 7th month, he reads the law from early morning until midday, before all men, women, and children old enough to understand. Levites circulate among the people explaining the text. When the audience weeps upon hearing the law's requirements, Nehemiah, Ezra, and the Levites redirect their response. This day is holy to the Lord your God. Do not mourn or weep. Go your way. Eat the fat and drink sweet wine, and send portions to anyone who has nothing ready. For this day is holy to our Lord. And do not be grieved, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. The following day, family heads, priests, and Levites study the law more deeply, discovering the neglected Feast of Booths, Tabernacles requirements. They immediately implement these instructions, dwelling in booths for 7 days with daily scripture readings, and there was very great rejoicing. This spontaneous celebration, as prescribed, contrasts with Jeroboam's self-designed festival in the northern kingdom centuries earlier, illustrating the community's renewed commitment to authentic worship. After these celebrations, the people engage in corporate confession before covenant renewal. The Levites lead extended prayer, recounting Israel's history from Abraham's calling through Egyptian deliverance, Sinai covenant, wilderness wandering, land conquest, cycles of sin and deliverance, eventually reaching their present situation. Behold, we are slaves this day, in the land that you gave to our fathers to enjoy its fruit and its good gifts. Behold, we are slaves, and its rich yield goes to the kings whom you have set over us because of our sins. Despite political restoration, they recognize continuing spiritual bondage requiring renewed commitment. Community leaders, priests, and Levites sign a formal covenant document, pledging to avoid intermarriage, honor Sabbath, support temple worship through tithes and offerings, and fulfill other specific obligations. After implementing these reforms, Nehemiah returns to Persian royal service. When he later revisits Jerusalem, he discovers backsliding, temple rooms repurposed for Tobiah's personal use, Levites unpaid and serving their fields instead, Sabbath violations through commerce, and renewed intermarriage, resulting in children who cannot speak Hebrew. Nehemiah responds forcefully, ejecting Tobiah's furniture, confronting officials about Levitical support, threatening merchants who camp outside Jerusalem's gates before Sabbath, and even pulling offenders' hair while making them swear against foreign marriages. His passion for covenant faithfulness manifests in concluding prayer. Remember me, O my God, for good. While the Persian-era Jewish community in Judah never regains political independence or Davidic kingship, they establish crucial foundations for post-exilic Judaism. Temple worship resumes, though with diminished glory. The law gains central importance through public reading, scribal interpretation, and community commitment. Sabbath, circumcision, dietary restrictions, and opposition to intermarriage become distinctive identity markers. Regular prayer develops independently from sacrifice, laying groundwork for synagogue worship. Most importantly, the community maintains covenant distinctiveness despite imperial subjugation and surrounding cultural pressures. The Book of Esther, though never mentioning God explicitly, illustrates divine providence protecting Jews throughout the Persian Empire during this period. When Ahasuerus, likely Xerxes I, deposes Queen Vashti for refusing his command, Jewish orphan Esther, raised by her cousin Mordecai, becomes queen through a beauty contest without revealing her ethnicity. Meanwhile, the king promotes Haman the Agagite as chief official. When Mordecai refuses to bow before him, Haman secures royal decree for empire-wide Jewish extermination on a date determined by casting lots. Learning this, Mordecai challenges Esther to intercede with the king, despite capital punishment for unsummoned royal approach. Who knows whether you have not come to the kingdom for such a time as this? After community fasting, Esther risks her life, receives royal favor, and exposes Haman's plot during 2 banquets. The king hangs Haman on the gallows he had prepared for Mordecai, promotes Mordecai to Haman's position, and authorizes Jewish self-defense since the original decree cannot be revoked. When the designated day arrives, Jews successfully resist attackers throughout the empire, killing 75,000 enemies while taking no plunder. This deliverance becomes commemorated in the annual Purim festival, named after the lots Haman cast to determine the attack date. The prophet Malachi addresses the restored community regarding spiritual complacency that developed after initial return enthusiasm. He condemns priests for offering blemished sacrifices. When you offer blind animals in sacrifice, is that not evil? And when you offer those that are lame or sick, is that not evil? Present that to your governor. Will he accept you or show you favor? He rebukes men for divorcing their Jewish wives to marry younger pagan women, a practice he declares God hates, because it proves faithless to both marriage and covenant. He challenges those withholding tithes to test God by bringing the full tithe, promising overflowing blessing in response. Malachi particularly addresses skepticism regarding divine justice when evil appears unpunished. You have wearied the Lord with your words, but you say, how have we wearied him? By saying, everyone who does evil is good in the sight of the Lord, and he delights in them. Or by asking, where is the God of justice? In response, he prophesies coming divine messenger who will purify the sons of Levi, enabling acceptable offerings. He affirms that God records the words of those who fear him and will ultimately distinguish between righteous and wicked. His concluding prophecy anticipates Elijah's return before the great and awesome day of the Lord to restore proper relationships, lest the land face divine curse. With Malachi's prophecy, the Old Testament prophetic voice falls silent for approximately 4 centuries, until John the Baptist emerges in the New Testament era. This intertestamental period sees Alexander the Great's conquest ending Persian rule, followed by Ptolemaic and Seleucid control of Judea, the Maccabean revolt establishing temporary independence and eventual Roman dominance. Throughout these political transitions, the Jewish community, established during the Persian period, maintains distinctive identity centered on temple worship, Torah observance, and messianic hope for complete restoration of Davidic kingship and covenant blessing. Following the Persian authorized returns under Zerubbabel, Ezra, and Nehemiah, the restored Jewish community in Judea enters a period of relative stability lasting approximately 2 centuries. While the biblical narrative provides limited direct information about this time, historical sources combined with later biblical books offer glimpses into this critical transitional era during which post-exilic Judaism takes definitive shape. The completed Second Temple, though smaller and less ornate than Solomon's original structure, re-establishes Jerusalem as the cultic center of Jewish religious life. Temple worship resumes with regular sacrifices, festival celebrations, and priestly service. However, significant differences mark this restoration from pre-exilic conditions. Most notably, the Holy of Holies stands empty. The Ark of the Covenant, lost during Babylonian destruction and never replaced, leaves a profound theological void at worship's center. The Shekinah glory cloud that had filled Solomon's temple at its dedication finds no parallel in the post-exilic sanctuary. Political governance also differs markedly from pre-exilic arrangements. The Davidic monarchy remains unrestored, despite initial hopes centered on Zerubbabel, who disappears from the historical record without explanation. Instead, a Persian-appointed governor administers the province of Yehud within the larger satrapy of beyond the river. This governor typically comes from local aristocracy, but serves imperial interests and collects required tribute. Real political authority resides with Persian officials, and Jewish self-governance remains limited to internal religious and social matters. In this vacuum of royal leadership, the high priesthood gradually assumes increased prominence beyond purely religious functions. The high priest emerges as the most visible Jewish authority figure, representing the community before imperial officials while overseeing temple operations and religious life. This expanding influence creates what scholars call a temple state, wherein the Jerusalem temple functions as both religious sanctuary and administrative center. Temple taxes, offerings, and sacrificial portions provide economic support for an extensive priesthood arranged in 24 divisions serving on rotation. Alongside this priestly authority, scribal activity flourishes with unprecedented importance. Ezra exemplifies this emerging class of Torah scholars dedicated to preserving, copying, interpreting, and teaching sacred texts. During this period, the law of Moses gains central importance in daily Jewish life beyond temple ritual. Public Torah readings, initiated by Ezra, become regular practice, necessitating interpretation and application to contemporary situations. This interpretive activity gradually produces an oral tradition, supplementing written text, eventually developing into rabbinic Judaism centuries later. Local synagogues likely emerge during this period in provincial towns and villages too distant from Jerusalem for regular temple attendance. These community gathering places provide settings for prayer, scripture reading, and religious instruction independent of sacrificial worship. The synagogue institution proves particularly significant for maintaining Jewish identity outside Jerusalem, both in rural Judean communities and throughout the wider diaspora. The Jewish population itself remains divided between those who returned from exile and those who remained in Babylonia and other lands. The returnees, though passionate about religious restoration, constitute a minority of world Jewry. Substantial Jewish communities flourish in Mesopotamia, Egypt, Asia Minor, and eventually throughout the Mediterranean world, maintaining distinctive identity through dietary laws, Sabbath observance, circumcision, and monotheistic worship while adapting to surrounding cultural contexts. These diaspora communities develop their own leadership and religious institutions, while maintaining connection to Jerusalem through pilgrimages and temple tax contributions. Within Judea itself, population centers shift from pre-exilic patterns. Jerusalem remains smaller than before the exile, with archaeological evidence suggesting the Persian-era city occupied primarily the southeastern hill, leaving the western and northern sections largely uninhabited. Substantial settlements develop in Benjamin's territory, north of Jerusalem, and throughout Idumea to the south, where Edomite population had encroached during the exile. The coastal plain remains largely under Phoenician influence, while Samaria to the north maintains its distinctive syncretistic religious tradition centered on Mount Gerizim. Relations with surrounding peoples present ongoing challenges for the restored community. The Samaritans, descendants of mixed populations settled by Assyria in Israel's former northern kingdom, maintain complex quasi-Yahwistic religion incorporating pagan elements. Their initial offer to participate in temple construction had been firmly rejected by Zerubbabel and Jeshua, creating lasting animosity. During Nehemiah's wall-building project, Sanballat the Horonite, governor of Samaria, leads opposition efforts alongside Tobiah the Ammonite and Geshem the Arab, revealing regional resistance to Jewish restoration. The distinctive identity markers emphasized in Ezra-Nehemiah, opposition to intermarriage, strict Sabbath observance, temple support through tithes and offerings, and separation from surrounding peoples, reflect urgent concern for maintaining covenant boundaries amid cultural pressures. These efforts produce a community more resistant to pagan religious influences than pre-exilic Israel had been. Idolatry ceases to tempt the post-exilic community in ways that had plagued earlier generations. Economic life during the Persian period revolves primarily around agriculture, with farmers working small plots producing grain, wine, oil, and various fruits. Imperial taxation requires both monetary payment and agricultural produce, creating significant burden on the population and limiting prosperity. The Persian-era stamp impressions discovered on storage jar handles, reading Yehud, indicate provincial administrative oversight of agricultural production and distribution. Archaeological evidence suggests modest material culture, with limited luxury goods compared to surrounding regions. Religious thought develops substantially during this period, addressing theological challenges posed by exile and incomplete restoration. The Book of Job likely reaches final form now, exploring innocent suffering and divine justice through the protagonist's protest against traditional retribution theology. The canonical Psalter undergoes final compilation and arrangement during this era, incorporating various collections from different periods into its present 5-book structure, mirroring the Torah's arrangement. Proverbs, similarly, reaches final form, with addition of later collections to earlier Solomonic material. The Chronicles, Ezra, and Nehemiah corpus, likely compiled by a single author or school near the end of the Persian period, offers theological interpretation of Israel's entire history, from Adam through the post-exilic community. These works demonstrate remarkable literary unity and theological perspective, emphasizing temple worship, Davidic covenant, and religious faithfulness as central historical themes. Chronicles retells Samuel King's narrative with distinctive theological emphasis on immediate divine retribution and reward, greater focus on temple worship, and more positive portrayal of David and Solomon. This historiographical project provides theological continuity between pre-exilic Israel and the restored community. The prophet Joel, though difficult to date precisely, likely addresses the post-exilic community during this period. His prophecy describes devastating locust plague, interpreted as divine judgment demanding repentance. Yet even now, declares the Lord, return to me with all your heart, with fasting, with weeping, and with mourning, and rend your hearts and not your garments. He promises divine restoration, including agricultural abundance, spiritual renewal through divine spirit outpouring on all flesh, and eschatological judgment of the nations who scattered Israel. His prophecy transitions from immediate agricultural crisis to future day of the Lord with cosmic implications. Metaphysical questions receive greater attention during this period, particularly regarding Satan's role in divine governance. While pre-exilic texts mention Satan primarily as a title for adversarial function, Chronicles reinterprets the same historical events found in Samuel with notable theological development. Where Samuel states, "The anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David to conduct the census," Chronicles reports, "Satan stood against Israel and incited David to the same action." This shift reflects developing understanding of evil's origin beyond direct divine causation. Apocalyptic literature emerges during late Persian and early Hellenistic periods, characterized by revelatory visions, cosmic dualism between good and evil forces, an expectation of dramatic divine intervention to establish justice. While Daniel's prophetic ministry occurred during Babylonian and early Persian eras, many scholars believe the book reached final form during the Hellenistic period. Its apocalyptic sections, particularly chapters 7 to 12, establish patterns influencing later Jewish and Christian apocalyptic writings. In 334, Alexander the Great begins his conquest of the Persian Empire, reaching Judea in 332. According to Josephus, Alexander spares Jerusalem after the high priest Jaddua shows him Daniel's prophecies about a Greek leader conquering Persia. While this account may contain legendary elements, it reflects historical Jewish accommodation to changing imperial powers. Alexander's conquests spread Hellenistic culture throughout the ancient Near East, initiating profound cultural transformation affecting every aspect of life, including Jewish religious practice. Following Alexander's death in 323, his generals divide the empire. Judea initially falls under Ptolemaic control based in Egypt, then transfers to Seleucid authority centered in Syria in 198. Under early Ptolemaic rule, Jews experience relative autonomy regarding religious practices while gradually absorbing aspects of Hellenistic culture, including Greek language, education, athletics, and aesthetic values. Jewish communities flourish in Alexandria and other Greek cities, necessitating Greek translation of Hebrew scriptures, producing the Septuagint. Seleucid ruler Antiochus IV Epiphanes precipitates crisis by attempting forced Hellenization, prohibiting circumcision, Sabbath observance, and possession of scriptures. In 167, he desecrates the temple by sacrificing swine and installing Zeus worship. This provokes the Maccabean revolt led by Mattathias and his sons, resulting in temple recapture and rededication in 164, commemorated in the Hanukkah festival. Subsequent Hasmonean leadership achieves Jewish independence and territorial expansion, combining royal and high priestly offices in unprecedented ways. The Hasmonean period witnesses development of distinct Jewish religious factions, responding differently to Hellenistic influence and interpretive questions. Pharisees emphasize meticulous Torah observance, supplemented by oral tradition, and believe in resurrection, angels, and spirits. Sadducees, primarily from priestly aristocracy, reject oral tradition beyond written Torah and deny resurrection and spiritual beings. Essenes withdraw from mainstream temple worship they consider corrupted, establishing separate communities with distinctive practices including ritual purity, communal property, and apocalyptic expectation. Roman general Pompey ends Jewish independence in 63, making Judea a Roman province while permitting continued Hasmonean high priests under Roman oversight. In 37, the Roman Senate appoints Herod the Great, an Idumean, as king of Judea. Despite ambitious building projects, including temple renovation on unprecedented scale, his brutal reign and questionable Jewish lineage make him deeply unpopular. Upon his death in 4, the Romans divide his territory among his sons, while gradually increasing direct imperial control. It is into this complex religious, cultural, and political environment that Jesus of Nazareth is born during the final years of Herod's reign. His life, ministry, death, and resurrection, as recorded in the New Testament, occur within thoroughly Jewish context shaped by centuries of post-exilic development, yet with dramatic implications transcending these historical circumstances. The Christian recognition of Jesus as long-awaited Messiah, fulfilling Old Testament prophecies, represents both continuity with Jewish hopes and radical reinterpretation of their expected fulfillment. The post-exilic period thus witnesses critical developments bridging Old and New Testament eras, establishment of lasting Jewish religious institutions, including synagogue worship and scribal interpretation, alongside restored temple service, development of distinctive theological emphases, including monotheism, covenant responsibility, divine sovereignty over world powers, and messianic expectation, formation of scriptural canon, providing authoritative basis for faith and practice, and cultivation of religious identity, strong enough to withstand both persecution and assimilation pressures during successive imperial regimes. These developments provide essential context for understanding both the Judaism of Jesus' day and the emergence of early Christianity from Jewish roots. While the historical and prophetic texts chronicle Israel's national story and divine covenant relationship, the wisdom and poetic books address human experience more broadly. These works explore universal questions about meaning, suffering, justice, love, and proper living, with insights transcending their specific historical contexts. They represent Israel's contribution to the ancient Near Eastern wisdom tradition, while maintaining distinctive theological perspectives rooted in covenant relationship with the one true God. The Book of Psalms stands as the Old Testament's central poetic collection, a divinely inspired prayer and praise book used in both temple worship and private devotion. Its 150 compositions span centuries, attributed to various authors, including David, Solomon, Asaph, the sons of Korah, Moses, and others left anonymous. The collection reached final form during the post-exilic period, arranged in 5 books, each concluding with doxology, perhaps intentionally mirroring the Torah's 5-book structure. Psalms employ rich poetic devices, particularly parallelism, where successive lines repeat, contrast, or extend thought patterns. Unlike English poetry, dependent on meter and rhyme, Hebrew poetry creates artistic expression through thought relationships between lines, vivid imagery, and emotional intensity. This parallelism structure proves particularly amenable to translation, preserving much of its original artistic quality across language barriers. The collection encompasses remarkable diversity in theme and tone. Psalms of praise celebrate divine attributes and actions with exuberant joy. Laments, the most numerous type, express pain, fear, anger, and confusion, while maintaining faith amid suffering. Thanksgiving psalms offer gratitude for specific divine interventions. Kingship psalms honor Israelite monarchy as divine institution, while pointing toward ideal messianic rule. Wisdom psalms contrast righteous and wicked paths with their consequences. Historical psalms rehearse covenant history for contemporary application. Royal psalms address or describe the king's role. Imprecatory psalms invoke divine judgment against enemies with startling intensity. This emotional range demonstrates the psalmist's remarkable honesty before God. They withhold nothing, expressing deepest despair, hottest anger, most exuberant joy, and profound gratitude without restraint. Such transparency establishes pattern for authentic relationship with God, encompassing the full range of human experience. Even in darkest laments, however, movement toward trust and hope almost invariably emerges, sometimes with dramatic suddenness between adjacent verses, demonstrating faith's resilience amid life's harshest realities. The Psalms profoundly influence both Jewish and Christian worship traditions, while providing vocabulary for personal devotion across centuries. Their vivid metaphors, God as shepherd, rock, fortress, shield, sun, create accessible imagery for divine character. Their emotional honesty validates authentic human experience within faith. Their theological depth provides framework for understanding divine nature, human condition, creation's purpose, and covenant relationship. The Song of Songs presents a striking counterpart to Psalms, celebrating human romantic and sexual love through poetic dialogue between lovers. This vivid celebration of physical attraction, desire, and intimacy has generated interpretive controversy throughout its history. Jewish tradition reads it allegorically as depicting God's love for Israel, while Christian interpreters often view it as representing Christ's relationship with the Church. Modern scholarship increasingly recognizes its primary significance as affirmation of human sexuality as divine gift within appropriate boundaries. The text depicts passionate romance through extended dialogue between a woman and her beloved, with occasional comments from others. The woman speaks more frequently and explicitly about physical desire than her male counterpart, challenging cultural expectations. Their mutual descriptions employ elaborate, natural imagery. She is a lily among thorns. He is an apple tree among forest trees. Gardens, vineyards, and orchards provide fertile metaphors for their relationship. The repeated warning against awakening love prematurely suggests the poem affirms sexuality while acknowledging its proper timing and context. The book's inclusion in sacred canon makes powerful statement about human sexuality as good divine gift rather than necessary evil or obstacle to spirituality, contrasting sharply with ascetic tendencies in some religious traditions. Without explicit religious language, it nevertheless presents embodied human love as worthy of celebration and poetic expression within divine creation order. The Book of Proverbs represents the Old Testament's clearest expression of wisdom literature, focused on practical living. Its primary attribution to Solomon connects with his legendary wisdom, though it incorporates material from other sources, including Agur, son of Jakeh, and King Lemuel, along with the wise more generally. Its compilation likely continued over centuries, with final arrangement in Post-Exilic period. The book opens with extended discourse from personified wisdom, calling listeners to embrace her instruction. This literary device presents wisdom not merely as accumulated human insight, but as divine attribute present from creation. The Lord possessed me at the beginning of his work, the first of his acts of old, when he marked out the foundations of the earth. Then I was beside him like a master workman, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing before him always. This theological framework grounds practical wisdom in divine character rather than mere pragmatism. Following these opening chapters, the collection shifts to briefer proverbial sayings, typically employing two-line parallelism. These address everyday concerns with remarkable practicality: speech habits, business ethics, family relationships, sexual temptation, alcohol use, conflict management, and financial practices. Their random arrangement resembles life itself, where principles must be applied to unpredictable circumstances rather than following systematic order. The worldview underlying these proverbs assumes orderly moral universe, where actions typically produce corresponding consequences. Diligence leads to prosperity. Violence returns upon its perpetrators. Honest speech builds reputation. However, the broader wisdom tradition recognizes exceptions to these patterns, particularly in Job and Ecclesiastes. Proverbs describes how life generally works, rather than providing guaranteed outcomes, requiring discernment in application. Among Proverbs' most distinctive contributions is its portrayal of wisdom's practical value in everyday situations. The wisdom of the prudent is to discern his way. This practical discernment transcends mere knowledge accumulation or rule following to develop skill in navigating life's complexities. The wise person demonstrates this discernment through appropriate behavior in varied circumstances, recognizing when different responses serve wisdom's purposes. The book concludes with a acrostic poem describing the woman of valor, whose industriousness, business acumen, household management, and community engagement exemplify wisdom's practical application in daily life. This portrait challenges restrictive gender stereotypes by depicting competent, independent female action within family context, purchasing fields, planting vineyards, engaging in commerce, and speaking with wisdom while maintaining household responsibilities. Her portrayal balances the earlier warnings against the strange woman, symbolizing folly's seductive temptation. Ecclesiastes presents more skeptical voice within wisdom tradition through reflections attributed to the preacher or Koheleth, identified as David's son reigning in Jerusalem, traditionally understood as Solomon. The book examines life's apparent absurdity and meaninglessness from perspective of careful observer, determined to understand existence under the sun through empirical investigation and logical reflection. The preacher's repeated verdict, vanity of vanities, all is vanity, a striving after wind, establishes the book's sobering tone. The Hebrew word translated vanity literally means vapor or breath, suggesting transience, insubstantiality, and ultimate futility. His investigations into wisdom, pleasure, achievement, wealth, and honor all lead to this same conclusion when pursued as ultimate meaning sources. Even wisdom itself proves ultimately unsatisfying, because in much wisdom is much vexation, and he who increases knowledge increases sorrow. This skeptical assessment extends to apparent injustices observed in society. Again, I saw that under the sun, the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor riches to the intelligent, nor favor to those with knowledge, but time and chance happen to them all. This recognition challenges simplistic retribution theology, assuming direct correlation between righteousness and prosperity. The preacher observes wicked people prospering while righteous suffer, with death ultimately claiming both regardless of their moral standing. Despite this unrelenting assessment of life's absurdity, Ecclesiastes does not advocate nihilism or despair. Rather, it discovers genuine but limited meaning through simple enjoyment of divine gifts within acknowledged boundaries. There is nothing better for a person than that he should eat and drink and find enjoyment in his toil. This also, I saw, is from the hand of God, for apart from him who can eat or who can have enjoyment. This moderated expectation contrasts with grandiose meaning claims, while affirming legitimate pleasure in everyday experiences. The book concludes with clearer religious perspective, advising remembrance of Creator in youth, before aging diminishes capacity for enjoyment. Its final assessment: fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Provides framework for living meaningfully within acknowledged limitations. Some scholars consider this conclusion editorial addition, moderating the book's skepticism, while others see it as natural culmination of the preacher's thought, revealing the perspective from which his critique proceeds. Ecclesiastes makes distinctive contribution to biblical wisdom by ruthlessly exposing false meaning sources, while acknowledging life's legitimate pleasures as divine gifts. Its unsentimental assessment of human existence prevents naive optimism or simplistic theologies promising immediate prosperity for righteousness. By articulating life's deepest questions and disappointments, it creates space for authentic faith amid experience's messy realities, rather than demanding artificial certainty. The Book of Job explores wisdom themes through extended dramatic narrative examining innocent suffering and simplistic theological explanations. Its historical setting in patriarchal period, outside specific Israelite historical context, gives universal quality to its examination of suffering and divine justice. While based on historical person mentioned in Ezekiel alongside Noah and Daniel, the book's elaborate poetic dialogues suggest literary shaping of traditional material for theological purposes. The narrative framework presents Job as blameless, upright man who fears God and shuns evil while enjoying abundant blessings. When Satan challenges the authenticity of Job's righteousness by suggesting it merely responds to divine blessings, God permits testing through devastating losses, property, children, and health, while prohibiting death itself. Job's initial response affirms divine sovereignty. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. However, as suffering continues, deeper questions emerge. Three friends, Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar, visit to comfort Job, but ultimately exacerbate his suffering through simplistic theological explanations, insisting his calamity must result from hidden sin. Their rigid retribution theology requires direct correlation between righteousness and prosperity, wickedness and suffering. Therefore, despite appearances, Job must deserve his situation. Their increasingly harsh accusations drive Job toward more forceful self-defense and questioning of divine justice. Job maintains his integrity while demanding audience with God to present his case. His speeches become increasingly bold, challenging divine justice administration while maintaining faith in God's ultimate goodness, despite evidence seemingly contradicting this belief. This paradoxical position, condemning apparent injustice while appealing to God for vindication against God's own actions, demonstrates remarkable faith complexity beyond his friend's simplistic formulations. After 3 cycles of speeches between Job and his friends, young Elihu offers alternative perspective, criticizing both Job for self-justification and the friends for inadequate explanations. He emphasizes divine educational purposes in suffering and human inability to comprehend divine ways. While adding valuable insights, his speeches still attempt to explain what ultimately transcends human understanding. God finally responds from whirlwind, with 2 speeches conspicuously avoiding direct answer to Job's questions about innocent suffering. Instead, divine speeches challenge Job with unanswerable questions about creation's wonders and mysteries. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Have you commanded the morning since your days began? Can you lift up your voice to the clouds, that a flood of waters may cover you? This overwhelming display of divine wisdom and power contextualizes human suffering within larger creation purposes exceeding human comprehension. Job's response acknowledges divine majesty and his own limited perspective. I know that you can do all things, and that no purpose of yours can be thwarted. Therefore, I have uttered what I did not understand, things too wonderful for me, which I did not know. I had heard of you by the hearing of the ear, but now my eye sees you. Therefore I despise myself and repent in dust and ashes. This represents not capitulation to raw power, but recognition that suffering's ultimate meaning transcends human explanatory frameworks. The epilogue reports God's rebuke of the three friends for misrepresenting divine character, and Job's intercession on their behalf. Job receives double his former possessions, 7 new sons and 3 daughters, and lives 140 additional years. This restoration proves problematic for many readers, appearing to undermine the book's sophisticated treatment of suffering by suggesting simplistic, happy ending. However, restoration occurs only after Job's deeper encounter with God, not as automatic consequence of righteousness, and cannot replace his deceased children despite numeric doubling. Job's contribution to biblical wisdom lies precisely in its refusal to provide simplistic answers to suffering's deepest questions. By demonstrating the inadequacy of rigid retribution theology and acknowledging mystery in divine governance, it prevents harmful theological responses to suffering that blame victims or offer superficial explanations. It affirms both divine sovereignty and human dignity, allowing authentic lament and questioning within faithful relationship. Lamentations, traditionally attributed to Jeremiah, though lacking explicit authorship claim, provides poetic expression of grief following Jerusalem's destruction in 586. Its 5 chapters contain acrostic poems, with chapters 1, 2, and 4 having 22 verses each beginning with successive Hebrew alphabet letters. Chapter 3 contains 66 verses, with each letter beginning 3 consecutive verses, while chapter 5 has 22 verses without acrostic arrangement. This careful literary structure contrasts with the chaotic destruction it describes, imposing artistic order on overwhelming tragedy. The poems express raw communal grief through vivid imagery and emotional intensity. How lonely sits the city that was full of people. She weeps bitterly in the night, with tears on her cheeks. The poet acknowledges divine role in judgment. The Lord has become like an enemy, while maintaining theological framework where suffering follows covenant violation. Jerusalem sinned grievously, therefore she became filthy. This balance prevents both minimizing human responsibility and portraying God as arbitrary or malicious. Amid unrelenting grief, chapter 3 pivots to hope grounded in divine character. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. This remarkable affirmation emerges not despite suffering, but within its depths, demonstrating faith's resilience through historical catastrophe. The book concludes with petition for restoration, while acknowledging divine sovereignty. Restore us to yourself, O Lord, that we may be restored. Renew our days as of old, unless you have utterly rejected us, and you remain exceedingly angry with us. Lamentations provides model for faith expression amid historical catastrophe, neither minimizing tragedy nor abandoning theological framework. It demonstrates corporate grief's importance alongside individual lament, offering liturgical language for communities experiencing collective suffering. Its unflinching acknowledgement of divine role in judgment prevents false comfort through minimizing God's sovereignty, while maintaining hope rooted in the same divine character that permitted judgment. Taken together, biblical wisdom literature and poetry create multifaceted exploration of life's fundamental questions. They acknowledge both creation's order and its apparent chaos, divine justice and life's evident unfairness, wisdom's value and its limitations. They refuse simplistic formulations while maintaining theological framework centered on divine character. Through emotional honesty, intellectual rigor, and artistic beauty, they invite readers into authentic relationship with God, encompassing life's full complexity. The Old Testament narrative spans over 4,000 years of human history, from creation to the post-exilic restoration of Jewish community in Jerusalem. Throughout this vast chronological expanse, certain fundamental themes emerge, creating theological continuity amid changing historical circumstances and diverse literary forms. Divine sovereignty stands foremost among these themes. From the opening creation account, where God speaks reality into existence, to the apocalyptic visions, where earthly empires rise and fall according to divine purpose, the biblical narrative consistently portrays God as ultimate reality, behind all temporal powers and circumstances. This sovereignty expresses itself not through arbitrary dominance, but through purposeful direction of history toward redemptive ends, even when employing human choices and natural processes as instruments of divine will. The biblical narrative refuses both fatalistic determinism, eliminating human responsibility, and deistic distance, removing divine involvement, maintaining instead delicate balance between transcendence and immanence. Creation goodness provides essential foundation for biblical theology. Unlike dualistic systems viewing material existence as inherently flawed or illusory, the Old Testament affirms physical reality as divine handiwork declared very good at its inception. Even after sin's entrance, the material world remains fundamentally good, though subjected to corruption. This affirmation grounds biblical ethics in created order, validates bodily existence against spiritualizing tendencies, and establishes redemption as restoration rather than escape from physical reality. The Sabbath institution, flowing from creation account, further validates human participation in divine rest amid necessary labor. Human significance emerges directly from creation narrative, where mankind alone bears divine image, receiving delegated authority over creation while maintaining accountability to the Creator. This unique status establishes human dignity, transcending both ancient tendency to devalue ordinary people and modern reductionism viewing humans as merely sophisticated animals. The image concept roots human worth in relationship to God, rather than functional capacity or social utility, providing foundation for biblical ethics respecting all persons regardless of status, ability, or circumstance. Sin's reality receives unflinching recognition throughout the biblical narrative, from Eden's rebellion through Israel's covenant failures to post-exilic communities' continuing struggles. The narrative portrays sin's comprehensive impact, affecting individuals, communities, institutions, and creation itself. Sin manifests in both rebellious disobedience and religious distortion, in both violent expression and subtle self-justification. The narrative particularly emphasizes sin's relational consequences: alienation from God, division between humans, and disharmony with creation. This realistic assessment prevents both naive optimism about human potential and cynical despair denying goodness altogether. Divine grace counterbalances sin's reality throughout the narrative, from providing garments for fallen humanity in Eden to enabling Jewish return from Babylonian exile. Divine initiative consistently extends mercy beyond judgment, relationship beyond alienation, and restoration beyond failure. This grace operates not by ignoring sin, but by addressing it directly while creating path toward redemption. The biblical narrative portrays grace as undeserved divine gift, rather than earned human achievement, yet typically requiring responsive human participation in its outworking. Covenant relationship provides organizing framework for biblical history, beginning with Noah, developing through Abraham, taking national expression at Sinai, finding political embodiment in Davidic kingship, and achieving renewed expression in post-exilic restoration. These covenant arrangements establish mutual commitment between inherently unequal partners, divine and human, creating structure for maintained relationship across generations despite human fickleness. Unlike mere contract based on mutual benefit, covenant creates kinship bonds with moral obligations transcending immediate advantage. The progressive covenant development throughout the narrative demonstrates divine accommodation to human capacity while maintaining consistent moral character and ultimate purpose. Holiness remains central divine attribute and human calling throughout the biblical narrative, initially signifying distinction from common use for divine purpose. Holiness develops ethical dimensions through Torah legislation and prophetic challenges against religious observance divorced from social justice. The narrative consistently presents holiness as both divine gift and human responsibility, involving both cultic purity and ethical conduct, requiring both separation from corruption and engagement with community needs. This holiness finds expression in both individual character and corporate covenant identity through obedience to divine instruction. Justice stands as essential divine characteristic and human obligation throughout the biblical narrative. Divine justice consistently upholds the vulnerable, orphans, widows, foreigners, poor, against exploitation, while establishing impartiality as judicial standard. The narrative condemns both individual violations and systematic oppression, both legal manipulation and economic exploitation. This justice transcends mere punishment to embrace restoration and reconciliation, though never at expense of truth or accountability. The prophetic tradition particularly emphasizes justice as essential covenant obligation, rather than optional supplement to religious observance. Divine presence among humanity provides central narrative theme from Eden, through tabernacle and temple, to prophetic promise of renewed dwelling. This presence manifests in various forms: direct appearance, angelic mediation, cloud and fire, temple glory, while maintaining essential character as relational reality rather than abstract concept. The narrative depicts this presence as simultaneously gracious gift and terrifying encounter, both intimate communion and awesome mystery. The tabernacle and temple institutions embody this presence in visible form, while prophetic critique prevents identification of divine reality with physical structure alone. Redemptive purpose drives biblical history forward from early promise of serpent crusher, through Abraham's blessing for all nations to prophetic vision of worldwide divine knowledge. This purpose transcends Israel's national concerns without negating them, establishing particular covenant as instrument for universal blessing. The narrative presents redemption, comprehensively addressing all dimensions of fallen existence: spiritual reconciliation, social restoration, physical healing, and cosmic renewal. This redemptive movement progresses through historical process while awaiting decisive divine intervention beyond human capacity. Messianic hope emerges gradually throughout the narrative, from generic promise of victory over evil, through anticipation of ideal Davidic ruler, to prophetic expectation of divine human agent establishing justice and peace. This figure increasingly combines seemingly contradictory elements, sovereignty and suffering, judgment and mercy, historical rootedness and transcendent origin. By the narrative's conclusion, messianic expectation creates interpretive framework for understanding divine purpose beyond visible historical circumstances, while maintaining connection to concrete covenant promises. These interwoven themes create remarkable theological unity amid diverse historical circumstances, literary forms, and human authors spanning centuries. The narrative presents neither simplistic uniformity, flattening contextual diversity, nor disconnected anthology, lacking coherent perspective. Instead, it offers progressive revelation, where divine character and purpose find expression through particular historical circumstances while transcending their limitations. The Old Testament narrative remains deliberately incomplete, concluding with partial restoration, falling short of prophetic expectations. The post-exilic community re-establishes temple worship and Jerusalem habitation, but continues under foreign dominance without Davidic kingship or full covenant blessing. This deliberate incompleteness creates forward momentum toward fulfillment beyond the narrative's horizon, establishing anticipatory framework for New Testament proclamation that divine revelation, covenant fulfillment, and redemptive purpose reach decisive expression in Jesus Christ. The narrative's enduring significance transcends its historical value as ancient civilization record or literary merit as cultural achievement, though it possesses both qualities. Its fundamental importance lies in revelatory character, disclosing divine nature and purpose through historically grounded, literarily sophisticated, theologically profound narrative. For faith communities continuing to receive this text as authoritative scripture, it provides essential foundation for understanding divine character, human condition, redemptive history, and ethical responsibility. Beyond its significance for explicit religious adherence, the Old Testament narrative has profoundly shaped Western civilization through its influence on law, ethics, literature, art, political thought, and social reform. Its insistence on human dignity, grounded in divine image, has inspired humanitarian advances across centuries. Its perspective on history as meaningful movement toward purposeful conclusion, rather than endless cycle or random happenstance, has shaped Western historical consciousness. Its ethical monotheism, challenging both polytheistic relativism and monistic impersonalism, has established moral framework transcending cultural boundaries. For contemporary readers, the Old Testament narrative continues offering profound insight into perennial human questions. Its unflinching portrayal of human nature, both dignity and depravity, provides more nuanced understanding than either naive optimism or cynical despair. Its perspective on suffering, acknowledging both moral and mysterious dimensions, transcends both simplistic retribution theories and meaningless randomness. Its vision of community, balancing individual worth and corporate responsibility, challenges both radical individualism and collectivist absorption. Its understanding of time, valuing both present moment and historical direction, counters both frenetic immediacy and purposeless chronicling. The narrative invites readers into interpretive community, extending across centuries and cultures, engaging these texts as living voice rather than merely historical artifact. This engagement requires both reverent receptivity, acknowledging their authoritative claims, and critical reflection, recognizing contextual nature. It demands both careful attention to original contexts and thoughtful application to contemporary circumstances. It involves both individual reflection and communal discernment within interpretive traditions. As night deepens and consciousness drifts towards sleep, the Old Testament narrative reminds us that our individual stories nest within larger narrative extending beyond our limited perspective. Its ancient voice speaks across centuries with surprising contemporary relevance, addressing fundamental human concerns, transcending cultural and historical boundaries. Its divine human encounter invites similar engagement for each generation, offering wisdom, challenge, comfort, and hope to all who receive its testimony.